Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Debate TV to join us for our open forum political show where we'll be discussing the latest development on our political front. Much is happening on our political front, and each Kenyan is entitled to knowing what is the truth beside the lies and the half-truths that are being shared by our politicians, even as they drum up support come 9th of August 2022 for the general elections. Well, William Ruto today is coming out clear. He says you must be confused to empower women. I wonder what this has been all about with Mama Mbogas. I thought Mama Mbogas were women too. All the same, he says Raila Odinga must have been mixed up to pick on Mother Karua as a running mate. I don't know what's up with the DP, but you will tell me. Your guess is as good as mine, but I believe they are feeling the heat of Mother as she drums up support for Raila Odinga and the Azimio La Umoja Alliance, even as they continue campaigning. Well, Karua was in Kiambu today. Baba was roaring in Kilgoris. Things are falling in place. Great support is being gathered around the nation. I don't know what you feel and think about what is happening. We want to know what you think and what you feel about the whole scenario. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio. And we will be here. Apologies, we started a bit late because we were coming from the live stream for Bishop Silas Canales' anniversary. Those of you that joined into the show later on in the afternoon, I trust you will bear with us. Alum, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Brian Ontori, asante, karibu kwa show. Fabiano Andriano, karibu kwa show. Mr. Ondigi Isoe, karibu kwa show. Dominic Mtie, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu Patel Seboka Manyi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Linet Wambomba, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Vincent Korir Cheserengen. Hey, majina marefu kweli. Kuna nani huyu Tom Cheption Abedi. Okay, kuna Sigei Noah, kuna Chris Ryan, alafu Aluma anasema hii kiti ishaenda na baba. Someone has said that Karua should camp in the mountain so that the other side can keep on going there at as the neglected other parts of the country. Okay, kuna nani huyu Vivian Alois, you're welcome. Dennis Celestine, you're welcome. Mohamed Edge, you're welcome. Nani mwingine kuna Wilson Kikoech, asante sana. Sang Vincent, whatever, Sang Sylvester, you're welcome. Tatu Juma, we appreciate you. GFHGG, you are welcome. Ruben Joroge, you are welcome. Nani huyu Albert Nyangoya. And then, of course, Rogers anasema yuko ndani. Thank you very much, all of you that are coming in. And if you're able to get us, please make sure you invite somebody to watch with you. Don't watch alone. Let us call the whole world to tune in and be able to participate into this great show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest political development in our country. Make sure if you're in the studio, keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. That is the standing order. And you must always be on camera to stay on the screen. If you can't put on your camera, we can't put you on the screen. That is our requirement as a sustainer of the quality of the video that people will be watching even after the show is over. So ensure that you comply with that. And on the comment section, please let us all remain civil, respect one another, do what is required so that nobody gets hurt in the cause of our interaction. Thank you so much. Steve, namna gani leo?
Poa sana, niaje Ben?
Niko salama.
Naona leo umetoka huduma nini?
Eh,
Naona leo
tumekuwa
umeamua.
adversary ya Bishop.
Habari ya
Yes.
tangu jana bwana.
Tuko salama, tunashukuru Mungu anatusaidia.
Pia mimi niko salama, nashukuru Mungu anasaidia upande huu pia.
Mhm.
Okay, on my first point,
Yes.
what's this obsession with William Ruto about women? Surely this guy is now confused or is getting mad, eh? Ama ni ile ya kusema when the gods want to destroy you they make you mad, eh? Something seriously wrong because it's out of control, eh? Si kitu ya kufurahisha Bernard, eh? Si kitu ya kufurahisha kwa sababu at the end of the day, if it was not for our mothers we will not be here, you know. Our mothers had the choice of strangling us when we were young, actually. So when you see somebody discrediting women, that's a very serious offense, actually, you know. That's why unapata in Western countries, when a minister or a member of parliament does something against the wife, they can be told to step down, you know. It has a lot of impact outside our countries, eh? When people discredit women, they can even not run for office because it's taken so seriously outside the other countries, yeah. So hii obsession hao watu wako nayo na Martha Karua ni ile tu tunaendelea kusema wacha tu waendelee na hiyo, lakini wajue the more they criticize her, the more votes they lose, the more the ground is becoming slippery, more slippery, and they won't even get to the tip. They won't even start climbing the mountain, as I see, because now it's really raising a lot of heat on their side, yeah. Okay, the other thing about Baba's campaign, leo nimeona mzee amerudi, tinga limerudi, linaendelea kubomoa bomoa. So it's so happy to see the energy. Baba is energized, amekuja na nguvu mpya. The crowds are also excited, you know. It's so happy to see how people feel happy around that man, you know, without handouts, without any motivation. You don't see blue t-shirts in a row, you don't see red t-shirts, you know. It's the organic crowd, you know. People, okay, there's a time I parked my car on the roadside and went to see Raila somewhere because I feel the urge to see this person who is been fighting for the country for all those days, you know. He's sacrificed a lot for this country. Seeing the energy that he's having now, combining with what Martha is bringing on board, I think we are on the right track. Tuko katika ile barabara ambayo inatakikana. So let's continue mobilizing on our part. We talk to our neighbors, we persuade our workmates, we do what we can on our end, and we hope for victory in August. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Stephen. Thank you so much for being on point, and we look forward to having greater interactions. I'm being told kwani sijui kwamba Ruto alikuwa Nyeri. Okay, alikuwa Nyeri basi. Njoo ukazungumzia vile mambo yamekuwa Nyeri. Very interesting guys to deal with. Kuna David Ngari. David Ngari, your device is not well connected. We cannot add you to the studio. Please reconnect. If you are hearing me, get out of the studio, reconfigure your, and if you're using phone, restart the phone from the beginning so that the app can be well configured for you to be added to the studio. If I'm not able to mute your mic while you are entering the studio, it means your configuration is not right. And so even if I add you, you will not be able to communicate. I should be able to do that. I think Milton Oluoch, you have the same problem. I can't mute your mic from here. And so there is something wrong with your configuration. Just get out, then get in. And those of you who are watching us, when you're able to get us, invite somebody, share that link with everybody in your life, Facebook groups, WhatsApp groups, all your groups. Let the whole world tune into Mtembei TV and learn what they need to learn in order for them to be armed and dangerous for the 9th of August, 2022. We must not elect wrong people, and we must not campaign for wrong people. Let us ensure that only right people will get into right offices so that Kenyans can get services as they ought to get their services. And everything the government does for you is not a favor, it's a right that you have, including voting is your right. So don't say you stay home because everybody has already won. Nobody's going to win without your vote. And so make sure you keep your voter's card safely. We are in that injury time when people begin to buy voters cards for a morsel of food. Please ensure that you keep your voter's card. If you must keep it under the mattress, please do. Make sure it doesn't get lost. It is all you need to vote out bad leaders and bring in right leaders. Don't be naive about it. Don't let anybody buy it from you, and don't give it to anybody to keep for you, because they may travel while the day is approaching and you won't be able to vote. Tunataka kila mtu avote ili sauti ya kila Mkenya isikike na kila Mkenya makinike katika uchaguzi huu. Asanteni kila mmoja, naomba tuendelee kukaribishana, hiyo namba iendelee kuongezeka. Nashukuru kwamba jana tuliongezeka at least 1,000 more people added to our viewership. We want to keep it like that so that we reach that maximum number that we would desire to reach, and we reach more people, we dispense more information, and people get better understanding, and we will be helping our country. This is our part of building the nation. This is our part of participating in our patriotic responsibility. So if you are only able to get us, get somebody also to listen. Hiyo ni sehemu yako. Usiseme there is nothing I can do. You can always do something. Tumia mtu kwa inbox aendelee kuochi program, na katika hiyo hali atamakinika, atajua ukweli na ukweli utamweka huru. Alafu kama huja subscribe Mtembei TV, hakikisha una subscribe, alafu unatufollow kwa Facebook ili usibaki nyuma. This is only one channel. We have over 100 channels running right now. You are missing a lot if you are not subscribing. Thank you very much. Nimeongea sana. Nyatek Alila. Ali vipi?
Yes, Bernard.
Yes, namna gani?
Yeah, I hope you can hear me loud and clear, and the rest of the team.
Uko sawa sawa, endelea.
Now, I just want to take you back a bit. I have been looking at the face of the Deputy President, William Ruto, since he mentioned his running mate. The guy has been gloomy and crying. He's been in Mount Kenya, and his agenda has turned from... it's no longer bottom up, but about... his running mate being a good person who can help him, blah, blah, blah. And in fact, he has made a mistake and let him hit his tomatoes. But that is not the point. What I want to mention here is Ruto is one liar that I don't know how Kenyans, for some reason, a few, of course, the few who support him, get hoodwinked that is someone who can deliver anything in this country. Since Ruto selected Gachagua, you can see the dictatorship in this man. While everyone else, including the opinion polls that have gone there, have indicated that Gachagua is the worst person to have. While members of parliament from the Mount Kenya have voted against Gachagua, the chief dictator, could not still be convinced otherwise. He has used his dictatorial, way of doing things. He has gone against everyone else. And this is what Kenyans should expect. Someone who does not listen to the people. Someone who does not listen to the voice of leaders around him. Someone who does not believe in science. He claims to be a scientist, but he conducts opinion polls, shows him that he should have this guy, but because of his ill motives, he wants someone he can continue, looting Kenya with, and, can be clapping for him. He wants someone who has similar characteristics as him. That's why he's elected Gachagua, someone who is giving him very difficult time to sell in Mount Kenya. And anyway, for us in Azimio, by the way, we let him do whichever thing you'd want to do. Now coming back to the Azimio game, the Azimio deputy Martha Karua is doing a great job. In fact, I would want to proceed and give a thumbs up to her. What she's doing in Mount Kenya is remarkable. The way she's conducting her campaigns clearly shows the difference between, the other side and this other side. You can see, Ruto has become jittery. He's already now running around Mount Kenya because he thinks Martha Karua is going to change, the votes that are going to cast. And that is the truth. And this has come out clearly, even in the way they campaign. You see Rigathi Gachagua on top of a vehicle. The only thing he can mention that someone is leaking someone else. I mean, what is that? Is that the agenda? And when you look at what Martha is saying, I mean, she's going there in peace, talking to people, putting to the table the agenda that is there. So clearly, there's a big difference between these two sides. Finally, I see people like Musalia. They can't get to convince their people. Musalia, I mean, is running around Ruto all through because he cannot go back to Western Kenya and convince those people that he is going to get 70% of votes to Kenya Kwanza, to give him 30% of government. Something is not even guaranteed. So the game is done. I just want to, urge the Azimio team to replan themselves, organize themselves properly, and Ruto has no room to escape. And his brigade like Mudavadi and Musalia, Western is gone. Central is divided 50%. Already, Ruto, from the opinion polls that were released by Tifa just the other day, I could see Ruto is losing a bit of ground. And in fact, overall across the country, when you look at the percentages, the last year, I think Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate was at 39, Raila was at 34. That has shifted. Today, it is the opposite. And with the Martha Karua game, the women that are coming on board, in fact, this guy is completely finished. So let him continue, being hungry. But one thing we would want to encourage him to desist from, let him respect women. These are people that, none of us came to this world without them. These are people that have taken care of us. When some of us, our dads are not there, it is our mothers who always sit, with us. So one thing we'd want to ask Ruto is to respect women. Let him not just, call people like Martha Karua, mama mwingine anatembea huku. No, Martha has got a name. Let her be respected. She's a leader. And we encourage them to be on the platform of campaign, just like Raila mentioned during the day was launching, Martha's bid with him, that let us not be abusive, but let us rather focus on ideas, issues that can propel Kenya to the next level. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana. That is most welcome. We appreciate your givings. Let's keep the conversation going. Nani huyu? Fiona Chebet, you are behind the curtain. We cannot add you to the studio like that. Put your camera on and be willing to stay on camera. That is the only way we'll add you to the screen and you will be able to share what you feel and think. If you must stay behind the camera and then go to the comment section, huko ndio utaendelea kucomment na kusuggest whatever you feel and think on the same. Huko hakuhitajiki picha, lakini hapa picha ni lazima kwa sababu tunapaswa kujua nani anayetuongelesha na pia tunaongeleshwa na nani na tunaongelesha nani. Asante sana. Naomba tukimbie hivyo dakika 2-3 ili kila mmoja apate nafasi ya kuongea kabla wakati uanze kuyoyoma. Angari Innocent, dakika zako 2 zinaanza saa hii. Thank you.
Good evening, friends. Habari ya leo. We are now seeing the fires coming out. The campaigns are on high alert. Tangu mama ingie, things are hotting up. And that is why you are seeing now the deputy president has pitched camp. I don't know, sasa tutasema the outgoing deputy president na the incoming deputy president wako Mount Kenya ambaye ni Martha Karua, and they are causing headlines. I think unaangalia Martha, and when you look at what she has done, it cannot be discredited. Most of us felt like the mountain could be hard, kumbe walikuwa wanataka mtu wao, na ukiwa na sera, when you have all the accolades, it's very easy to traverse across the mountain. So I've seen quite a commendable job, and today what they did in Kiambu cannot be underrated, though pia Ruto naye amerudi mahali mama ametoka, where she has made her way. She's trying to counterattack, and that is why you have seen even today now they are trending photos ambazo zinaonyesha kwamba crowd zao zilikuwa kubwa zaidi. I've seen Baba back is also doing well, ameingia Masaini, and the speed, the way things are picked up. I think Mother, wherever she's going to fly to or wherever she's going to drive to, she's going to make things hard for the deputy president. Kindly, because I'm attending to something, I'll be able to come back and give my my reservations about the debate later, please. Thank you.
Okay, asante, thank you. Tuende mbio mbio. Okiero, namna gani?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Okay, first of all, thank you, Bernard, for this time. Again, I want to also applaud what you guys are doing. Every day I see, I watch the videos and I say, what? 10 hours. This must be a lot of dedication and a lot of dedication. It doesn't go for granted. It's something that God will pay you guys for enlightening people and doing the right thing that is actually needed. These are kind of mobilization on its own that actually is trying to push the agenda forward for a better Kenya. Back to the women empowerment. At times, I wonder where people get the guts to criticize or to categorize the women depending on what they do, especially when you call someone this Mama Mboga and the other one is Mama. The difference is null because both of them are women. So if someone argues that this Mama is picked for this particular reason or the other reason, and yet with us we are concentrating on Mama Mboga, that's a narrative of using our people without giving them opportunity to also have a say in what you are trying to do. So if the other party gives an opportunity to one of them, you start criticizing. So I hope their supporters will come down and think and say, no, we are not doing the right thing. Let us not fight a woman. When you fight a woman, you are fighting the society, because this is the first time we are coming to closer having a woman at the presidency. So I hope all women would stand up and say, no, let us have our own at the presidency, and if they vote as a bloc, this will push their agenda forward. On the other person getting confused, I think he's thoroughly confused, not even confused alone. The guy is is more confused because what he was expecting is not what he is getting. If you see someone can change his own schedule to go and counterattack what the other party has done, it means there are a lot of damage. And we hope going forward, the damages can be seen everywhere, even today in Kiambu. And this is just one campaign without the real presidential candidate also involved. So hope when the Azimio presidential candidate will be involved, things will actually be seen the reality of politics in Kenya. That if you say that you own certain region, then a change can come. And these are change that we are seeing, which we are happy with, because It's a time when we are calling ourselves Kenyans, but not communities. They said agenda is not for gender, but today we say gender matters, because without the threshold in our constitution, which is supposed to be met, then it means we are going to still kubagua wengine, especially the women. So if they say that the agenda is not gender, they are getting, they try to contradict themselves. I'll not input much. I'll leave time for other person to say something before we come back later. But I'm happy to see the party leader today. He's strong. He traveled to Juba. He's back. He's strong. He's in the field, and we are hoping for more thorough campaigns that people are going to experience in the next few days. Thank you, Bernard, and let other people also have their say.
Okay, Sawasawa, thank you so much, Wycliffe. We appreciate it. And I want to appreciate all of you that are joining us wherever you are around the world. This is Mtembei TV, and we invite your partnership. Help us stay on air by ensuring that you invite as many people to join in the discussion. If you are getting us on Facebook, share that link with your Facebook groups, Facebook friends. If you are getting us on YouTube, do the same. Inbox guys, share it in WhatsApp, in Twitter. Let everywhere be filled with the information that Kenyans are here discussing politics, and they want to know who is lying, who is telling the truth, who is telling half-truth for his own personal gain. William Ruto has a problem with women being empowered. That is a paradox. He has campaigned on Mama Mboga for 4 years. How come one mama is now giving him a headache to an extent whereby he doesn't want women to be empowered? So let's get down to business. Let's talk openly, but let's remain factual. Kenya kwanza wamekuwa Nyeri leo, nimeambiwa niwaambie. Okay? Alafu Karua amekuwa Kiambu, Baba amekuwa Kilgoris. Charo, karibu.
Asante sana bwana Bernard, na wasalimia nyote ambao mko hapo. Ninashukuru sana, huwa nasikia raha sana nikingoja hii kipindi. Hata nikiwa kazini huwa naiangalia tu hata kama sitaingia. Lakini leo ni mara yangu ya pili kuingia hapo, nasikia ni mmenibamba kweli. Na tunashukuru sana, nimeangalia leo mama Karua kule alipoenda mitaani, kulikuwa ni kubaya sana, watu walikuwa wameingia na raha zake zote. Alafu nikaangalia baba kule Narok alikoingia nako kulikuwa kuko sawa tu. Ni tuseme tuzidi sana kuelimishana, hata mimi najaribu hata upande niliko kuelimisha wenzangu, kuwaleta kufika huko nyumbani. Pia nimetumia paka message jamaa kuwaletea news, kuwa sote tuwe pamoja na tumuunge mkono baba, tuangalie Kenya vile tutakapokuja jaribu kuibadilisha. Na nimeona mambo yanaenda mazuri. Tukaangalia upande mwingine sasa, vile mama Karua aliingia, kuna watu huko sehemu za kwetu Kilifi wameanza kugongana huko kina King, na sisi wacha tuangalie tu sinema kama wrestling, tuangalie watafika wapi, na vile wanavyoendelea kupambana huko, sisi huku tunaendelea kufanya mambo mazuri, yanaenda kuwa mazuri zaidi na zaidi. So kitu ambayo iko ni pia sisi vijana ama sisi wa baba tuhakikishe kuwa tumemtembeza mzee Raila kila pahali. Kama kule mitaa mimi nimetoka, hata mzee Raila sijamsikia amefika huko. Namuomba tu siku moja afike huko sehemu za Kaloleni huko. Huko sehemu za Kaloleni Ugiriamani huko, ukitaja mambo ya Ruto, hata kama wewe ni minister, nafikiri baada hiyo ministry yako utatoka tu. Kuna mtu kama huyu Kazungukambi alikuwa huko mbele huko akijana na Ruto, tulimtoa. Kwanza huko hatuweki mtu. Hiyo ni Kilifi South, huko hatuweki mbunge yoyote ambaye anasupport hiyo chama. Hata huyu Kingi vile anavyojaribu kuingia kwa hiyo chama yake aliyoingia nayo hiyo, kama angekuwa bado anawishi kukampeni, hangepata chochote pale. Sasa mtu ambaye kidogo watu wanamwangalia saizi, hata ukipigia simu mama mzee huko atakwambia wanaangalia mambo ya ODM ambao pale inaongozwa na Mung'aro. Watu wengi sana, hata Uisha Juma ni kelele amepiga, lakini vile wameanza kugombana wenyewe kwa wenyewe huko, utaona tofauti kubwa sana. Ile mtaa yote ni ya baba, na tunamwombea Mungu baba sana, na tufanye bidii kama vile ambavyo bwana Bernard unafanya, kuweka watu wote tuungane, tufundishe wale ambao hawajajielewa kuwa yule Mstaarabu mashamba ni muongo wa ajabu. Manake hata ukiangalia hivi vile alivyodanganywa muda wote, kwao ndio kuna watu wanatoka mbio. Kenya inajulikana kwa sababu wao Kalenjin na mambo mbio, lakini hajawahi hata kufikiria kujenga stadium ambayo amepromise watu. Saa hizi kuna watoto wadogo, hajawahi ongea watoto wadogo watafanya nini. Manake ile last time alisema yeye hata kama ma laptops kwa skuli mpaka watoto wamemaliza university hawakuona. Hivi sasa ndio ameletana, amekumbuka, amesema ameleta wheelbarrow. Hizo wheelbarrow hazijawekwa, amesema analeta vibanda vya watu wauze sukuma wiki. Hawa watu watanunua sukuma wiki watakuwa wametoka kufanya kazi wapi ndio wamepata mshahara kwenda kununua sukuma wiki kwa mama mboga? Ndio kitu ambacho mpaka sasa najiuliza. Kwa hivyo jamani, tufanye bidii, na hii bidii bwana Bernard iweke mstari wa mbele sana. Kuna watu wengi wanaangalia hii program na wanapenda, wanataka kuona baba ameingia kwa State House na mama Karua. Itakuwa hiyo ni history ya mara ya kwanza Kenya kuwa na mama akiwa pale mbele, na tukiendelea hivi utakuta changes. Manake wamama ndio wanajaribu kurekebisha nyumba yoyote. Hata mtu gani akiwa hana mama huwa ijui nyumba yake inakuwa vipi, lakini tukiwa na mama pale mbele tunahakikisha kila kitu. Mlima ilikuwa na watu wanasema mlima hawaendi. Saa hizi ukienda hivi mlima, hata nimeona nyingine hapo, Ruto ameambiwa kwa mkutano fulani asijaribu kuuzia wa Kikuyu pale, asiwauzie mtu ambaye hawamtaki, na yeye mwenyewe akasema anakubali. Sasa sijui kama ukubali kwake ndo amekubali nini. Na tukaangalia sana hivi, analazimisha sana Kalonzo arudi kwa Azimio, na Kalonzo mwenyewe hajafukuzwa kwa Azimio. Kalonzo aliamua yeye mwenyewe aende akakae huko afikirie mambo yake. Hakuna mtu amlazimisha Kalonzo. Na kwa nini Ruto anakulazimisha sisi kumchukua Kalonzo? Manake walikuwa wanajua huyo ndio the easiest, kwa sababu Kalonzo hawezi kuweka umati mkubwa, kuweka easiest kwake kuongea. Lakini sasa hii ameshikwa na mama, hajui arudi mbele, arudi nyuma, hata hajui. Kwa hivyo sisi tunaomba na kwa nguvu kabisa tuwe imara, tuchunge kura ya baba. Asanteni, nangojea kusikia kwa wengine.
Okay, asante. Tukue imara, tuchunge kura ya baba na tuchunge kura ya Kenya, uhakikishe kwamba Kenya inasonga mbele. Na hii uwezi toboa kama utavote MCA mzembe, MP mjinga, gavana mwizi, hata baba akuwe malaika, hawezi kusaidia kaunti yako, hawezi saidia nchi yako. Hakikisha unachagua mtu ambaye ana perform at all levels. Hakuna huruma this time. We want a historic elections where people are going to be in the office and we will see changes. Hao watu kukutana wanaenda mara wanaenda benchmarking Rwanda, warudi waende benchmarking sijui wapi. Hao watu wote wakusanywa waweke kwa nini gunia moja, wafungiwe mahali, tutawapatia chakula. Lakini tunataka wachapa kazi, kila mtu ambaye atafanya kazi. So don't be lenient on anybody asking for public office. Scrutinize them closely, investigate them, hire private investigator, tujue hao watu mbivu na mbichi, ndani na nje, ili tukikupatia mamlaka yetu miaka 5, tunataka our value for the money and the value for the vote. So kila Mkenya mahala popote ulipo, hii inaitwa Mtembei TV, endelea kutazama, lakini karibisha mtu 2 3 wa join, ili sote pamoja tujifunze ukweli wa mambo. Wanasiasa wamezoea kutumia uongo kutudanganya, lakini wakati umefika ukweli ujulikane na kila mmoja amakinike. Asante sana. Engineer Robert, vipi?
Bernard, good evening.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm good.
Yes,
Bernard,
yes.
nikitoa mchango wangu, I'm just wondering with these people of Yuda. If you just take a look at Gachagua, huyo jamaa na campaign ama huyo jamaa anafanya nini? Hata akiongea zile story tu venye huyo jamaa anaongea, ni nini haswa anajaribu kusema? Hakuna hata ile kitu mtu mwanaume anaweza ongea strong, hata anaweza vuruta nayo watu kwa kamba. Hakuna truth the same. Mambo ni matusi tu each and every corner, matusi. Take a look at campaign ya baba ama Karua. There's no anywhere umesikia hata Karua akitusi mtu tangu aanze campaign yake. hata baba tangu aanze kucampaign, baba anywhere ameenda anasemaga zile shida uko nayo. Hata example venye alikuwa leo, is it Karua? Baba alikuwa wapi Bernard?
Kwanza ukipata nyanya
Kilgoris,
Yeah, Kilgoris. Umeona venye baba ameongelesha watu pale, amewaambia zile mashida zile wako, akiingia kuongozi hizo mashida zao zote atatatua. Na huku nayo ukiangalia naibu wetu huku, yeye anasemaga tu nitatenga bilioni 10, nitatenga bilioni 100 kwa vijana. Huku naye side moja anasema mama mboga, na mama mwingine na anaita mama mwingine, and this is one of the mothers, just like the mama mbogas. Mimi naomba hata Tifa irudi next week. My friend, I'm telling you the truth. Ruto ataanguka, atazidi kuanguka kabisa, totally. Atazidi kuanguka. Let them practice how to campaign in Kenya peacefully. Badala ya mambo ya matusi, pandei unatusiana pandei, hiyo they won't gain any votes at all. Hakuna. Hawatafaulu. Angalia venye mama na campaign, hata leo mahali alikuwa na watu wamejaa, na mama anaomba kura kwa upole, anawaelezea hapo, hata vijana wakijaribu kurusha maneno mara nini, anaongelesha tu polepole. And that's how it should be. Sio mambo na kurusha maneno. Tangu mama aingie, Ruto amekuwa na hard time. Kusema kweli, amekuwa na hard time. They were not expecting that. Na wamejionea tu. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Nilisema jana kwamba Kenya Kwanza, William Ruto, they were prepared to run against Raila Odinga Kalonzo ticket. They did not prepare for any other person. And so right now, they don't know what to do. But I pray that they will soon find something to do. But all the same, mambo yote inatendeka kwa wema wale ambao wanapenda Mungu, nyinyi watu wa Biblia. Wameitwa kwa kusudi la Mungu. I want us to ensure that we share all that we can share, but let it be credible, let it be not propaganda, na tuelewe kwamba hii nchi ni yetu and it's our responsibility to take care of it. So one way of participating into it is this patriotic program where you participate into educating the rest of the world on politics Kenya. So don't take this program lightly. Let's take it seriously. Kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanakwenda kupitia hii channel na inasaidia watu wengi sana. Kwa hivyo ukitupata, karibisha mtu ajiunge nasi, akajifunze pamoja nasi, alafu baadaye anaweza pia kujoin na aseme kitu tukajifunze kwake. Subscribe to Mtembei TV, be a member. You can join Mtembei TV membership on YouTube. Those of you following us on YouTube, it's very simple. You click and you'll be guided on how to become a member of Mtembei TV. And you can also support financially Mtembei TV. The details are on the profile on Facebook and profile on YouTube. Let us all just do what we can do to see to it that we do what is right and help out in all endeavors. Thank you very much. Naomba tufuate mkururo, lakini nitaruka nani? Douglas, wewe naruka wewe kwa sababu wewe ni mwenyeji. Tusikilize mama kwanza, alafu tutarudi kwako. Mama Selina, vipi?
Poa sana Penat, nasalamia kila mtu kwa panel. Ni siku njema.
Yes, karibu. Inaonekana wamama ninyi mmetisha sana watu wa Kenya Kwanza. Nini kinaendelea?
Penat, hakuna nyumba inaitwa nyumba bila mama. Kutoka nyumbani na kila mahali. So Penat, kwa siku ya leo tunaendelea kushukuru Mungu na kunyenyekea kama kila wakati jinsi wa mama walivyo. Yes, mama amekuwa, kwanza niseme mama amekaribishwa Kiambu kabisa, na tunashukuru watu ya Kiambu kwa jumla mpaka wakamalizia Ketorai, bado ni Nairobi na ni Kiambu. Yes, nimeona watu wamekimbia Nyeri and I'm happy to see the yellow. Yes, hata naona wamama wamepangwa barabarani, naona kuna watu wengi walikuwa, hiyo mkutano ya Nyeri ilikuwa mara 2 Karatina. Kuna wale wameenda kuangalia what is happening, kuna wale wamefaa Jubilee na wamechaa huko ndani, na kuna Teyelo wenye walikuwa na shout hapo mbele, of which it is okay ya kwamba tuendelee kununua tu. Mkutano yenye watu wanakuja kwa hiari penalty ni afadhali kushinda mkutano you spend a lot of money to organize. Na ya kwamba sasa jana ilikuwa ni Nyeri, sahii tena watakimbia kesho kufuata mama Kiambu, na grupu ya baba ni mingi, they will be everywhere. Na sasa hata running mate peke yake hawezi enda nyumbani mpaka apelekwe. Vile nilikuambia penalty, ukiingia kwa nyumba ya wenyewe, baba akirudi, hiyo boma ni ya wenyewe. Na sasa ndiyo sababu hata running mate hawezi enda peke yake. So hiyo unaangalia ni tofauti, because ukiona strategy ya Martha Karua ama mkutano ya baba ama ya Martha Karua, inaanzia huko chini. Hiyo inaanzia viongozi ya huko chini ikienda mpaka ifike mwanzo. Lakini ya UDA unakuta ni yeye mwenyewe presidential candidate ana introduce watu. Can you imagine hata Nyeri unaenda kuambia Wanyeri kama wanajua Kashakwa ama Kirati Kashakwa ama anaitwa nani? How could you say that? Kwa mkutano wewe ni president. Naona mtu anaweka mkono juu penalty, sijui niendelee ama ni nyamaze. Naona kuna mtu anataka kuongea. Sasa sijui kama mnanisikia, naona penalty ako kwa simu.
Endelea Selina.
Thank you. So sisi hatuna vita, na mumesikia leo Martha amesema tusiwachipu, tuwachie wafanye vile wanataka. People are ready to fight. Na vile penalty amesema Kenya kwisha hawakukuwa na mpango ya baba atakuwa na running mate. Nikienda upande ya kina mama, mama ni mama. We don't have two mothers. Hakuna wa mama, hata tunakuwa na baba wawili, tunakuwa na baba ya kambo, tunaweza kuwa na baba 2. But mama ni mama. Mwenye msasi, mama msasi ni moja. Unaweza saa watoto lakini msasi ni moja. So ya kwamba nataka kuambia Huda ya kwamba mama mboga na mama yeyote anaitwa mama, ule unampendeza ule wa mama mboga, ule ana say, ule mama unamunyanyasa, ule mama ya room 350, ujua anaitwa mama. So nataka niwakumbushe tu ya kwamba hakuna vile wangeita China mother. Uoga. So ajui hata China, na hatutaki ajue China ya mother, because she's coming for you. She's coming for the corrupt. She's coming for the thieves. So ukweli ni kwamba, how do you know? How do you call her? Huyo si mama ya kupembeleza. And because you don't know her name, tunakuambia ya kwamba China yake anaitwa Deputy President Incoming Martha Wangare Karua. That is her name. And the Minister of Justice ana kofia ingine. Ako na kofia ya Deputy President, hako na kofia ya kukua mama, na pia kofia ya tatu ni Minister of Justice. So kofia ingine, she's not corrupt. So kofia ingine ni ile unafunga firako, ule umechukua mali ya Kenya, rutisha haraka kabla hatujamuapisha mama aingie ndani. Na wamama ya mboga, ile wanaitwa mama mboga, munaletewa pesa. Ile wamama nafasi yenu ilichukuliwa na Mudavadi na Weta. Mmoja alichukua nafasi ya vijana, mmoja akachukua nafasi ya wamama. So we want to tell them, yes, hawa wamama wanaambiwa, wanasaidiwa wajue ya kwamba if you attack one mother, you attack all women in Kenya. Ukichokosa mama mmoja, umechokosa wamama yote Kenya. Kama mnahitaji kura ya wamama ya mama mboga, mumesikia uchungu Penat, kwa sababu wamama mboga wametokea kwa barabara na kusema asante baba kwa kutuchakulia mamba mwenzetu. So they feel so frustrated because every woman in Kenya, they are happy. They have never seen that. Na tunaomba Mungu tu, it is 80 days tunaisabu. So kesho wakuje pia wafuate mama. Let's make these people block in Central Penat. Sasa wakirudi pande hii na mama alianzia Meru, kitambo afike Meru, mama anarudi tena Nyeri. So kitambo tena mama akuje na baba anafanya kazi na Kenya mzima, itakuwa wamechelewa, because if they are following mother where she go, kama watafuata mother Karua mahali anaenda, watafanya campaign wakati gani? And if these young children wamepepa koti ya Ruto, if they cannot have their own meeting, when will they? Kama baba alitoka Sudan, akatembea, alikuta mama ameendelea na campaign zake. Na uliza watu ya Huda, kwa sababu hakuna KKA kwa Electoral Commission, ni ya kwamba, when are you going to set this man free so that you guys can look for campaign? Aisha chumwa, wanakimbia karibu, wana ndege karibu inawashukia kwa mavichwa. When are you guys stays in your constituencies? But anyway, nashukuru Azimio, na nasikia wanalilia Kalonzo, then he can as well as withdraw the name of Gachagua na aweke Kalonzo, that is fine. Nashukuru Wakamba wametuonyesha msimamo. Nashukuru Kalonzo ni mkulima, ametuonyesha anaweza kuwa na ng'ombe na kuuza mboga. So hiyo ni mama mboga ingine tena mzuri sana, tumeambiwa tunaweza uza hiyo mboga. So it is good Kalonzo ametuonyesha what is mboga. So the mama mbogas are so many. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina. Please, everybody, keep your mic mute. Keep your mic mute. Sitaki kwanza kutuma watu quarantine. You keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. Na tangu tuanze show, hakuna mtu ameoverlap. Kwa hivyo kaa kwa line ukijua utafikiwa. Okay? Peter Obwanda, wewe nilikutupa chini kwa sababu your mic is on and you are still keeping it on. I don't know, is it my problem or your problem? Please sort it out. We want to have quality discussion. Quality discussion means kuna watu ambao wanakuja kuwatch video when it's finished. They should be able to get what we said while they were away. If you leave your mic on, it provides a feedback that destroys the quality of the video. That's why we insist on that. So sawa. And then as we discuss, it's important that we remain civil, respect one another, tusimame na ukweli. Na nashukuru wote ambao mnaendelea kukaribisha wale ambao wana watch. Thank you very much. We are doing well. Let's cross that 1,000 viewers and build up. Yesterday we went up to 1,500 in one session. Let's work towards that so that we don't go down. We keep building up. Tukiongezanga 1,000 on every show, tutakuwa tunafanya vizuri na watu wengi watakuwa enlightened na kuelewa nini kinachoendelea. Nini kinachomkasirisha William Ruto na Martha Karua kuchaguliwa kama deputy president. Kwani yeye alikuwa anatarajia serikali ipi? Alisema anatengeneza serikali ya mama mboga, serikali ya mtu wa mkokoteni, serikali ya mtu wa wheelbarrow. Mbona mama Karua sio mama pamoja na wale mama anataka kutengeneza serikali nao? Hilo ndio swali tunauliza leo. Alafu nimeambiwa alikuwa Nyeri leo. Huyo deputy president William Ruto amekuwa Nyeri akifanya campaign yake. Na sio campaign, ni kujulisha running mate wake kwa watu wake Hatujui hiyo kwa nini, but tulipeana hapa free advice, tukasema either utataka ticket ambayo iko tayari ama ticket ambayo itahitajika kufanyia ukarabati ndio ipelekwe mezani. Okay, ukitoka kazini kama chakula akichakuwa tayari, ni lazima uketi usubiri, ukuwe na subira, chakula kitengenezwe. Lakini kama kishatengenezwa, unafika tu hivi, kinaweka mezani, wewe unakula mara moja. So hii ticket ni iko hivyo. Ticket ya Martha Karua na Raila Odinga ni ticket ambayo watu wamekamilika, watu ambao wamekamilika, wamejulikana, wanajua kazi. Hakuna mtu ana supervise mwingine. Unaona vile mama ametawala mlimani na baba huko ametawala, hakuna mtu anakona stress because they are complete, they know what they are up to. But hii ticket nyingine, kuna mtu mmoja ambaye lazima akarabatiwe, polished, auzwe, akubalike. So understand them, they have food, but one side of the food is ready, the other side of the food is not yet ready, so they must prepare it well before they serve it. Hivyo ndivyo mambo yalivyo. Naomba Douglas, karibu, tusonge mbele.
Thank you, Bernard. Good evening, morning, afternoon, everyone, wherever you are. I'm happy to be back after a very long sabbatical leave, but I'm back. I was checking on the ground, and as things stand, we are doing well. I like what is happening in Kakamega. My prayer was that Ayub Savila joins hands with the Fernandez Baraza, and that is what actually happened. And now nobody can even claim to be even having a wave. And for those who come from Kakamega, you've seen what Malala is doing. They are complaining of the UDA people being in the ground, and as things unfold, it may be a rocky path to walk. There may be a conflict of interest in the UDA versus ANC, and finally you may find some of them dropping the KKA ticket like a hot potato, but that is matters we are keeping tabs on. Now, choices have consequences, and I want to say that either I want to assume, or I want to imagine, either Gachagua imposed himself on Ruto, or there are some powerful quarters who forced Gachagua on Ruto. Because there is no way, as a presidential candidate, you can take your running mate to his home to introduce him. That is, it beats logic. Who should be introducing the other one? It is the running mate who should be introducing the presidential aspirant in his home ground. But the opposite is happening. And that raises a lot of questions, that there is no confidence, maybe there is no trust in the people on the ground, or they are trying to fix something. As you said, it's a ticket that needs panel beating for it to be complete, to be presented to the people. But that is their own problem. When they started, they were talking of Mama Mbogas. And the Azimio gave them a killer pass. Now these Mama Mbogas you are talking about, they can be taken care of. The women have been dreaming for so long to be in leadership. Now we will appoint a woman deputy president once and for all to be able to hit you below the belt. And now they are running and hurling insults. And in fact, that is what they've been doing. They always claim to be having agendas, but I've not heard them from yesterday, the other day. I've not heard them articulate their agendas. What they're only saying ni kuinua hawa vijana, ule mama ataweza, and such like things. Now they have made Martha Karua their agenda. And when you're going to war, strategy war number 10, people tend to win battles, but they lose wars. UD have been winning the battles in crowd mobilization. You saw what happened in Nyeri. All yellow uniforms. You cannot tell me that you can, in a short span of time, you can organize that all people are in yellow uniform, that are of the same make, that are of the same material, that are of the same type. That cannot happen unless it's something that is choreographed and that is done with utter precision. And that is what Gachagua is good at. Well, we will leave them win the battles, but the war, they are yet to win the war, because
as they go on, they are going to lose strategies, they are going to lose tactics, they are going to lose patience, because they'll be doing what we call hiyo kuzima moto. Because Mother Karua was in Embu, they rushed there. She was in Nyeri, they rushed there. She was in Kiambu, they'll be there. They are going to Narok tomorrow, you will hear them on Monday, they'll be there. So they will run helter-skelter until they get fatigued, and then they'll miss on the strategies they're using to campaign. But that ticket of Mother Karua and Raila Odinga, it's a good one. It's going to give them opportunities to mess. And when your opponent messes, that is your happiness. Let them mess, lead them to the wrong direction, let them hurl inside at you. And they're the silent majorities that we are seeing who are changing their minds quickly and as we go by. Yesterday we had an Azimio campaign in Nyahururu led by the Honorable Nderitu Gachagua. And you could hear people speaking from the background that we will eat the 1,000 shillings provided, 500 shillings provided by the UDA guys, but we know where we are going to vote. And those are people who have been singing UDA all through. But now they are trying to change tune, they are trying to change their minds. And then you are wondering, are these the same people who are shouting us down with UDA? They are now changing mind because of the Mother Karua ticket. Now, okay, time will tell, and things are going to happen. I wonder whether Gachagua will be left alone to go and campaign in Kisii, to go and campaign in Western. Who will stand to listen to Gachagua in Kisii, in Kisumu, in Western? That will not happen. So it's a good ticket. And I'm very happy. I've been very happy, and we continue following and seeing what happens, and we continue recruiting more people to the Azimio bandwagon so that we can be able to win this presidency together and ensure that everybody is catered and is taken care of. Thank you.
Asante sana Douglas, we appreciate it. Let's keep the conversation going. Alumu anasema naongea sana, sijui nimepewa nini kwa anniversary. Anniversary tunaenda kupeana, tuendi kuchukua. But the anniversary was good. Those of you who missed it, you can watch it. It was on Teme TV. You will watch the video and see how it all went. Bishop Kanali is the bishop who joined us when we went to Marsabit. We suffered together. So I had to go and stream his anniversary. We almost died together in Marsabit. So it's good for us to support him in his 30th anniversary. People have been preaching this gospel for long, huh? So let's not relent. Now, tunasonga mbele. Let's play this video first. Just love tuende kwa nani. Huyu Peter Bwanda akona mbio sana. Tutakuja kwako. Tuambie nini kinachokuchoma. Subiri hapo hapo.
Asante sana. Ben,
nimesema subiri. Kiswahili tena ni shida.
Mambo ya mama mboga.
Unanisikia?
Ya mama mboga. Na wale wote
habari ya jioni Ben.
Chini tukienda juu. Waka confuse.
Asante sana.
Akakimbia
kwa mjadala wa leo
akafanya kwa running mate yake. Kwa sababu
kwa mjadala wa leo nimesikia vizuri sana. Ile kitu nataka tujue ya kwamba
that is not the case. We were not looking for one.
What's wrong with that guy?
Wakasikia.
Asante, unisikia sahihi.
Ya mama mboga. Empowerment ya mama mboga. Na wale wote kuanzia chini tukienda juu. Waka confuse. Yule mtu ya kitendawili akakimbia akachukua mama moja akafanya kwa running mate yake. Kwa sababu ya kuchanganyikiwa. Alikuwa anafikiri that is not the case. We were not looking for one job for one person. You can fool some people sometime, but you cannot fool all the people all the time. So, sasa siku ya kiyama imefika kwa viongozi wa kora, matapeli na wale wa kudanganya wenzao. We have a date with them on 9th of August. ndio tuondoe kabisa once and for all siasa ya ukabila, siasa ya udanganyifu, siasa ya utapeli, siasa ya ukora. In one shot tutamalizana na wao tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 so that we can free our nation, ili tufungue taifa letu kutoka minyororo ya siasa mbaya ya utapeli na ukora, na Kenya iweze kupiga hatua mahali ambapo tutainua biashara, kilimo ya kila Mkenya, and we can truly be the prosperous nation that we have always had the potential to be.
Okay, that's that. Please, I urge all of you, when you're on the panel, pay attention to the directives that you're being given. That is why we're here, and stay within the standing orders. Ukikuja na mbio and you don't listen, that's when now you begin to talk at the wrong time, and that warrants you to either be dropped out or be mute anyhow. We don't need to do that. When we come here, understand that there are people who came ahead of you. They will speak before you. So you don't just come in and speak and go. It doesn't work that way. Hata ukienda kwa clinic, except you have an emergency. Even hata emergency hiyo. Kuna mtu nilipeleka Kenyatta, tulikaa 5 hours kabla tuone daktari, and it was emergency. So some emergencies can still wait. So please, let's not be in a hurry to come and say whatever we want to say and go wherever we want to go. Let's take serious our participation na tufanye yale ambayo ni muhimu. Thank you those of you that are inviting, guys. Thank you. We are doing very, very well. Tuendelee kukaribishana, tuendelee kuhakikisha kwamba kila mtu ana tune kwa Mtembei TV na anasikiliza kwa makini. Haya, tumsikilize Bwana Wangira basi.
Bernard, habari yako?
Niko salama, namna gani?
Mimi niko salama. Habari ya kila mtu kwenye studio?
Wanakaa poa hawa.
Bernard, our brothers and sisters in Tangatanga have now started to feel the heat. You know, the temperatures are rising on their side and they are now starting to feel the heat. And you know, now the rubber is now meeting the tarmac, Bernard. I see them sensing defeat in this election too early, Bernard. Na naona wanaanza kujua kwamba hawajui, Bernard. And these are the reasons, Bernard. If you hear William Ruto say that Raila Odinga could have confused Martha Karua for Mama Mboga, then, you know, I ask myself, because when William Ruto was announcing his running mate, he told us that half of his cabinet was going to be constituted by women, Bernard, if you remember. Then if he purports that Raila Odinga confused Martha Karua for Mama Mboga, is he telling us that the 50% of women who will constitute his cabinet will be Mama Mbogas? You know, these are some of the questions that we need to ask Bernard. Because you cannot have your cake and you want to eat it. You want to accuse Raila Odinga for confusing Martha Karua for Mama Mboga, and you're already promising to have a cabinet which will be halfly constituted by women, and women who we know will not be Mama Mboga. So what is he telling us, Bernard? What is he telling us? He's telling us nothing here, Bernard. And you know, this just tells you that these are people who have sensed defeat. And if you want to know that these people have sensed defeat, I'll give you 3 reasons why I think they have sensed defeat. Reason number 1, for the first time now, I've heard Rigathi Gachagua trying to plead to the people in central Kenya to vote for William Ruto. Because if William Ruto becomes president, they are now going to get 50% of the government. Imagine now he's now changing the language that they are going to get 50%. If it's true that now William Ruto is going to give Mount Kenya 50%, and we know that he has promised Western Kenya 30%, that will leave him with 20%. How much will he be giving Rift Valley? and how much will he be giving the rest of Kenya? So just look at that scenario, and you see that these people are guys who have now sensed defeat, and they are coming up with all manners of stories. Bernard, oh, for the last 2 to 3 years, we have always been told that William Ruto is the Mount Kenya kingpin. In fact, we were told that William Ruto was the Mount Kenya kingpin, Bernard, and Mount Kenya was supposed to have been his stronghold. Look at what is happening in just 5 days today. Martha Karua started his journey in Mount Kenya on Tuesday. She was nominated on Monday and started her journey on Tuesday. And in just 5 days today, now the contest is not between whose stronghold it is. Now the argument is between who can control bigger crowds than the other in Mount Kenya. And that tells you that these are people who are admitting that things are not what they thought they are. Because if Martha Karua can raise crowds in Mount Kenya and they are now admitting to that particular fact, then that is already a sign that they are agreeing that these elections we have lost it, because now the contest is between them and Martha Karua, who can raise bigger crowds in Mount Kenya. The third reason why I believe these are people who have sensed defeat. They are utterances by Musalia Mudavadi. Musalia Mudavadi has claimed that the opinion polls that placed Raila Odinga at the top was only a scheme that is laying grounds towards rigging these elections in favor of Raila Odinga. So look at even Musalia Mudavadi. He's now already talking about rigging this early even before nomination papers have been handed over to IBC. So these are guys who have noticed, Bernard, that they have lost this election, and that's why they must come up with all manners of stories, Bernard. They must come up with all manners of stories. Mount Kenya is gone. If you look at the way things are happening, Mount Kenya is gone. We thought that Martha Karua was going to give us only 20%, but the way things are, we are doing now at around 50%. I've been following comments on social media, and I have this tradition of only reading comments by people with Kikuyu names. You go to any post, whether it's on Nation, whether it's by Itumbi, or whether it's on the Star, go to any of those posts and try to read comments by people with names, with Kikuyu names. You'll find that the ground has gone. Many of them are singing Azimio, and them having noticed that the ground has gone, they now must come up with some way of preparing their people that when they lose this election, then it will not be a big deal, Bernard. Oh, Bernard, I want to talk about this issue because it is very, very important. It might not be a part of our subject today, but it's a very important issue, Bernard. Issue of the matters of integrity in this country have been key matters because you find people who are facing jail sentences and perhaps they are on appeal, or there are people who are in court facing serious criminal charges, but they'll still want to come here and they'll tell you that the constitution allows them to still contest and run for any office. So, the Chief Justice today, Martha Koome, was very, very specific, especially on the issue of impeachment. She said that, if you are impeached, then that impeachment is permanent. It does not matter whether you are on appeal. That impeachment remains permanent because you are already impeached. Just like the case of Waluke. Waluke was convicted. So because he was convicted, he's a convicted guy. So even as much as he's waiting for an appeal, but he remains a convicted person because the court records read that the guy was convicted. So the records in Kenya read that Sonko was an impeached person. Those are the records. The rest can be stories for another day, but what is on the record is that he is an impeached person. So when Sonko heard that Martha Koome had placed this matter very clearly that whoever is impeached cannot run for public office because an impeachment is a permanent thing, he has come out, start trying to attack Martha Koome, trying to attack the DPP and saying how much he knows about the law, and saying that even if they are going to lock him out of Mombasa this time, mabwenyenye lazima waende. He has a plan B to remove the mabwenyenye in Mombasa. So, I feel it for Sonko, because, if you have been in the High Court, you have been in the Court of Appeal, and they have upheld the impeachment, and the only door that you are remaining with is the door at the Supreme Court. And already the Chief Justice has pronounced herself on this matter, and you are attacking the Chief Justice. We're supposed to sit on your matter here. Then that just tells you that maneno ya Sonko ni kama imeisha, because he cannot hide on the ground that his issues are resolved, because the guy is already impeached, and the Chief Justice are already claimed that the issue, if you're impeached, the matter is now permanent, and the matter is permanent. Let me just conclude in 1 minute. Bernard, in Kilifi, I understand that the UDA supporters in Kilifi are demanding that William Ruto should reveal the agreement that he had with the Kilifi Governor Kingi. They want to know what was in that agreement. So just look at how they are fighting amongst themselves, Bernard. As much as things are getting much easier on our side, things are getting very hard on the Tanga side, Bernard. Asante, wacha niwachie tu hapo. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the submissions and the questions arising from the same. I believe as the other panelists weigh on the same, they will give appropriate responses. I want to address the people who are coming, especially if you are first timer on the panel. Please, you keep your mic mute. That's part of the standing order. Secondly, you wait until it's your turn to submit. You will not play corruption here. We are anti-corruption as a channel. You don't come to confuse we don't sit on this chair because we are black. There are some senses we have. We have what is called people skills. So ukikuja kucheza game yako hapa, tushakuona mbali. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Sam fulani hapa ameenda kucomplain huko kwa comments. If you drop out of the wherever, out of the panel, I know you have dropped. Okay? And when you come back, I am the one to add you. So I know which section you are. You cannot be number 10 na unataka kuzungumza kabla mtu wa number 6 simply because umeinua mkono. The first hour inakuanga opening remarks. Hakuna kuuliza maswali, hakuna kuinua mikono. But you want to come here and run this show. It doesn't work that way. Even if you are the one cheering, it will not work. So please, wacha kucomplain. Kama uko na point, the link is still being shared. Click on it, kuja studio, make submission. Lakini historia ya kuja hapa kuanza kutawala mahala ambapo uruhusiwi, usituletee tafadhali. Siku iko mapema, tusianze kukwaruzana sai. When you come, unakaa. Kwetu wanasema oche uyundo kererecha. If you go in a foreign land, you suspend yourself. Unawekwa mahali. Unakuja huku unataka to take over now, tell us how people are unabaguzi, mara you are preferring this one over this. We don't prefer anyone over anything. So if you have a point, kuja studio. Keep trying. The show runs for 8 hours. So you miss the first hour, utakuja the second hour. Thank you very much. Ni wakati wa Sanford. Although PK alikuwa hapa mapema. Sanford, make your submission quickly to wende kwa PK. Unmute and speak.
Hello, everyone. It's another evening that we have here. Croatia, my second day. Now I'm becoming like a permanent panelist here. Kwanza tushukuru Mungu. Baadaye sasa ndo tuingia. DP, I hope you get me clear. Hii mambo ya DP. You know, sometimes yesterday niliwaambia it doesn't matter the number of people you attract into your rally. This number cannot translate into votes.
exactly, you might pay hundreds of thousands of people to attend your crowd, but it doesn't mean wako Kenya Kwanza. So a big tussle we see here in Central Kenya doesn't mean that now Karua ameleta wangapi DP alikuwa huko, I saw Nyeri Gachagua mambo yake.
Bwana Sanford, uko na shida ya internet yako iko low, hatupati kile unachosema. Tafadhali rekebisha kwanza, utarudi baadaye. Pole lakini your internet is not good, you are breaking after every one word, so we can't make sense.
You cannot hear me. Sorry. Wacha nikuonyeshe mahali kuna
network yako, utarudi baadaye. Thank you. Stony PK, karibu.
Thank you, asante sana ndugu Bernard. Naona Alex pale, bro wewe umepotea sana. Steven Charo, Wangila brother uko pale, Mama Selina nimekuona. Na mkua engineer na Roba, wote na wasalimu bana. Habari yenu, and it's good to be here and also to kind of share some of this very serious joy that we are supposed to be. We are celebrating, lakini let's not dance ourselves lame before the main dance. Hii tutulize kidogo, lakini tuende chini kwa chini, tuweke energy kabisa. Thank you very much, Bernard. Let me go quickly. What I think, na nitatumia lugha mbili kwa sababu nataka hata watu wa boda, hata nani waweze kushika haya mambo. God's time is here. Wakati wa Mungu kwa Kenya ametuonekania. Hivyo ndio watu wanasema. Bernard na timu yako kanisani najua mnasema hivyo. Tumeonekaniwa. Ukienda Mlima Kenya wanasema kumekujwa. Mungu amekuja Kenya, ameshuka Kenya. Raoka ndio hiyo. Anybody who is not seeing this, huyo ni mtu ni blind. And of course God alisema wana macho hawaoni, wana masikio hawasikii. Lakini kwa sasa we are supposed to say Kenya is getting redeemed, and we should all say amen. Why am I saying this? How on earth can somebody say that empowering a woman is the wrong thing to do in this age and time, when even during our ancestral time, culturally we know that pila ya nyumbani, ingawa tunasema mwanaume ni shingo, mwanaume ni kichwa. Je, kichwa kinashikiliwa na nini? Na shingo bana. In your home, in the absence of your mom or your wife, that home or house cannot stand. A woman is the pillar of a family. So anybody, especially in the capacity of the DP standing, kusema ati ule mtu wa kitandawili aliconfuse walipokuwa wanasema wataempower wa mama mboga, ameenda akachukua mwanamke mmoja. Kwanza Ruto should stand, Kenyans should come out with placards and tell him to respect Mother Karua, who is more qualified than him, senior in education, senior in law, yani senior citizen experience. Ruto is a child in front of Mother Karua. He cannot dare stand and demean her like that. Kenyans and all the women of Kenya should rebel against this very crude man calling himself DP. Huwezi kuongea hivyo when referring to Mother Karua. That's a senior lawyer. That's an intellectual. Hiyo udaktari ya Ruto, we don't know it. Hiyo maneno ya plant, hiyo yake, hiyo we don't know. We don't know about it, but we know about Mother Karua. That is one. So he should address Mother Karua with all the respect that she has or she deserves. Kama ana ya kusema mazuri ya Karua, afunge mdomo, aendelee kuenda akiongea mama mboga. Secondly, we want to know when he talks of empowering mama mboga ni nani? What is his theory? So Kenyans should see this as a confused man. You don't talk of empowering Mama Mboga. It's a woman. Then you contradict yourself to say that Azimio is confused to pick one woman. Yeah. Number 3, the whole world talks about women empowerment. So if you are against that, Kenyans, you should know, msije mkachagua mtu ambaye aheshimu akina mama. Na hii ina confirm rumors ambazo tunasikia kwamba hata huko kwake Rachel Abrith, she's beaten daily. Inaonekana is number 1 women batterer. Ya inakonfirmiwa from his attitude towards our candidate in Mother
PK. Story
Yes.
PK.
Yes.
Enda pole pole. Mind your language, please.
Haya, nitatulia kidogo. Haya basi, hiyo unaweza kusensa baadaye. Haya, the third point I want to talk about is
Ndio kwa sababu
wale
Rachel huwa anakaa na
mnasemaga
huzuni.
Luere. Mimi nafikiria mambo ya Kenya kuisha imekwisha. Ya, imekwisha, na nyimbo ingine tunaimba kwa kanisa tunasema akisema atakubariki hakuna anayeweza kuzuia. Kwa hivyo sisi na watu wa Azimio, we are blessed because God ameanza kublinden the evil. The evil imefungwa macho, the light, wale wanaongea ukweli wa Mungu, those who are talking, you can listen to Mother Karua talking to the public. You can hear the campaign ya Baba. You can hear the campaign ya Sabina Joy. Sabina Chege. You can hear the campaign of the entire team. It is talking to the minds of the public. Kwamba wewe ndio unakura hiyo yako. Wewe ndio utachagua, utaamua, lakini tusikize tu tukueleze sera yetu. Kwa nini tunadhani we are the best for you? And people wanasikiza. People are being sent there to heckle Mother. But within the first 5 minutes of Mother's speech, wananyamaza, wanaanza kumsikiza. They start even bringing in and accepting. Lastly, Kiambu, Mother's visit and Narok. This is unbelievable. And this is what we've been saying in this platform, that the more we move, the closer we move towards the days, wale watu ambao, and Kenyans are not fools. It's only some of the very useless politicians who think Kenyans ni blind. Ati unasimama unaona watu wamekaa pale, unaanza kuwadanganya ukiwaambia things that are not even realistic. The shock is coming, and the shock is coming such that itakuwa meetings will have people attending. That is for sure, because they are paying people. Everyone will want to go and make that kadhao. Hata mimi nikiwa pale naweza enda kuchukua hiyo thao niende nifanye whatever it is, because it's my money that has been stolen. But the day of reckoning is coming, and William Ruto will know what that is. Conclusively, mwenda wazimu, mwizi, mshukiwa, guilty, all these people, they are always in tantrum mood. Ukitaja mwizi anaruka, ukitaja mshukiwa anaruka, and they are the best in quotes, opening and closing commas. They are the best lawyers on earth. Mwizi anajua sheria ile mbaya mbovu, lakini anajua sheria na ako ndani. You are the best lawyer, but then you know sheria too much na imekufunga, uko behind the bars. The guilty are always guilty, akina Sonko, and by the end of the day, all these people, as Mother put it, wataenda behind the bars, because that's where they belong. It's only in our country where we are playing around with the law. Oh, na sheria. You have already been condemned by the law. Umeambiwa impeachment means what? You are judged. So until you prove otherwise, you are still behind the bar. In fact, ingekuwa ukiwa impeached, unatakiwa uwekwe behind the bar, they would be appealing from committee or Shimolatewa. Thank you very much, my dear friends, for giving me that time. We'll keep on coming some other time. Thank you.
Thank you, PK, for that one. We appreciate it. Let's keep it civil. People in the comments, please, let's respect one another. Encourage somebody to watch and participate into the show. We keep urging you, please, if you are able to get us, help somebody get us. We are doing very well. The number is rising. Please, let's work hard. Get to that 2,000 mark. We'll have done very well. Even before I sign out, I will sign out earlier today because I have other businesses tomorrow. You know, it's market day tomorrow. I must have 2 sermons for my congregants, and we are working out on how to be streaming the services here. So wale ambao ni washirika wetu wa internet, mkae tu hapa hapa, tutakuja. Alex, vipi? Alex,
Niaje
the
Bernard?
broadcast is allergic to silence.
Niaje Bernard?
Niko salama, uko transit?
Niko tu ya habari ya roba habari yako? So Bernard, unajua kila siku mimi husema hivi, mimi na learn vitu nyingi, but saa ingine hatuambiani ukweli. Ndio gazeti inasema tunashinda, lakini ground Ruto ako nayo Kisii. Sasa tufanye aje Bernard?
Ground gani hiyo unazungumzia?
Ground Ruto amechukua, nakwambia ukweli. Tumekataa kutoa pesa. The latest poll in a show we are doing bad and we need to do something.
Okay, by buying the voters.
Yes, it is tilting, it's showing everything is bad, and we are not acknowledging it. We are basically lying. We especially Nyamira. You know, Nyamira has been overtaken. But when you ask Azimio, even the leadership, they are not being honest. So the thing is, as we go forward, we need to know that the so-called swing counties, whether it was true or not, now I've come to know that Nyamira was truly a swing county. Yeah, there is no way we are going to win Nyamira unless we have a contingency plan, which is not there. The person who we thought was going to win is Timothy Bosire. And Timothy Bosire, after he lost the wife, I think he was a little bit affected. And he's not as strong as he was. So what we are saying is that the leadership in both ODM and I don't even think there's Jubilee in Nyamira anymore, because it basically shifted to UDA. So there is no competition at all in Nyamira at all. It is an easy ground for UDA and Ruto, because Ruto has done a lot of groundwork and Ruto knows where to go, because you like him or not, there are places he knows he can't go, like maybe Kisii County, because of its nature. You know, it has 9 counties, but it's easy for Nyamira because there's only 4 constituencies, and you know, literacy ratio pia iko chini. We have true hustlers in Nyamira, and they have really bought that message. So I think we need to work on that. Mtu asikudanganya that we are going to win in Nyamira as things are right now. Nyamira has gone, and we need to acknowledge that. And I said last time, unless Simbarati continues to go there, and things are also tilting for Simbarati. Before, he didn't have a competitor. The guy that is on the ground is too strong for him, and I think we need to acknowledge the guy has money, he has network, and he also very powerful. He was in provincial administration before. He has a human capacity development that supersedes Simbarati in terms of experience of working in public sector. He has built a capacity that Simbarati does not have. Simbarati is running on a populist move. And you know, populist move at any time can crumble. Anytime it can crumble, trust me. And you can see in some areas where you saw people who are very powerful, and we thought they could even win a nomination, but were not even able to win a nomination. So people like Roba needs to acknowledge, and we start doing something. But otherwise, just speaking here and Nyamira is totally gone, your next governor is Nyambati. He has no competitor so far.
Okay,
Alex, Nyamira has never been for Baba, so wacha tu iende. Talk about Kisii. Nyamira has never been for Baba, and you know that.
Magi out of order. I give permission to Wangira.
Asante Bernard. Alex is referring to a poll without telling us which poll he's referring to. Which is this poll that you are referring to?
Wangira, habari yako?
Niko brother, niko salama.
You know, we have many pools, and some of them you don't need to know them.
No, you know, if you are a writer like me, you know that if you are doing a paper, you will always have a footnote, or if you are writing a book, you'll have a reference. So you cannot come here and you want to refer to polls that you cannot name.
Yeah, you were talking about pools the other day. You couldn't even be able to substantiate.
What are you saying, Alex?
Okay, Alex seems to have internet issues. Alex, your internet is hanging. Okay, let's do that. We'll revisit that later. Okay, thank you. Let's bring in Roba. Roba, karibu.
Thank you, Bernard. It's a privilege to speak of the Alex. I mean, he just threw some meat on me or some bones. I don't know what to say. You know what? I come from Kisii County. This is what I can tell you. And what I know, I'm on the ground. I have people on the ground. I have family on the ground. People, and I'm connected. Ruto has zero chance to win in Kisii County. Zero. We want to win the governorship. We are winning the senator. The women is kind of just sick, but it's going to be as meal. About Nyamira, to tell the truth, I don't know much about it. Maybe that's something new, but it's not extreme like the way Alex is putting it. But that's fine. If they win there, that's fine. It's okay. That's how democracy is, and that's the way I just said. But let me just go my main points here. You know, I've been looking some tapes around what's happening around these campaigns.
Bernard. Bernard, can I say just 1 minute?
Yeah. Yes, Alex. What is it? Roba was making submission.
Yeah, Roba. I'm going to do what Selena does once in a while, just for a minute. Na unisamee.
Okay.
Yeah, asante sana. Acha msalimie urafiki yetu hapa ambaye anataka kuwasalimia pia leo. And then Roba nigombanisha. Acha kwa sababu Selena gets away with it, but today I will get away with it too.
Hello, wonderful people.
Hello to you. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm Mr. Kibagendi Anthony. I'm an aspirant for the Kitutu Chache South parliamentary seat on an ODM ticket. I've been listening to the debate and I appreciate that people are learning here. My brother Alex is a little too hard on Azimio. We are not doing badly in Kisii County. neither are we doing too bad in Nyamira County, but of course we need to do a lot of work in Nyamira County. And while in Kisii County, we need to build a bit of cohesiveness in our team, especially building momentum around Simba Arati, Richard Onyonka, and of course the women rep we are working with there right now is Donya Toto, who is also in Azimio through the Wiper Party. And I believe Azimio is going to sweep a bulk of the seats in Kisii County. And of course, the county seats, the MP seats are a little tricky. We may not be able to get, as ODM, we may not be able to get more than 4 or 5, which is equally, we'll be doing better than we did in 2017. And then on the issue of MCAs, we have a few very strong MCAs in ODM and Azimio, although within the Kenya Kwanza fraternity, we'll also be able to get a few MCAs. On the issue of strategy in terms of trying to win back Nyamira, we may not be able to export Arati to be able to win it back, because Arati equally has a strong opponent in Kisii County in the UDA candidate, that's Machogu. And of course, Obure is also eating into Arati's support in Bobasi. And that is why Arati will need to concentrate in Kisii County. But I would like to urge the members of Azimio who are in the diaspora to be a little more aggressive in talking to your dependents and your friends and your relatives back home to turn up in large numbers and support Honorable Raila Odinga and the Azimio fraternity, because you have a lot of influence. You may not probably be voting there, but you have a lot of influence back home. It makes a lot of difference. And number 2, I am running in Kitutu Chache South. I have a friend who is running in Bonchari called Jonah, who lives here in Minnesota. He has not received the kind of support I would like to see the diaspora push him, because it stands a very good chance. If we put ourselves together, the diaspora, if he can have 50 to 100 people giving him $10 per week, he will be able to be competitive like the candidates he's running against. And that is a challenge to the diaspora. If you have candidates that you're supporting back home, if you're in a position to push them with a $10, 20 or 50 or 100, please go ahead and support them. And even for me, I was invited here by my friends, Alex here and a few others that I went to school with, and those who are my neighbors from home. Today we are having a forum where they'll be supporting me later today. And I'm urging all those who are within Minnesota to turn up and support. Thank you for this opportunity, and looking forward to further engagements when I'm invited. Thank you.
Okay, asante. Alex, thank you for bringing us Mheshimiwa.
Amenidismiss, wacha tu niachie hapo. Ameniambia we are not as bad as we are, but then another time I will come with that point, because that's what I believe. But I think because he's around me, wacha tu niachie hapo.
Hey, Alex, Mheshimiwa, I saw him doing the interview radio in Kisii there, like 3 guys on the studio. I was so impressed. That's the time I came to know him. And I guess he also talked about a candidate. If you remember, Bernard, when you were live with Mother Karua in DC and Raila when they came in. So the guy from, I think, Bonchari was given a direct ticket, and I think that's the candidate he's talking about. So we are aware of what's going on, except it's up to these candidates to find that some of us, so we can't just inject ourselves to some campaigns. Alex, some of us have information with Bernard. If we are told we can chip in, we can just chip in. We want to help. We want to build democracy now where we come from, not necessarily only in Kisii, other parts of Western Kenya, Central. I support candidates even from Northeastern. Some of us, we are all over the place. As long as your ideology lies with what we believe in, Not like what I saw today, Bernard, on the video tape, where I think if you have time of the running mate of Mr. Ruto, I mean, I can't believe him. He just stood there on the video and say that Uhuru Kenyatta took some things from Central Kenya and he gave it to wrong people in Nyanza. That's somebody who's supposed to be a deputy president of Kenya. That man, he should not be given a chance to do so. He's a tribal maker. He's just a tribalist. That man does not believe that. You know what? The good news is he's not going to be allowed to campaign outside Mount Kenya unless he goes to Rift Valley. But if he comes to Kisii or Nyanza, the way whatever that creep which I saw there in Western Kenya, it should be stopped. He doesn't have the qualification. When you say the other part of a country, it does not belong. Just, you know what? When did Mount Kenya become Kenya? Mount Kenya, people who stay there are Kenyans like us. And I expect resources, when they are being distributed, it should be equal. But if somebody who's a running mate of Mr. Ruto, he comes and tells us that something was taken away from one community and given the other ones, and is going to turn it back. So hey, anataka hii mambo ya stima aenda angwe stima, miti ya stima kutoka Nyanza arudishe Central Province. It's there on the clip. I can't take it. That man should not be around. So one thing, Papa was in Kilgoris, and I watched the thing live, even though it was where I was, it was too hurry. I'm impressed. I'm impressed with what I'm seeing. Then that's when I came to realize they had people from neighboring Kisii County. So Mheshimiwa ametuambia the rate from Kenya. She was also there. She accompanied Baba today in Kilgoris. Mr. Onyonka was there, and the Dagoret MP, who's going to be the senator, I mean the governor of Kisii, was also there in Kilgoris with Papa. Kisii, we are doing good. And Mama, Max, don't worry about Nyamira. Nyamira is okay. I know last time it's not the same thing. We want to win it. We want to win Nyamira for Papa. And remember also there's Kuria. So Nyamira, Kuria, even though Kuria is under Migori, and Kisii, those are the places where last time Raila did very poorly. But this time he's going to do very, 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 very well. And you know what? Last but not least, I came here and I told you guys, like when Karon said, I told you by the end, before the end of next week, Karon is coming back. Prepare for Karon's coming back. It's done. It's coming back. It's a done deal. So we want to move with our full package, and I don't see how Ruto wins this election. Thank you. I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Asante Roba, we appreciate it. Thank you, all of you that are participating. Please, let's keep the campaign on. Invite somebody to watch with you as we bring Maggie. Maggie, vipi leo?
Salama Bwana Bernard.
Karibu.
Asante sana. Sasa hata mimi sina neno mengi, lakini bado nafurahi tu. Ni Alex ndiye nichangamsha kidogo, lakini nitasema hivi kwa Alex. Kila mtu sasa wanataka tu. Wakamba unaona they feel even like hitting Kalonzo because wanataka kuwa kwa serikali. Wave inapeleka Azimio kwa serikali. Na mwingine anakuja hapa ati Nyamira we are losing. Nyamira we are losing, kwani hao watu wa Nyamira they don't want to be in government? Iko mtu ambaye hataki kuwa kwa government at this time really. Because ile Kenya kwisha imekwisha kweli. Even the way they are campaigning proves to you that these people wamekwisha. They don't have agenda. They even don't have what they can say, what they can stand up and say. Si yule mtu kitendawili, yule mtu kubomoa. Is that something you can be standing up as an adult to be telling people instead of telling us what good we can get from you? Hii mambo ya dada Martha kuingia kwa hii race imeshtua everybody in Kenya. hata hao wenye wenye wamesimama wanasimama kuwa president wengi sana, kila mtu they are panicked, they don't know what is going to be next, and everybody, hata wenye walikuwa hapo kwa Kenya Kenya kwisha, they are just feeling like I think the next step should be Azimio. Azimio ndio government. Actually, from that point, Baba alipatia Martha Karua hii kazi yake ya kuwa deputy wake. Azimio ameshaanza kuwa the government already, because hata hizo jobs zimepeanwa, zimeanza kazi already, the way I feel it and the way I see it and the way I hear even people talk about it. Mtembei always bring even the bunge la watu wengine hapo ambayo are talking very nicely about what is going to happen, and I like it. So whoever wants to lag us behind, I think we should not even give such like people ears to listen to them. But still, I like whatever I'm seeing happening. I saw Baba in those areas ya wa Masai, and it was so lively. Everybody are just like, this thing has come to us at the right time, and they're pleading with Baba what Baba should do for them. With Martha Karua, they were so beautiful, and Nyeri is still ours. Whoever was thinking that maybe it will be like this, or it is going to be like this in Mount Kenya, we are climbing Mount Kenya. And Mount Kenya, actually, they have known. They were lost. They were just like, there is a song which always goes like, Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound. I was lost, but now I am found. I am found. So they found out that they were lost, but now they can see. So we can see Kenya is taking a different dimension, because everybody, hata mtoto mdogo amechoka na hii mambo ya corruption in Kenya. Mtoto anazaliwa tu hivi na ana grow akijua corruption iko Kenya. Ana grow akijua corruption, because utapata mtoto wa 4 years. Ukimuuliza something, utasikia, utaona anakuambia lakini hapa Kenya tu imeharibiwa na nini, na corruption. So hiyo corruption ndio tunataka imalizike, as none other than those who can finish this corruption for us is none other than Raila Odinga and Martha Karua. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Maggie. Thank you. Let us keep in the fight. Ensure Wakenya wanapata habari ambayo wanapaswa kupata, ili waelewe kile kinachoendelea na kusikue na yote ambayo anasalia nyuma. We are still sharing the link for those of you who want to come to the studio and share. I think there is an opportunity for 1 or 2 people to come in and air on what's happening. Let's watch these 2 videos quickly before we bring in God 3. That is Moses Kuria's Katundu. Is it Katundu South? Sorry, Godfrey, you can come in.
Okay, hi guys. I think I just want to comment on the issue Alex has talked about right now about Nyamira. He said that we are not doing good in Nyamira. I think I can agree with him, but most of us here hatupendi kusikia vitu kama hizo, because tukisikia tunaona ni kama inatusumbua. You see, in ODM, some places kwa kuna mess. Look at a place like Inyali. Inyali also we gave an
Okay, Oman kama amekatikiwa. Rafael, chukulia hapo.
Bernard, asante. Nashukuru kwa kuingia leo na kuweza kuongea kidogo. Hamjamboni nyote?
Hatujambo, jambo, karibu.
Asante sana. Nataka kuongea jambo moja kuhusu vile Alex ameongea. Nafikiri si vibaya kusikia maneno kama hayo, kwa sababu mkimbiaji mzuri huwa anajaribu kusoma wengine wanaenda namna gani, na yeye anajaribu kuchukua mazoezi ili awe mzuri zaidi. Kwa hivyo tukisikia maneno kama hayo ni kana kwamba pia tunajaribu kuangalia, je, tutaenda namna gani? Kama haya ni kweli, tutapanga mikakati gani ya kuweza kushinda? Kwa hivyo mimi nimelichukulia kana kwamba ni jambo zuri ambalo linaweza kutuchangamsha, kama vile yule mjumbe aliongea na kusema ni vizuri tusaidie wengine ambao ni kama wako wanyonge kidogo. Kwa hivyo tusimpige sana nyundo au tukarusha mawe sana kwa Alex. Hata naporudi tena, tushukuru kwamba ujumbe kama huo uko, na sisi ni tujaribu tu kuchukua hatua zaidi, tutasaidia namna gani. Jambo lingine ni kwamba nimeona mikutano ya baba na pia ya mama leo, na ilikuwa mikutano mizuri sana. Nituombe tu kwamba hali ya hewa itaendelea kuwa nzuri katika pande zote ambazo baba na mama wataenda kukampeni. Na kuhusu makamu wa rais, leo ameongea vitu ambavyo nimeshangaa, akiwa yeye ni msomi, anajaribu kukashifu wakina mama. Nafikiri wale ambao wako karibu naye wajirudi kidogo na wajaribu kumweleza, kwa sababu naona mimi kila wakati anapofungua kinywa chake anapoteza kura, na akiwa anapoteza ni vizuri, kwa sababu tunafaidika sisi watu ambao tuko upande mwingine. Lakini ajaribu kuheshimu wakina mama, walituzaa, waliteseka miezi 9. Hata kama tumekuwa wanaume, hatungekuwa hivi kama si wao. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to Douglas.
Thank you, Bernard. I want to quickly respond to the issue that was raised by Alex in Nyamira. As much as he may have some truth about what he's saying, what is happening in Nyamira is what has happened in the earlier elections. I've voted in Nyamira like 2-3 times, and I know the voting patterns. What happens towards the run-up to elections, there is a hype, and always the Kisii people love money more than any other community in this country when it comes to elections. Kisis will never vote for ideas. They'll vote for the person who gives them the highest amount of money. That is true. And anybody who wants to dispute will come and tell me. But again, what happened in 2017 was the same thing that is happening now. During the run-up to the elections in 2017, ODM was hyped to win in Nyamira. But something happened some few weeks to the elections, and that is how Jubilee got on top. And I'm not surprised that the same thing that was done in 2017, the same thing that happened, is the same thing that is going to happen. Though the margin may not be big, it may be 50 against 40, that is true. But again, you want to look at Nyamira demographics. There are so many people living along the border of the Kalenjins and the Kisis, and there is a larger population that is living there, and those people tend to vote. They will tend to vote towards the other side. That is assured. But again, on the governorship, I do not want to place my bet on Nyambati winning. That will be far-fetched, because there is the issue of clanism in Nyamira. Also, in the entire Kisii, clanism plays a very big role in the voting patterns, and the way the clans of Nyamira are distributed, they do not favor Nyambati at all. It's going to be a hard fight. But again, as Alex said, Azimio needs to do a lot of work in Nyamira, because we do not have the vocal people in Nyamira, really. They are not there. Timothy Bosire was to be the one, but he seems not to be so vocal. So apart from money, again, those people who are vocal will carry the day, but the margin won't be so big. But it's not as bad as Alex is putting it. I come from Nyamira, and I've been there recently, and I know he's scaring us so much. It's not as such bad as it is. But what happened in 2017 will be a replica of what is going to happen in 2022 elections. Thank you. Okay, maybe Bernard, before I leave, when we started this show, there is something I said about the Kisii voting pattern. There is a constant factor that has always been in all the elections. That constant factor has always been the mountain and the lake, which is not the current position in 2022. And it may change a lot of things, change a lot of votes towards the Azimio side this time around. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Douglas. Let's get in this new guys. Billy, namna gani? Unmute the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Okay. How are you hearing? Hi, Bernard.
Hi, Sema.
Hi, how are you?
We are great. We are
Niko
great.
sawa
Karibu.
hap. I'm great. Thank you. Thank you.
Mm.
I've listened to various speakers that have just spoken. I'm so grateful that first and foremost, before even I comment on what other speakers have said, are people on the cause of contributing towards the initiative that we raised some days ago in regards to how do we help our station to at least raise some funds so that we, as we enjoy today being live, we continue being live every day. Is that initiative still on, Bernard? I know you're gonna give us the answer. Then we are coming back to the discussion. Those people who are in my side, I don't want to say my side or at the other side. I know when I speak, maybe from the conversation we've had, the contribution I've had. For those who know the side I'm so grateful that we are doing well. I think we should start celebrating soon. I don't have much, but still I'm listening. Maybe you'll give me the time after, because I've just gotten in just right away. Thank you,
Okay,
Bernard.
thank you, Billy. Thank you, Billy. About your question on the initiative of supporting the channel, that one is continuous.
Yes.
Is continuous. Jana alikuwa anachukua sadaka. But if you want to make a direct contribution towards Mtembei TV, the details are on the profile of YouTube. Huh? You will get
So
either the till number. Sorry?
It is good to share with us here so that everyone can see. You know, sometimes when we get to work, others, we don't even get time to get to the channel again. So it is good, even if you share, it is good. We can see, and for those willing to contribute, we contribute. We want our channel to be the best channel that each and some people can admire.
So that's a good one. We thank you for the encouragement, and I'll be sharing the details as the program continues. But those of you who are following us on YouTube, you can get those details on the profile as well as on our Facebook page, the direct lines. But
Okay.
I'll copy them and share them in the comment section for those of you who can't search and find. But all the same, we appreciate everybody's effort to see to it that we keep coming on air. We are building up and we are proceeding very well. I'm happy that Elder Kasuti is here. Huyu ndio mzee wetu huyu na Jakindu Bay na Alex. Hao ndio walipewa hiyo kazi ya kuhakikisha kwamba hela inaendelea kuja, isipokuwa wanataka tena mimi naingilia. Hiyo si masuala yangu mimi kuingilia. Mimi napaswa tu kuwa naangalia simu, hela imeingia. Lakini wazee ambao tulichagua kwa hii channel walienda wakanyamaza.
Kasuti should tell us how far is he.
Atajitetea mwenyewe.
Kasuti should tell us how far are you.
We don't wait for an official announcement, although we'll do that when that comes, because we need to get our gadgets very strong as we get to elections, because we'll be now going on air continuously non-stop, and we need to have like several machines running to be able to sustain that. We are working out. There is somebody we are discussing with who wants to install for us solar batteries that will be able to give us power even when power goes off. We are in intensive communication. Tutakuwa tunawaambia imefika wapi. He wants us to sign the contract. He comes and installs those batteries. Na anasema zinaweza kaa 10 to 20 hours after power is gone. That is better than generator because there will be no noise, no fueling. It's just when power is on, they recharge, and when power is off, we use it. So we'll let you know. Thank you very much. Kasuti.
Yes, Papa. I'm here. It has been a while. Sasa
Hata kama mama mboga na mtu wa mkokoteni walichukuliwa, si
sasa wewe bwana, sasa
by the way,
kujua
kuna video tulicheza hapa tukakosa interpreter. Sasa vile umefika, wacha niitafute.
Tafuta ulete. Sasa nimefika hapa, tutaichambua vizuri, alafu tujue namna gani. So hata mimi nashangaa because this family, it means that Mtembei TV is growing big and bigger every day because tuko huko nje tu tunafuatilia, alafu nyumba imejaa kutoka saa 3 mpaka saa 12 asubuhi. So and we are not able to get in, lakini mnatuona tuko nyuma tukipiga kelele. Wale wanaongea ujinga tunawaambia huko nyuma. Wale wanaongea vizuri tunawasupport pia. So let us keep that spirit, as long as tukinyamaza sana tutaanza kupikana na si vizuri. So as for me, I remember since my prophecy was fulfilled, I get relieved because I was so anxious. I was praying that day. I was praying that I want to see my prophecies being fulfilled because everybody was going my direction. Then it was fulfilled. Now you should allow the elder to rest a little bit, so to have another vision and come to prophesy again, because you prophesy what you receive from the source, but you cannot come from nowhere and prophesy nothing. And when it's not being fulfilled, you start now calling people names. Yeah, oh, liar, speak word. No. So whatever these people are experiencing that is the power of the strength of a woman. The strength of a woman. You see, these people, wanaume wawili, hakuna hata mtu mwenye anaweza simamisha mama, amsimamishe in terms of kuongea in public. Wanaume wawili wameshikana na bado wanatolewa chasho chembamba kwa meno, hawapumui. Wameshikwa hivi, hawapumui kabisa. If you are following yani you can imagine, unaweza jiuliza swali, yani pasipo assistant Jesus, hao watu hakuna mtu anaweza hold rally, hakuna mtu anaweza ita mkutano, hata kuku kama binadamu hawatatokea, kuku sitokee. You know, if at all you don't have a commanding voice, if you cannot command even chickens to come closer to you, you cannot call yourself your leader. A leader is somebody who has a voice. Akiambia mbuzi inakula mahindi, we wacha, mbuzi inanyamaza. Akiambia ng'ombe kama zile za kwetu zenye ziko na majina, nyayo, nyati, nyundo, akiambia nyundo wacha kwenda huko, inawacha kwenda. Inatii, inaobey. So these people, there are some people who doesn't have that capability. They cannot even command a chicken. So you wonder if they can be able to command even people to come close to them. So let them face the wrath of a woman. And there is something that has drawn my attention. Na niliwaambia, sasa wacha niwapatie ingine. Vile nimekuwa huko nje, kuna kitu nimekuwa nikiobserve. You will not see Uhuru Kenyatta campaigning for Raila. That one, take it to the bank, the nearest bank. You will not see it. Because wamekuwa hapa, walikuwa wametuteka na kamuteko kadogo tukaruka. Oh, wacha kutesa Kalonzo. Oh, tafadhali chukueni Kalonzo. Oh, so that we make that kind of a mistake alafu wakuwe na kitu cha kusema. Na nikawaambia baba akiwa ameketi chini ya ofisi yake pale hapa hii, anaona mbali kuliko Ruto akiwa amepanda juu ya Times Tower. So alikuwa amewaonea kwa macho, kwa umbali. So even in this one, kuna mtu alisema you can engage in battles with a woman and she likely upoteze hiyo vita, but you can engage in a battlefield with a man and likely you can lose. So hawa wanaume wawili mama amewasimamisha damu, kwa sababu kila ile wale wanasomanga wasomi wa Biblia nasema ya kwamba na kila mbegu ambayo baba yangu wa mbinguni hakupanda, hiyo nitang'oa. Na that is what mother is doing now in Mount Kenya. Is uprooting each and every seed that was planted with these people, because it is mbegu mbaya, mbegu ya matatizo, mbegu ya chuki. By the way, do you hear what Gachagua says? A true deputy president. Sasa mimi na imagine Gachagua anasema ya kwamba ati walikuwa wametengewa bilioni sijui ngapi Mlima Kenya. Sasa wewe imagine, huyu ndio sasa unataka akuwe deputy president wako. Ati walikuwa wametengewa pesa, alafu hiyo pesa kitandawili akakuja, Uhuru Kenyatta akachukua hizo pesa akapeleka Nyanza, which means hawa watu, and then huyu ni mtu ambaye unasema anataka add value for presidential candidates ticket. So imagine kuna watu wenye wako Nyanza wenye wanasema ya kwamba wao wanasupport yellow fever, alafu unasikia deputy president wako anasema ya kwamba Uhuru alifanya makosa sana kupeleka some projects to be launched, to be opened in Nyanza. How will you feel? Will you withstand that one, or automatically you will just pull off, withdraw his support from it? Because hawa ni watu ambao wako na chuki. Inamaanisha in fact tena na hii story ya demand 50% of the share of the government must go to Mount Kenya. This is a new twist whereby 30% wameahidi watu wa papa mboka, mama mboka na boda boda. Now Gachagua anakuja anataka 50%. Serikali itakuwa imebaki na ngapi? 20%. I think itakuwa imebaki na 20%. Hii 20% unataka kuniambia Rift Valley iko na nini? The rest of the country itakuwa na nini? So these unbelievable things, yani hesabu ambayo haiingiani, alafu wanakuja hapo kutuambia vile wako wazuri, vile wako na agenda. So tunauliza, agenda ni ya kukawa serikali huku kwa makari juu, alafu baadaye muna exclude some other parts of the country. Let me tell them peupe, Uhuru Kenyatta hataonekana kwa campaign, so mtafute kitu ingine ya kusema. The dark of project imekufa hivyo. So ile kazi Uhuru angefanya, mother is doing very well. She's doing very well and she's going to deliver what Uhuru could not even deliver to Azimio. Mother, she's going to deliver it. Let them swallow pills, because the pain will be, itakuwa inainuka kila saa, watakuwa wanapata nare kila saa, lakini we are here, we are waiting for them. We are waiting for them to encounter whatever they say. So hiyo lazima wakuwe confused, ndugu yangu. Hakuna vile watakaa na amani, kwa sababu mama, the strength that mama has, ina cause panic everywhere. Na unaweza kama unafuatilia mikutano zake these 5 days, mama amekuwa na uwezo wa kutraverse Mount Kenya, anaenda paka ana hold mikutano kama ngapi, 40 40 stopovers in a day. 40 stopovers in a day. Na unamaliza mahali kama masaa mawili, matatu, manne. Anaenda to an extent mpaka saa 2, saa 3, saa 4. Wao walikuwa wanafikiria watu ndio wanaweza kampeni mpaka usiku. But now mama amewaonyesha licha ya kwamba ni mama, but she can do better than you men. Thank you, Bernard. Back to you. I think let me leave it from there.
Okay, thank you very much. Interpretation. Tunaletewa interpretation, tunataka utupatie interpretation hapa. Ndugu yako
Bernard, please.
Hold on. There is a video we'll play fast before we go to the next person. Let me find it one moment. Okay. It was here. Inaogopa huyu mzee. Okay, it's okay. You can go. Let me find it.
Bernard, there's somebody who spoke there. I think before Kasut. Kasut, I agree with what you just said. Everything. So even me, that's my sources. But there's somebody who spoke there and said that people from Kisii and Nyamira, we take bribes, and that's when we take bribes, we fought. You should withdraw that marks. That's not good. That's not true. We don't take bribes so that we can vote people. And the way we said it, should withdraw that remarks. I would not accept it even zero. Because I don't make us to look at very bad people. That's not that true. Unless you saw me proof where people from Kisii, Nyamira, we take bribes, and that's how we fought with bribes. We fought according to the candidate. And whoever who did it, I can't remember who was what, he should withdraw that one there. That one is making some of us be very, very mad about it. We don't take bribes. Our people don't take bribes.
That was Douglas, and he said, based on the performance of Jubilee in Nyamira, the last two elections, 2013 and 2017, according to him, and I don't think he's a stranger. He comes from where? He's a Kisii, although he lives in Kakamega. But I know him to be a studious person. So I don't know, and I wouldn't want that to be a debate. So when he comes, we'll hold him to his word. But I wouldn't also advocate for any bribes anywhere for any people to vote. We are in our historical elections, and these historical elections, we must make our vote count. Don't let anybody mislead you to vote in wrong people, because you will have 5 years to suffer under that wrong leadership. Make use of the power of the vote by voting out wrong people and bringing in right people. That is something we will always remind you, even as we continue with the broadcast, so that mtu akiamua kuleta mwizi akubali kuibiwa. Ukileta mzembe, kubali kufanya kazi double, kwa sababu mzembe hata kusaidia kufanya kazi. Ukileta mkora, basi kubali kutapeliwa, kwa sababu yeye hana nia yoyote ya kukusaidia wala kusaidia nchi. Kwa hivyo kila Mkenya apevuke na angalie hii maneno kwa kina. Nataka hii video ikuje ndio nani tumlete huyu nani. Jared tu amekuwa hapa sana. Ndio turudi kwa Mogoi. The video was yes. This is for Kasuti.
%70 yenye deputy president amesema sisi kama Waluya tunaenda kutafuta. Asante. Wasi ko mdabati. Mwenye sene ndeta abu nenawe sana. Omanye wewe ese kuicha mu UDA nechera mu Kongo kwa. So ambolole kama kwa 70% cannot kalabawo tawes. Kali samwene kuwenja chikura cha sekhinani. ewe wanyo chikura cha 1300 maraba liwemile president Kenya mufu so wanyo la 70% in hokucha hwami wai Mudavadi mokachi moniwas mokawas anyenje se linda itas nono hulami wai ikhalane huelesele wewe
Huyu mzee anasema hivi, anasema anathibitisha what we have been saying here, na kwamba tuliuza Mudavadi na tukapeana sosa, tukapeana bonus, buy one get one free. So anasema mimi nilikuja kwako through your back, wewe ndio ulinibeba kwa mkongo yako, niliingia UDA through mkongo yako, na wewe huku niambia hii story ya 70% itakuwepo. Ungeniambia mapema ningejua. Sasa nauliza, kama kura zangu mimi mwenyewe zinazisumbua kutafuta, hii 70% tutatoa wapi? Wewe fungua macho bwana, fungua macho na uone mbele. So hiyo 70%, wacha 70%, even 2%, wote even 2% they cannot get it. So let the wacha wakule tu pesa yao polepole ile walipewa, na wakubali kuingia in political oblivion, because nobody will take them out from there again. Wasahau kabisa 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 kabisa. Na huyo mwingine tutatuma shemeji yetu ampatie black eye ili apotee kwa siasa kidogo.
Wewe achia hapo. Thank you, thank you. Billy iko nini? You're on mute. Unmute kwanza.
Okay. Kuna mahali Kasuti ameacha. Amesema vizuri ati akiingia UDA aliingilia kwa mgongo wake. Na hakumwambia kuhusu hii mambo ya 70%. Sasa hii 70% itapatikana aje? Iwapo yeye alisimama upresident akatoka na kura 100,000. Sasa hii 70% yeye hakumwambia ati itakuwa hivyo. So anaomba tu afungue macho, angalie hiyo maneno kabisa kabisa, afungue macho. So ulikuwa umeacha hiyo sehemu ya yeye akisimama upresident alipata kura 300 Kasuti. So enda interpretation step by step.
Thank you, Billy. Thank you. We appreciate it. And Karis official responding to Robana sema
efwe basa nifwe kukambolo kwa mabasi kalawasi waulile no kama ho manya
no wacha sana wachi hapo. Let's do this. I was Karis official on the comment section. They say, Bernard, don't forget that even our learned friend Alex has confirmed that. So they really matter on the ground, whether you like it or not. People vote based on bribery. We can't rule that out. And when we have a desperate candidate who wants to win by all means, you will not stop at bribing people. I remember the by-election here. Is it called Embakasi what? The one that went to Wiper. The one for Sumra. Is it Embakasi South? Where Sumra was a member of parliament here in Nairobi. That Sumra was to carry that thing. But people walked at night, door to door, in those slums and distributed money. And by morning, the tide had changed. So we can't rule out bribery from the Kenyan politics, not advocating for it or supporting it, but it's a factor that cannot be ignored until it is fully addressed and people are principled to do the right thing, regardless of the person who wants to twist them. So let's not be naive to say that watu watakula pesa and then they will vote otherwise. Like in that Embakasi place, when it became very, very obvious that Sumra may carry the day, they had two options. They give you 2,000, you give them the ID utachukua after the voting is finished, or you take 1,000 and you will vote for them. So many things come into play when we have desperate contenders in an election. Let us not be naive to think otherwise. Now, I had said for Jared 2, but kuna mtu nimeruka. Jared 2, just hold it on your horses. Julius, nilikuwa nimemsahau huko juu. Julius, dakika zako
Yes,
mbili nusu zinaanza saa hii.
yes. Bernard, habari asubuhi wale wako Nairobi. Mimi nafurahi baba alikuwa nyumbani kabisa. Kama ningekuwa ningempeleka nyumbani nimchinjie mbuzi. Liona Kilgoris ilikuwa imeshika moto. Kilgorian sasa ndio nyumbani kabisa. I was very happy to see baba there. So Kenya nataka kuzungumzia kidogo. Watu wa Kenya kisha sijini they are in panic. Ukisikia mwanaume anaanza kusema ati sijui kuempower wanawake ni makosa. You know, it's good, but it's good for us because wakisema hivyo najua sisi we are gaining while they are losing because of their tongue. Wakisema they should not, it's wrong to empower women, that's good for us. Azimio watavuna hapo. And I don't know how can someone say that empowering women is wrong. Na mwenye kuna bibi kwa nyumba. Kwani anafikiria how I mean, Kasuti, by the way, Kasuti ulikuwa umeenda wapi bwana? Kasuti.
Baba nakuanga mimi napata taabu kuingia hapa kwa hii nyumba. When the topic is hot, my friend, the house is full kutoka saa 2 mpaka saa 12. So unashindwa upige watu watoke ndio uingie, ama unabaki tu unakuwa msikilizaji mzuri na unafuatilia show. Show kutoka mama achakuliwe. Sasa hata hapa kumepadilika. Nyumba inajaa 24/7. For 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours imejaa, and that is good. Lakini niko sijaenda mahali.
Sawa kama uko poa basi. Sasa nilikuwa naongea kuhusu women empowering. Hawa jamaa anasema ati ni makosa. It's unajua wakati nyani anapokufa kila mti unateleza. Anajaribu kushika hii kupanda hiyo ingine inateleza. Sasa hizo ni kuteleza tu, because those are very dangerous words. A politician who's looking for to be a president and a deputy president who want to win election, those words are like ni kama umejijikia kisu ukaweka kwa shingo, because you know now this election is so different, and the women feel, if the UDA doesn't understand, now the women know the stake they have in these elections, and the way you take them is the way they will go against you. Because UDA, the way they are taking the women, they don't understand. I don't know. They feel like now women are still the old women that you can just force them to vote for you. Vile unataka. They don't understand. Things have changed. But again, let us be happy. Roba, tufurahi kwa sababu wakifanya hiyo makosa unajua sisi tuna gain. That's the truth. Because now for us, we are ready to work together with women hand by hand. Sasa hawa wakisema hivyo wacha wapoteze hizo kura. Because this is a different election. Ni election ya 2022. Sio kama election. Ni kama ya 202. hakuna aina tofauti na ile tulifanya tu. So I'm very mimi already niko celebratory mood. Bernard bado niko celebratory mood. Mimi sirudi nyuma vile nilipanga na nilimaliza. Nataka tupange wote. Suti ya huku kusikia jana na siku nyingine. Roba.
By the way, Julius, unajua huko mahali huko Transmaris 1 hour tu kuingia kwetu bwana. 1 hour kuingia kwetu.
Najua ni jirani hapa. Hata wale si uliona hata nani alikuwa anaitwa Simba Arati alikuwa kwa hiyo mkutano because it's near.
Yes. No, Nyonka
alikuwa. It's near, we are neighbors. I mean, Kilgoris was lit. Kwanza Lolgoria hasa ndio ndani kabisa. It was wonderful. Watu, you know, tunai anatafuta senator. Lakini akona shida. Hata UDA wenyewe hawamtaki. Wacha sasa sisi UDA. Huko Kenta naenda governor na Olekina achukue senate. Hiyo story sisi tulimaliza. We are not going back. We are not doing anything again. We have already finished that calculation. Anyway, let us just continue vile nilisema jana, tupige masimu to advise watu wetu. Hatutaki kura hata moja ibaki this time. Tuendelee ku preach watu wapigie baba kura, watu wa Azimio tu, because that is the only thing that our responsibility now. Anyway, for now, wacha niachie hapo. Bernard aliniambia 2 minutes.
Okay, asante bwana Julius. Charo, uko na swali? Ulishaongea? Unmute kwanza.
Niko na swali nataka kumuuliza wewe Roba, ama ni kitu ambayo wewe Mr. Roba hapo, ambapo ni kitu ambayo pia nimeona sisi watu wa Azimio tunasahau. Mr. Roba ameongea hapo kuhusu Nyamira kuwa kule hakuna corruption, na nimwambie Mr. Roba, corruption iko kila mahali, na hiyo ndio ambayo sisi watu wa Azimio tunatakikana tuchunge sana. Manake pale hakuna sheria ya mtu yoyote akikorapti mwingine, hata akionekana hakuna kitu kinaweza fanyika. Sasa watu they don't care. Nikikwambia hivyo, mimi mwenyewe binafsi nilikuwa nyumbani juzi, na hao watu walikuwa wanazunguka hapo kwa mtaa ninaoishi, wakiita wa mama wakiwapatia kitu kidogo. Unasikia? So waliponiona mimi, kwa sababu hawanijui mimi siishi huko, waliponiona kama mgeni, ile kitu kidogo ilifichwa. Unaona? Nikafuata rafiki yangu mmoja ambaye anataka UMCA au chama cha Wiper. Hata sasa hiyo rafiki yangu hana cha kuongea, na nikamuelezea story, akaniambia hapa Kenya corruption hata tutafanya nini. Kwa hivyo ukiniambia kuwa Nyamira hakuna corruption, hiyo tutakuwa sasa kidogo ambayo tunataka kuficha mambo ambayo iko, na tukificha moto tutasemwa na moshi. Kwa hivyo sisi watu wa Raila tuhakikishe kuwa tunasimamisha watu ambao hawataki kabisa mambo ya corruption, lakini corruption iko kila mahali hapa duniani. Kwa hivyo Roba, pole, lakini mimi nakwambia tusikubali 100% kama Nyamira kuna corruption. Maana master wa corruption kwanza hata wako huko upande huo sijui Kenya mwizi, sijui inaitwa ni Kenya hiyo, Kenya kwanza hiyo. Hao ndio wa master na wanajua kutackle any kind of corruption. Na hiyo kitu imeendelea pale Afrika ama pale Kenya for the whole of voting time. Tunaenda pale, mtu anataka kuvote na nia nzuri, lakini jana alilala na njaa. Halafu leo amepawa 1,000. Who do you think will vote? Who do you think will vote? Ataenda pale kwa yule mtu alimpatia 100, akifikiria ile 100 itakuja every time huyu jamaa akishinda. Lakini atakaposhinda ndio wanaenda wanaharibu, wanafinika kila kitu. Manake mimi nilifanya political advisor wa mbunge fulani pale nyumbani, sitamtaja, na kitu niliona ilikuwa ni mambo ya corruption. Na corruption tusiwekee mgongo, tuifikirie sana na tujaribu kuichunga na kuichunguza zaidi. Tukimalizana na hiyo tu tutapata wale watu kamili. Lakini tusipomaliza corruption tukaanza kusema mimi Nyamira ama mimi Mombasa hakuna watu wa corruption, tutakuwa hapo tunaanza kuongea pale ambapo tunajificha, ili hali kitu iko wazi. Ilikuwa ni hivyo tu.
Okay, Bernard, can I please answer that back?
Okay.
1-2 minutes.
Quickly.
Okay, Mr. Stephen.
Yes, sir.
I think you know what I said this way. What wanapeana pesa, but in kesi Nyamira, that one is not the dominant at hiyo muda anaenda kushinda. Wanakula pesa, but they will never vote for you. I'll give you an example. We used to have a candidate who was called Mr. Who? Simon Yachai. Alikuwa na helicopter, alikuwa na kila kitu, alikuwa na pesa, is a billionaire, whatever it is. Ikifika kura, wanakula pesa, kuingia huko, hamna kitu. I would give you Omingo Magara. Omingo Magara came there, we took him out. He came there with these millions and his money. He gave people. Kifika asubuhi, kifika huko, when kule kipiwa, he is down. So what I was saying is, that one is not a dominant kuras from Kisi Nyamira. I know my people very, very well. Wanasema, pesa hiki, kura ni asiri. Kura pesa, kura ni asiri. I don't mean that they don't take money, but I'm telling you, from experience, we have run campaigns down there. Some of us, we have run there. They have taken whatever it is. People take money. But at the end of the day, kura pesa, kura ni asiri. And I'm telling you, you spend your money there. They will take your money. They will do anything. Wakienda kupiga kura, you'll be shocked. Nyachai almost shot people. When he came, akona ndege na kila kitu na campaign, somebody ambaye alikuwa na basketi. Hakuwa na gari, basketi. Alimshinda. And that's the Kisi politics.
Okay, asante sana.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Let's
you.
make progress. Kasuti, what is it? It's time for Jared too.
Yeah. Just want to echo a sentiment of the people here. If I don't know if you have that clip of Matiang'i akisema ya kwamba this election will be very different because we might end up voting, producing wrong candidates, giving wrong people because of the influence of corruption, red. Yani, I don't, if you have that clip. If you have that clip, can tell everything. Even the government, even the system of the government, even the NSIS, they have, these are the people who has intelligence on the ground and they know what is happening. Wrong people. We might end up taking wrong people in the parliament. Why? In the name of money, in the influence of money. I heard him saying that, and I'm not denying or neither disputing that thing. It's there down there. Whoever said, he didn't put it on a right way, but we remember when he tell us about 2013 and 2017, we understand the algorithm method. That was the that was the key of the day. But right now, people are asking password and money. So if you don't have a password, you give money. If you don't have password, if these people are, it's not your dominance, you have to give to persuade them with money. So his concern was that we might end up taking wrong people to the parliament. So I just wanted to add on that one.
Okay, thank you, Kasuti. Fred too, karibu.
I think it's Jared too, not Fred. It's Jared.
Jared too. I don't. And unmute, Jared. Sorry.
Unmute, Jared. Sorry. Yeah. Hello, Bannerist. Yeah, I'm Jared Ratemo from Foi. Yeah, I'm not regular here. I come once in a while. I've been listening the way we are contributing to this, and naweza nikasema kuna mambo imeongewa mingi hapa, na kwanza niweke msimamo. Mimi ni mtu wa Kenya kwanza. I live in Voi, but my origin home is Kisii, Nyaribari Masaba. So nikuwa naambia Roba Nyachai was from Nyaribari, not from the other side, he said Nyamira. Ile kitu hata vile tumediscuss, in fact mimi nimesikiza sana mahali tulianzia vile tunaendelea. I think you are missing so many things about our country. First, ile tunafaa tuelewe, in fact what you are supposed to, nasijasikia mtu akiongea anything about what is facing Kenya right now. When you are going to choose leaders, what are we going to look? Unajua kusema pigia mama ama pigia Ruto ama, no. We have to, the country started long time ago from the wrong footing. Ukiangalia Kenya ilikuwa pamoja na Singapore na some Korea. So this country has been mismanaged all the way through. Now we have been doing politics. It's like it's not changing. Mkiangalia the way people have been voting, you vote your tribe, you vote your relative, you vote in money line, but we miss our point. Na mkiangalia vizuri, hata ukiangalia the way things are right now, kuna hii narrative sasa imeletwa ati mama. Even if let's say you have a brother, the president, you can give an example. Raila was a president, and I can see some few pictures. A brother somewhere who's not well off, there's a sister somewhere who's not well off. Can we think, why are we voting? Can we vote? Let's say now women are happy, Martha Karua is given. Mmoja wetu akipata tumepata. Really, how? Huyu mama tuseme kama amepata hii kiti. Can he share the salary ile yake? What would the women, ati mama amepata, sisi tumepata. Ama mtu wa kabila yetu amepata, sisi tumepata. How will this help the country?
No woman has been deputy president or no woman has been deputy president or no woman has been the president of the Republic of Kenya.
But how will that benefit? How will that benefit you?
Order, everybody, please. Order, everybody, please.
Can I continue?
Yes, go to the point, please, Jared.
Yes, go to the point, please, Jared. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As super Kenyans, it's good we interrogate this lady is here. What is he or she offering to Kenyans? What are the policies? Right now the bread is 60. We are buying at 60. Fuel is at 150, 130. When fuel land at the port here in Mombasa, it's at 70 bucks. Nobody wants to know how much is this fuel. Why are we overtaxed like this? No, we have so many problems that we don't need to, we don't address them. Kindly, as Kenyans, when we are voting, please, if we want to change this country, we have a serious problem, but I don't see none of you who is addressing it. Because how comes fuel at Mombasa, it is landing at 74, but you are paying at 140? Nobody is asking that. Why are we buying bread at 60? Nobody's asking that. Why are we overrepresented? As a person here, I'm represented by around almost 15 people. Why? This is the country where we have a small economy. We have a serious problem, but we don't need to talk about it. Bora tu mtu wetu amepata. I'm okay with that. Even if I sleep hungry and my brother is on a brado, I'm okay with that. Don't you think that's wrong? Kindly, my fellow Kenyans, let us be open, interrogate, let us know there's a euphoria, kama huyu amepata, mimi nimepata. Please, we can change that narrative. I think that's what I can say. I can rest my case.
Okay. I see hands are up. Mama Selina asked the first question.
Thank you so much, Bernard. Asante, unatuambia atusemi baba na ametuambia agenda 10. 10 point agenda that akichukua serikali anakuja kutusaidia nayo. Wewe umesema huko Kenya Kwanza. What are your points about from bottom up? Ya pili, unatuambia atujali. Deputy President is the Deputy President of Republic of Kenya with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, ungemuuliza kwa nini pay ya mafuta ama pay ya kila kitu imeenda juu. So if you come here, you are directing wrong people. Baba is not in government. Baba is not the deputy president. Martha Karua is not in government. So they are coming and they have shown us their agenda. Wako na agenda 10 yenye sisi Kenyans tumefurahia. So we are not voting because of tribal. Second, you say this woman, yes, huyu mama. We have never had a woman president in the Republic of Kenya, or we have never had a deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. As women, we are very excited. Si ati uniambie watu why ninafaitika na nini. Ninafaitika kuona mwenzangu akiwa deputy president, and where a woman is, the family, hata nyumba yoyote yenye iko na mama, kuna starabu. That is what I can tell you. But don't say women. Yes, we are excited to the last small girl of 1 year, as long as she know what is a mother or what is a woman, okay? That is us women. So now, tell us, your deputy president, what has he done for 9 years to assist Kenyans, so that you can tell me, because he did this and this and this is what he can do more. Iyo tu, ukituambia iyo, we are with you. That is me.
Okay, wacha nianze huyu na kujibu. Where I blame Martha Karua and the Honorable Raila Odinga, these were opposition members. They were to force, the government to work on Kenyans, but none has ever stood for Kenyans. That one is where I can fault them. Martha Karua and Raila, the opposition side of it. The government has done mistakes.
Okay,
My brother,
Mama
it
Selina.
was Martha Karua.
Ngoja kwanza Mama Selina.
So, wakati
Hold
tulipata
on.
2010 Constitution of Kenya, Martha Karua was the Minister of Justice, and you have that constitution that you are happy today celebrating. Those who are fighting constitution that time, they are now crying babies, telling us the constitution is good.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina.
A question to you.
Yes.
A question to you.
When you go to vote,
Do you vote in
opposition leaders?
Do you
or
vote in opposition leaders or you vote in a
No, we are discussing the problem we are facing as Kenyans as per now. Who can we blame?
I'm asking a question, I
I
need
can't-
an answer.
I can't-
When you
a
go to
question, I
vote,
need an answer.
you
Uh-huh.
vote in
You go to
opposition
vote.
leader or
You
the
vote in
president as deputy?
opposition leader or the president of the
No, we vote for Kenyans. We don't vote for opposition. We don't vote for whoever who gets power. Is when now we have the president and we have the opposition.
So between these two people, who is hired to work for Kenyans? Is it the president and the deputy, or the opposition leader who has lost the elections?
Both of them are hired.
How?
The president to work the government.
How?
The opposition to oversight.
Where is
We
that
have
in
the person which is supposed to oversight the government.
Where is that in the 2010 constitution? Unmute, Jared.
We have the
Unmute,
yeah, we have the minority who are supposed to check the government. The government has worked without even being checked. I think that's the problem we have as Kenyans right now.
It cannot be the problem, Jared, except you want it to be the problem. Okay? The entirety of the parliament is supposed to oversight the executive according to the 2010 constitution, except you have reviewed it and changed it. Secondly, if you hire me to work as the principal of the high school, you don't blame the parents when the children fail the exam. You blame me as the principal and my deputy for failing to make the school perform. If you say the parents are the problem, they did not beat their children, or they did not supervise the homework, that is why the children fail, the failure lies on the principal and the deputy. And since you're the supporter of the deputy, I put it across to you. You are deluded, and you are supporting what is your main problem, so that that main problem can continue, and you can always have an excuse of who to blame when the problem persists. You've been asked by Mama Selina, what has the deputy president done for 10 years to help Kenyans? When the VAT bill was brought by one Duale, okay, the leader of majority, who voted for it to be added to the commodities? Where was the deputy president when that was happening? Was Raila in parliament? No. Was Karua in parliament? No. So, who is to blame on this? Let us always look at things critically before we jump on some narrative that we don't know where it started and where it ended. Robert.
Hey, Jared, thank you. I agree with you some points here. And somebody, I will not apologize. Our country has been mismanaged since independence. And that's true. And that's why we need changes. But the last time I checked, the people who have been ruling in our country, there are two communities. That's the Kikuyu and the Karenjin. And now time has come, and I agree with Uhuru Kenyatta, that it's time for another community to rule. Maybe that's where we go wrong. Then why are you supporting people who have been in power and they have mismanaged our country? Why can't we support somebody else? Maybe that's where we go wrong. Maybe we might get it right, because we keep on recycling. Kikuyu Karenjin, Karenjin Kikuyu, Kikuyu Karenjin. But this time, Uhuru Kenyatta has also come forward and said, you know what, let us have somebody else. Maybe that's why we get right. Then why are you supporting some people who don't have ideas, and people who are behind the fall of our country during the current time? That's Ruto and Mr. is running it.
Okay, let me answer that one. If you see clearly, do you think Uhuru is gone? Because if you believe that the Kikuyus are gone, you are wrong. Because the way things are, Uhuru is remaining. He doesn't want to go. He's behind the curtain. He's using Bapa to rule again. That's what is there, and we know what's happening. Uhuru is behind the curtains.
Hey, Jared, don't show me how small you are when you just say, oh, who's controlling Papa. That's not true. You know that.
Let's do this.
No.
Listen to me, Robert, please. The aspect of community ruling and exchanging with community is not the absolute truth. Okay? We have individuals who come from a particular ethnic group that have been in office. Ethnic groups don't rule. It's individuals from those ethnic communities. So let us be careful not to profile an entire community for the non-performance of one person or two people from that particular community. It is not the community. It is those individuals that were charged with the responsibility but did not perform to the best of the expectations of Kenyans and the requirements of the Constitution, so that we remain clear. Changing from getting leadership from a different community, is it viable? Yes, but it is not the community also that will bring the change. It is the quality of the person that we are putting in office. So can Mother Karua and Raila Odinga perform better than what we have had before, according to their past record? Okay, do they show a better performance or not? Those are the questions Kenyans should respond to. The excuse of Uhuru is going to rule through Raila and all that, that's UDA narrative. and it's imagined, because if Uhuru was supporting William Ruto today, every UDA member will be smiling from the east to the west, and they'll be saying kumi yangu, kumi yako. Sasa sasa hivi vile wamenyimwa kumi yao, wameanza ku paint Uhuru Kenyatta into bad light. We thank God that Uhuru Kenyatta woke up to read between the lines and saw who was good for Kenya and who is bad for Kenya. And he has given his advice. You can follow his advice or not. That's the liberty and the goodness of this election. Uhuru will advise you like Deuteronomy. Kasuti here will help me. Deuteronomy say God is himself speaking. He say, today I'm calling heaven and earth to witness before you. I'm setting before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Then I advise you, choose life that you may live. Okay? So it is advice. You follow, choose life, you live. You choose curse, you choose death, you will get it. Choices have consequences. The international community warned you. You did not listen. So let us not begin all this business of, oh, this one is going to rule through. And what is wrong with Uhuru ruling through Raila? They have managed, they have saved the corruption. 2017, 2013, we only had one scandal. I mean, 2017, 2022, we had only one mega scandal. 2013, we had over 5. 2013, 2017. So their handshake has saved us some money. Let's compare and contrast. So tusikwe wajinga kama Wakenya, kubebwa wajinga na yule mtu anayekuibia. Wangira alisema hapa panya za Busia ni nzuri, zinakuuma alafu zinapuliza, zinakuuma zikipuliza, huwezi jua zinakukula. So kuna wale watu wanakukula wakipuliza, wanakukula wakipuliza, lakini wanakuja wanasimama kama malaika. Hao ndio wanajua hali yako. Oh, wanajua mama mkokoteni, wanajua mama mboga. Huyu mama mboga amekuja Kenya juzi. Mimi nakaa Nairobi. Marigiti, stage yangu ya kwenda town, napita Marigiti kila siku. Asubuhi na mapema 5:30 wamama ndio wao wamebeba mboga. Since I came to Nairobi 1988. Okay? To date, hao mama mboga wamekuwa hapa. William Ruto amekuwa hapa. Hakuwaona mpaka 2022. Bwana Jared too. Go and rethink. Go and rethink.
Wacha nijibu tu, unajua mmenisambulia kidogo. Sasa mimi najua nilikuwa nasema
hakuna kushambulia, tumekuja tu mambo vile yalivyo.
Ndio nauliza, unajua it's good, unajua tukiwa kwa panel, unajua it's good to yani ku respect somebody's opinion, because it's like nimeongea vibaya because nimeangalia, it's like the whole panel is unhappy with me, because it's a right mtu kuwa na msimamo wake, ni haki, na sichaongea nikitusi mtu ama sichaongea lugha mbaya, but the way I've seen the mood of the whole panelist. Hata kuna mwingine hapo naona amesema inaonekana kama kuna vile ameongea, naona kama ameongea si vizuri, but if unajua mimi I thought this is
just stop it.
Targeting you. We targeted what you said, okay? And we painted for you the light of what you need to see. If you can't see it, we also can't help you. But what we want you to understand as a Kenyan, you need not just to follow something you heard. You need to check it. You are mature enough. From the way you look, you are not one of these youth people who took their voters card yesterday. So that's why we are wondering, how come you don't understand Kenya? You don't understand the situation of Kenya. You're following a narrative that you know has no head or tail. The problem of Kenya is that the management of Kenya is managed for the benefit of few at the expense of every Kenyan. Everybody's scrambling for the same bread when we can cook 5 and everybody carry his own half bread or full bread going home. That is where to look. It's not who will bring you which handout, who is going to fix for you house rent, who is going to fix for you. You don't need all that. All you need is a government that is functional. That government will manage the resources, multiply the resources. When the resources are multiplied, every Kenyan will have money. That's what Kibaki did in 2002. And the money began to flow back into the pockets of Kenyans. And we had no problem. I used to do business then. And the business was calling me. Some businesses, I was brushing them off because I have better ones. But today you beg somebody for business, he gives you that business, you go and take loan to execute that business. After you make submission, he will pay you whenever he gets the money, which may be 6 months later or 2 years later. Nothing is working because of mismanagement. Tusijidanganye. So sio maswala ya panel. I don't want you to go on the defensive ati umevamiwa kwa panel. Ni ile propaganda umeleta.
Ndio nasema
Sikiliza Julius.
Jared tu, unajua ile kitu, hakuna mtu anakushambulia na hakuna mtu hakuheshimu. Ile kitu watu wanachukia ni wrong information. Don't give wrong information. Ukitaka kunini unatuambia information ambayo iko correct. Ukisema mafuta imepanda, mafuta haijapanda Kenya peke yake. Mahali mimi ndiko sahi mafuta inauza lita moja shilingi 178. That's 180 per liter. Kwa hivyo ukisema hiyo ni propaganda ya ambayo sio vizuri. Because hiyo narrative tena unasema ati Uhuru ako behind. Hiyo pia ni ndio kitu inafanya watu wanaona, because you are not speaking the truth. If at least you speak something, tell us and give us explain vizuri, because ukileta information ya uongo, obviously that is the reaction. The reason why kila mtu anakuuliza maswali is because you did not give a correct information. You lied or you followed some, because actually you are not the first person kusema vitu kama hizo. Watu wa UDA wanakujaga hapa and the same thing you have said wanasemanga. This is not the first time. So tafadhali whatever, don't come to a live TV unaanza spread propaganda. That is wrong.
Okay.
Bernard, can I always ask you just a small thing, because
it was I can't reply to that one.
So what do you want to rebut Jared to?
Hii mambo ya mafuta nimesema mafuta Kenya inafika at 80, around 80-70 bob. Around it is taxed like 200%. Hiyo ndio tulikuwa tunauli. Kwa nini hiyo hakuna mtu anaiongea hiyo? That's what I want. Sijasema ati mafuta iko juu kwa sababu ya Kenya peke yake. But the landing cost and the pump cost is around 200%.
Now, whom are you blaming for that, Jared?
It is poor governance.
Okay. Please, Jared too. There's no problem. Please stay on the panel, listen to other people make their submission.
Bernard, please.
You will hear different sides of the same story.
1 second.
And
Bernard,
you will be free to make the interpretation. Roba, mute Kwanza. So, Jared too. Problems are not always solved because they are talked about. There are different ways of solving a problem. When there was an election standoff in this country, we were on the street, we were demonstrating. That is one way, okay? Then came the handshake. I was the last person to support handshake. It made me keep quiet for 3 weeks because it was unimaginable, okay? But later on, we began to see there was sense into the handshake, other than street demonstrations and tear gas and all that anarchy. So matters are not always solved because somebody's demonstrating or somebody's making noise about it. Raila Odinga is on record to say, in the past, he had to speak to the president through the press. But after the handshake, he has direct phone call to the president. If there is an issue, he will talk to the president directly and the president will address it. The problem with Kenyans is that they are trapped into the era when the Raila Odinga had to call press conference to address corruption or to address the price of commodities. Now that is living in the past. Things have changed. We are addressing matters differently. We shouldn't get stuck and say, oh, now vile aongei ni kwa sababu anakula na wanakula pamoja. Hiyo mambo yote kama Raila anakula na Uhuru. Ruto amekula na Uhuru miaka ngapi? Wacha tu balance hiyo cash book. Okay? Wakati alikuwa anakula na Uhuru, mbona hamkumlaumu? Makosa gani baba akikula na Uhuru? So Ruto akikula na Uhuru ni sawa, lakini Raila akikula na Uhuru ndio makosa. So let's not be trivial about this. Thank you very much. Nataka hiyo maneno ishie hapo. Namleta nani? Namleta hata time yangu ya kuwa hapa imeisha.
Bernard, wacha nimwambie kitu.
Ngoja kwanza, I'm handing over to Wekesa. Wekesa will navigate us through until Themba comes. So nataka mniruhusu niondoke mapema. It's almost after midnight, and like I told you, I have 2 sermons to deliver in the morning, daybreak, and I need to get my mind into that. Nitoe kwa siasa sasa niingie kwa Biblia vizuri ipasavyo. So I want Wekesa to take charge, and Wekesa, point of information, Godfrey, Ouma, and Mike have not made their submission. Okay, the rest have made their submission at least once. So after Godfrey and Mike, na wewe mwenyewe utafanya kabla nitoke, and then unafungua flow. Kasuti ndio mzee wa kanisa, alafu atatusaidia. Story ya kusupport Mtembei TV, I will be sharing the details shortly. You are free to do that, but next week tutaleta ile project ile project nimewaambia ya power. So mkikubali itafanyika, msipokubali tutatafuta msaada sehemu nyingine. Mungu atatusaidia. Sawa sawa. Wekesa,
Patrick, una link.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. I wanted to begin by, I tried to enter when Jared was submitting, but the studio was full. Okay, he has made so many allegations which don't make sense. But what I want to address myself on one thing, and this is called, I think this is a channel of information and it's good to learn. These are called Abraham's law of hierarchy of needs. So according to Kenya Kwanza, they always want to restrict us to discuss issues to do with the physiological needs, the basic needs of water, food, shelter, and security. I'm addressing to the question to do with why women are excited about Mother Karua entry into the race. So as human beings, we have a hierarchy of needs. And don't think that our life is always prompted by basic needs. There are many other needs that we need to address ourselves to. So it's very natural for women to be happy when they see one of their own. Just as it's natural for you when you see a Kenyan running a race and win. Those are needs that are within you, and you cannot ignore it. It's natural for you to hear an African when you're watching even the World Cup and you see someone with a black face like you is scoring a goal. So those are needs that are within us, and we need to appreciate that. So we have to appreciate the history is favoring women. They have never reached to that point. And the fact that opportunity has come for them to get to that level, they will be happy. Don't tell me that there are people who are sleeping hungry. Why should we celebrate a woman? But go back to the same village to Mama Mbogas and have a conversation with them. They will tell you how sometimes they sleep hungry to take their children to school, because that is how life is. So sleeping hungry does not stop you from celebrating. There are people who sleep hungry just to make their sons and daughters go to even the universities. They are enjoying life, but back at the village, they are sleeping hungry. So they sacrificed for other people to rise. So the society has that ability to appreciate when other people are rising, not necessarily them rising. So don't tell me that sasa Mother Karua kukuwa DP itasaidiaje mama mboga. Honestly, that's a weak conversation which should not be entertained, because we cannot all be president. We cannot all be deputy president. But we celebrate one of us if he rises. Even when we are here at Mutembei TV, if we hear one of us is going to parliament or is going to the county assembly, we celebrate. We say one of our own has achieved. That's how we are made as a society, and we need to appreciate each other. Okay, so let me just make my 1 or 2 contribution on the topic. Mother Karua has brought some sense, there's some fresh air on the ticket of Azimio, and in 5 days, she seems to be undoing the 5 years of Ruto Rigathi Gachagua campaign. And no wonder they are in a panic mood. So I have seen them parade their normal permanent and pensionable crowds at somewhere in Karatina, just to show that they have more numbers than what Mother Karua is doing. So that shows she has already caused them to be in a panic mode. Now, this is someone who was not even considered by them to be a running mate, but it's a wild card that was unveiled and she has completely dismantled them. One, I like Mother Karua's message. She's very focused and very clear in her mind what she wants Mount Kenya to hear. And she is not entertaining any nonsense and noise to confuse her messaging. She's clear on the Baba's 10-point agenda. She mentioned them in every stopover. Bernard, we need to appreciate that in 5 days, she has done more than 50 rallies. So you can make one mega rally and transport all people and show people that these are numbers. But if we put the 50 rallies she has done, that was a big crowd that she has already done. So you cannot do one rally and create and transport people to one place and show that you have numbers, when actually I have made more than what you have made in 50 rallies. When you look at her rallies, they may not be very huge as they think, but they are the response is good. And 2, she's not creating a cosmetic crowd. She's meeting natural crowd. If you are in Karatina, you are met in Karatina. Why should you be met in Kiambu when you stay in Karatina? So she wants the message to reach every place she's going, and she addressed herself to the issues that Azimio are advocating to. Another thing that I should say that comes out clearly is that we have been told that the mountain is hostile and that nobody can sell Raila on the mountain. You cannot mention the name of Raila Odinga. When you look at her messaging, she has been speaking and talking about Raila, Amolo, Odinga, the 3 names. And when at some point she even asked the crowd, and the crowd responds, Raila, Amolo, Odinga. So by the mountain itself mentioning Raila's 3 names, it shows they already know And when she mentions the things Baba has been mentioning, they actually respond in the same way they have been responding to Baba. So that in itself tells you that the message of Baba is not new to the mountain. They have been hearing him on the rallies, and they are now resonating with it. And she has also said that this is just the beginning. She will go there once, twice, thrice, and she will come on the mountain until they hear and get converted. Now, speaking on conversion, Rigathi Gachagua is speaking to the already converted. Why should you be transporting the same 900 women uniformed and making them parading your rallies every place you go and showing us that you have the numbers? Someone has opened, and we have an echo. Kindly let me.
That's Aaron. Aaron is the one's mic's on.
Yes. So why do you want to preach to the converted? For her, she's going to the people, and at what was it, in Meru or where actually the crowd that had been sent to her to boo her, to heckle at her, do you know she ended up converting them? She talked to them until they turned down and they started cheering her. So that is the grace that she has. She did not fight them, she did not rebel them, but she put some sense in their head. She told them how they need not to be bought by politicians, but listen to the people's message and decide which person to vote for without necessarily causing havoc and confusion. So I like her messaging. I like her energy. She has brought fresh energy on the ticket. The 50 rallies are just amazing. And we look forward for exciting times. By June, we will be, if we will not be 50-50, we will be front runners on Mount Kenya. That one, we are sure of it. Thank you. The other issues I'll pick as we continue having the conversation.
Okay, thank you, Kesa. You can now move the motion. Ouma to take, then Mike,
and Josephine. Okay. Roba, you had a question before I bring in Ouma?
Yes, well, it's nice to see you. I'm about to drop out, but you just said about people protesting. Kabogo himself. Kabogo came up, there's a clip where he says he had some people wanted to bring them to Kiambu to protest. That tells us how desperate these people are. They are uncomfortable right now. And I think if this one goes on, I can tell you for free, the inside of their campaign right now. I'm telling you what I got this morning from inside Ruto's campaign. There's a fear that this thing might start collapse. Some people might start running away, more especially people from Western Kenya. So watch that one out. Take it there. There's that truth, and my source has never been wrong. Wait, just give a few weeks. Things that won't start collapsing. People from Western Kenya, they might start running out of whatever they call themselves, Kwanzaa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that additional input. Let's have Godfrey make your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, nasalimia tena. I think I've listened to Gerard, but I think we should not blame them. UDA guys, even the one reason, they'll never tell us something that is ani kitu ambayo inaweza saidia mtu. I always wonder how somebody who is a learned can follow what Ruto always tell people, because this guy is a lie. And huyu Gerard Sayana anaongea kuhusu mambo ya maisha imekuwa ngumu. The whole world is affected with high cost of living. Not only in Kenya, but the whole world is affected. but utapata because of the propaganda that Ruto amefeed kwa hawa watu, they cannot reason out of the box. Kila wakati wataongea tu vitu ambazo hata hazisaidii wa Kenya. Look at Gachagua today. Ameenda in Central, anaanza kuambia watu kuwa Raila ameingia kwa government akabeba pesa yote ambayo ilikuwa ikuja kusaidia kujenga barabara in Central. What kind of lies are those ambao Gachagua alikuwa anaongea? And this is a deputy president that will be in case wanachaguliwa. So we should not blame Gerard. That is how they always reason, but the truth is Ruto is not the right person for us in Kenya. This is a guy who is full of propaganda. Amekuja sahi, listen to what he's talking about. He's not even campaigning. Ni makasiriko tu because he knows kiti ishaenda. Azimio ishachukua kiti. Ukiona wao watu wanaongea kuhusu sijati mama Karua atafanya anything. Mama Karua, this is the moment for Mama Karua. In fact, hii ndio Mandela moment ambayo tulikuwa tunahitaji in Kenya. The only people who can deliver Kenya from our corrupt people. Hawa wezi ambao wameibia Kenya mpaka mfanya maisha imekuwa mbaya. What I can only say, let us urge our people to choose the right guys, the right people who can deliver us, the right people who can make us at least move from one point to another. Tusiendelee kusikiza ile uongo ambao kina Ruto anatuletea wakitupatia pesa kidogo tunasema hao ndio watatusaidia. They will not help us. These are just thieves, and a thief will always steal. For example, look at the guy. Kuna mtu ambaye Songa alisaidia juzi, iza kijana ambaye alienda kaiba, alafu Songa akaenda kumlipia hiyo bill, akamtoa kwa nini hiyo kwa court. The same guy leo imesemekana kwa ameenda tena kaiba. So a thief is just a thief. It cannot change. Hata tukisema tunaweka kina Ruto atasaidia Kenya, no, they just enter and they will steal everything na tabaki tumeingia kwa shimo. Nitaendelea baadaye. That is only my submission I can say.
Okay, thank you for that input. Kuna comment, swali ama we go to Mike?
There's no question. I can proceed with your permission.
Yeah, you can proceed, Mike.
Thank you, Ekesa. Good evening, all. I said, I think 3 days ago, that Karua is going to be a conversation from now till election. Those who want to dim that light will be a bit patient. She's not going to go anywhere soon. I want to give a very, very brief story to describe what Martha has done. A few years ago, I was in CBD, Nairobi. I was waiting for a friend of mine at Kenya Cinema. Najua watu wenye wajui Nairobi vizuri, you have to give them the landmarks. Either it is Kencom, Hilton, KICC, but Kenya Cinema is equally a familiar place. So as I was standing there, a very well-dressed elderly man, by elderly I mean 50 and above, was standing around there with a lady who was almost his age. So I saw them stop a young lady, a very smart young lady. And they greeted her. I was very close and I was keen because the man was very decent looking. So the man started explaining himself in Kiswahili. Mimi naitwa Mbugwa na huyu ni bibi yangu. Tulikuja asubuhi kutoka Murang'a kukuja kuchukua pesa ya chai, na mama ndiye alikuwa amebeba hiyo pesa shilingi 300 kwa kibeti yake. Kutoka tu nje ya benki watu wakatunyang'anya, na sasa tumekuwa stranded. Hatujakula kitu kutoka saa 4. Tunajaribu kufikiria tutarudi nyumbani aje, na kitu tunatafuta ni fare tu ya kurudi nyumbani. Tumeacha hata mtoto mgonjwa, sijui na tu kuambia jirani tutalala nje. So that lady, you can look at the person, is very decent. It's not somebody you can give 20 shillings because they're even talking of having withdrawn 300,000. So that lady gave the man 1,000 shillings. and said Pole. Then she proceeded. Then while I was there, this elderly man stopped another gentleman and repeated the same story in the same format, in the same manner. And this man was equally touched. This is an elderly man stranded with his wife. They have been robbed 300 by people who accosted them from the bank, and they just needed help to go back home. So I was very fascinated because this is an elderly man looking very decent, but bottom line is a con man together with this lady. So they were actually staged in a place where they could get decent, equally decent people who can sympathize with them and give them money. So I was asking myself, these people could have made a lot of money. So I just told myself, why can't I pass and hear the story? Because you were just like 3 meters away. But of course, they were not aware that I was keen to listen to their conversation. So as I passed there, because I was equally dressed smartly, I was in a suit. So they stopped me and started the same narration in the same order, in the same format. But what I told myself is I will interrupt and have a conversation. Because these two people I noticed, they just said Pole and removed money and gave them. So for me, I decided I'll have a conversation with them. So I said, Pole sana. So I said, majani chai kwani mlikuwa mnalipwa hii wiki? Because I'm familiar with the financial institution. I didn't want to say I work in the bank, but I knew what happens. The payment seasons are the same. So it's not like it would happen in one bank and not the other. So when I started a conversation, they became uncomfortable. They say, sisi hatutaki mambo mengi, tunataka tu fare kurudi. It's like they were now getting agitated. Then I noticed when the more I inquired, the more they got agitated. Now, what is my point? For a long time, Ruto and his brigade have had a narrative, a very, very crafty, conniving, but untruthful narrative that they have been spreading. But all this time, most of us, sorry to say, including the ODM brigade, have been reacting without stopping to create a conversation that would bring their lies out in the manner Martha Karua has done. When Martha Karua went to Mount Kenya, he didn't react the way some of us react, because we would have started insulting Gachagua, you are a thief, you are DO, you did this in Molo. She stopped them on their talk and used that conversation to bring her conversation on board. So when they are saying they want to improve the economy, they want to do bottom up, she didn't come with an insult. She just said, when people insult and make noise, she just gives you a microphone and tells you, just expound on what you want to say instead of shouting. And somebody is tongue-tied because they don't reason. They have actually been programmed to just say things, and when you interrupt them, they are caught off guard, and they become incoherent. Their words in the flow is no longer the same because they have been programmed to just say things in a very, very mechanical way. I'm sure most of you have gotten people who say, mimi nilikuwa natoka Kirinyaga, nilikuwa nakuja kuona dada yangu, nikakuta kumbe hayuko kwa hii ofisi, nikapiga simu imezima, sasa nataka kurudi nyumbani. The moment you intercept or interrupt that conversation and have a conversation, that person becomes tongue-tied because the messaging is supposed to flow. When you stop that person in the middle and ask a question, they become confused and incoherent. So Martha has brought that type of confusion. She has stopped them to have a conversation, and they were not prepared for a conversation. They were prepared for insults and counter insults, and that has really taken them aback. So that Ruto and Rigathi have to come back and start explaining themselves afresh and doing all the things they said from 2017 to today It's like now they have been stopped to start their talk afresh, and that's why their messaging has changed from bottom up to we are Christians and other people are not Christians. We didn't mean we wanted a lady, we meant we wanted the mamambogas. So that type of confusion just brings out that their messaging was not founded on any solid ground. It was propaganda, and unfortunately, propaganda has its lifeline, and it is now sour. It has to be removed from the shelf. I just want to leave at that. I would want to comment on other items as we proceed. Thank you, Wekesa.
Yeah, thank you for highlighting that. I think I heard, was it Rigari Gashako, who was saying that mother is our sister and we are not going to focus on her. Our person is one. They want now to change their message. They focus on Raila Odinga. They are going to deliberately omit Uhuru in their messaging and omit Mother Karua in their messaging and focus on Raila Odinga, because they have realized they don't have a message against mother, and they also know how it will backfire when you start two men hitting one woman. Naturally, the message, the intention of the message is always it loses value, because most people will end up defending the vulnerable. At this point, you look like you are against women. That is even the challenge that Kalonzo had when he wanted to be the running mate, but then Mother Karua was brought on board, because he has been seen fighting Charity Ngilu. Now, if he fights Mother Karua, they will tell Kalonzo, actually, you're anti-women. Yeah, so somehow the messaging has been interfered with, and thank you for bringing that out. Josephine, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you guys?
We are good. Are you excited that we have Mother Karua on the ticket?
I've been on this forum all week. This week, I log in almost every single day, and it's just unfortunate that someone that wants to be the president of Kenya is demeaning women. It's just so unfortunate. He tells us he's for Mamamboga and border borders. I mean, we all know most of the Mamambogas are women, and then someone comes out and says like it's not important to empower women. What do you think the Mamambogas are going to do? Are they still going to vote for him? I highly doubt. Another thing that I'm gonna talk about is like UDA thrives on like negativity. Like they confuse people, they insult people, they are demeaning, they use a lot of propaganda and a lot of lies. That does not stand well for someone that reasons, someone that has the capacity to reason. And I like the fact that Martha was nominated as the running mate, and she hit the road running. She's been like combing the whole of Mount Kenya. She's gone to almost everywhere in Mount Kenya, and her message is consistent. Her message resonates with the Baba's agenda, so that is a plus for Azimio. Because Martha does not entertain their nonsense, you know, in the sense that if they're insulting her, she will insult them back. She has taken a different dimension. She does not insult anybody. She actually puts people in order. People that are insulting her or heckling her, she finds a way to bring them back in the fold. She brings them back like on her side. And if she continues with this, then a UDA and the brigadiers, they will have to be forced to stop insulting, because those insults are not actually getting them anywhere. They're not getting them anything. Another thing that I've seen since yesterday or so, Baba and Martha have actually split up. Like we saw, like today, Martha is still in the central, central area, like Mount Kenya region. Baba was in the Rift Valley, so that means like they're in two places, but they're passing the same message. That is so encouraging. I'll hang in here and maybe I'll add more as the conversation goes on. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for that, Josephine. Kuna comment, subtraction, addition, swali, before I Selina, have you made your contribution?
I can come in maybe. Sina mengi, yani ni kufurahi tu. Ile nataka kusema vile Josephine imetushangaza ya kwamba the deputy president na anajua kura sawa mama ndiye imekuwa ikilead without even having a woman in the presidential wherever. Kura sawa mama tangu tuanze uchaguzi hawa ndio wanaenda kuamuka na kupiga kura. Na watu yote ukisikia wanasema the trusted people are the women. Akisema atakupigia kura Wekesa, she will vote for you. So for today comments and the panicking ile tumeona katika Nyeri, it is you know, sijui what is wrong with UDA, because I don't know, it is one man show, because as for now having a running mate Wekesa, I thought protocol ingekuwa imeanza kufuata, that they start with councillors and then the member of parliament and then the women rep and then goes the deputy president will introduce the president to the people, but it is opposite. Homecoming ya Gachagua ni yeye mwenyewe anaenda kuonyesha watu ya Nyeri kwa deputy president yake. So we don't want to deal in negative a lot. We want to thank only what ya central vile wamefanya kutokea Meru wakaenda
No. You are touching a very important point. Can you elaborate? You see,
Can I let me just finish so Mama Selena can continue. I just want to add one thing. As a woman, there's two things that really affect me as a woman. Someone that demeans a woman and someone that is abusive towards a woman. So if all women think like me, then UDA is going to lose us all. Thank you. I'll listen.
Yeah, so I was saying, as much as we are saying we don't need to dwell on negative, we have a role to rebuttal those negative, whatever they are doing. One, you're bringing out something very important. Ruto has been the MC of his own rallies. Now, Mother Karua was given running mate and allowed to go and shine. Ruto gives Rigathi Gachagua running mate and carries him on the back. One thing that needs to come out is Ruto is still insecure about the mountain. Some people may say that Rigathi Gachagua cannot mobilize, but personally I have a different opinion. So mobilize, let me just bring out something and then we continue. Rigathi Gachagua can still mobilize people, but what Ruto wants is he doesn't want to give him autonomy. He doesn't want to release him to start shining, because remember, even when he was in Embu, he started saying that I'm going to demand 50% for Mount Kenya. That is not what Ruto wants. Ruto wants to be Mount Kenya kingpin and Rift Valley kingpin, so that even the the government is going to form, he's the one to decide how many seats to give Mount Kenya and how many seats to give Rift Valley. So it's not like Gachagua cannot shine, but he is deliberately dimming his light for the sake of himself being the kingpin of the mountain. And we have to bring that issue out. Gachagua can still mobilize people. He may not have so many, but he can still mobilize. But that is not what Ruto wants. He doesn't want to really give him some autonomy at this stage.
Okay, do we think like Ruto is regretting picking Gachagua as his running mate? Because, I mean, you pick your running mate, give him autonomy, let him represent you. You know,
Can I answer that?
do not be over controlling. So what it comes out like Ruto is over controlling. You know, like Baba picked Martha. I mean, Baba has just let Martha go. Martha is doing her thing. Baba is doing his thing. So
it's not like he's regretting. Okay, I want to bring in a mic. It's not, and then I will come back to Selena.
Very
it's not
quickly.
like he's regretting, but it is his style of leadership. Any other person, he doesn't want to allow anybody to shine.
Yeah,
so he controls their light.
Yeah, he's over controlling. Like
Then
yes.
Selena, okay, Oman, then Selena, we come back to you if you.
So then that does not augur well for a leader, because a leader that is a dictator, I mean, is bringing out like traits of a dictator. So it's you need to let go. You need to let people come in. But Ruto, it's like it's him and everybody else has to get inroads to him. He needs to open up. He needs to let go. He needs to let people be who they are. But I'll listen in. I'll mute my mic. Thanks.
Okay, Mike,
A
shortly.
quick one, Wekesa. Yeah, just on the comments Josephine and you yourself have had, you have actually put it in the way I was also thinking. Gachagua can mobilize very well, but as you've rightly put, Deputy President is a shrewd politician, crafty for that matter, and he knows what a powerful and influential politician can do. I'm of the thought that even the internal voting system that they had, where I'm told the majority voted against Rigathi, those saying that Mount Kenya were turning against Rigathi should know that it was choreographed by Ruto to make Rigathi know that you are not popular, but nevertheless I've taken you in. So when Rigathi comes in, he will never come in with the arrogance that Ruto has now, that I came with numbers and I'm popular. He will come at the sympathy of Ruto, knowing that if we were to go to internal balloting, you couldn't make it. But nevertheless, I took you in out of my own sympathy and discretion. So that makes Rigathi operate at the mercy of Ruto, knowing that he didn't even make it in their own internal election. And that works well for him. Remember, Ruto now has been telling Uhuru that if it was not me, this government would not have been there. Ruto wouldn't want to have somebody who can come with the same language. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So as I bring in Ouma, I think even Rigathi is aware of that. That's why he had to quickly assure him that I will be a yes man. When everything you say, yes, sir. But he's aware that Ruto is insecure about him. Now, Ouma, what do you want to say? And then we have Selina and then Moikoi.
I heard a different opinion about Gachagua. I think Ruto is regretting. This is a guy ambaye anajulikana ni mwizi. And I know there's something hidden between what happened that night ndo akachagua Gachagua, but I'm very sure Ruto is regretting because most of the people, in fact, look at the time Gachagua alichaguliwa. That's the time ilitokea that something was Shosho and that thief, those two thieves, kina Rasta. So I'm very sure hatuwezi ignore kuwa Ruto is not regretting. He's very much regretting about this issue.
But Ouma, let me ask you, why do you think Ruto doesn't know that Gachagua is a Con. In fact, he is a direct representation of him in terms of character. Do you think he's not aware of that? He was perfectly aware of all the scandals that this guy has.
It's right. That's why I said there's something hidden in between about tujaambiwa bado, because I know he knows. Hata hizo cases zote Ruto knows, but I'm very sure he's regretting why he chose this man. Haku expect it to happen even because wakati alimchoose and then Raila akachoose Martha, everything changed. That's why I'm saying he's regretting.
Yeah, let me just say something quickly, because I think he's regretting. Okay, of course he wanted Gachagua. Gachagua had all the money. I mean, he brought the money for the campaigns, because we all understand the UDA uses a lot of money to campaign. But he's regretting in the sense that he probably didn't anticipate the people's reaction towards Gachagua. You know, that was a gamble that he took. So, I mean, deep down in my heart, I know Ruto is regretting choosing Gachagua.
Okay. Yeah, Selina, I think he's regretting because mother is shining, isn't it?
Yeah,
Okay, come in, Selina.
Okay, one thing, Kachakwa, Naruto, they have come far away. When Kachakwa was a deal, the brother was a businessman. We had a commissioner of lands called, actually tied Kachanja. And that is where Kachakwa and these people made money wakiuza ile mashamba. Hata unasikia kuna wakati alikuwa amechukua barabara reserve road in Nairobi. So they have come far. Again, as I was saying, kwa kila function, hata tuache election, kwa kila function, even the church, my argument is, hata kanisa, patri, kuna wasee ya kanisa, you know, I was saying this, he doesn't want to give these people chance. Na umesema vizuri, anataka kuambia Kashakwa, you are nobody, so I put you there. Na the first day mulisikia Kashakwa alisema, I will be yes, 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 yes. He confirmed to him that when I'm your deputy president, I will be a yes man. Anything you say, I will say yes. So that one confirms that how damaging it is. And then to me, it's like when mother came in, hata baba, tunaona kabla ya Junet, kwa sababu alichaguliwa ako juu, at least Junet Mohammed. Before Junet Mohammed, the members of parliament, they will start talking, and then wanasema tumeenda kiwango ya juu. Junet Mohammed akipatiwa, ataanza kupatia governors. And then there is at least a senior governor that he will invite Baba. So I was saying, Ruto, ile kitu inatushangaza is, as the president of Republic of Kenya, he cannot let it. Yeye ndiye anaonyeshana councillors, yeye ndiye anaonyeshana members of parliament. Even now, my worry is, even your deputy president, then he campaign ya UDA, because it is a UDA thing. How will they to fight? Kwa sababu Mudavadi angekuwa amerelease Mudavadi afanye campaign Western, ama waende Rift Valley, ama waende Coast. But you see, all of them are following him. Because awesi taka uende labda uta. I think this man is so selfish, na ako na uoga mingi kwa moyo wake ya kwamba maybe Wekesa akikutuma unaenda kusema mambo mengine. Can you imagine how excited was Muturi karibu hata anafanya mambo parliament, because he thought anakuja kupata power, lakini unaona amemreduce to nothing. So this is the man anataka kukua chokoo peke yake huko juu. And nikirifaa kwa Rift Valley, as because I come from Rift Valley, hiyo ndio wakati wasee ama watu walikuwa namwambia, anawaambia he knows. So he's a man of himself, self-made man. He doesn't want anybody, ataki advice ya anybody. He is the one anajua. So anawapanga. And if you go to their meeting, you see how people are strong before they join him. But wakifika pale, watu wanashanga because they are in and they don't want to get out, but they cannot speak their mind. So that is a very dangerous ticket in Kenya, because the way he's doing Huda, if people can make mistake, Wekesa, he will rule the country like that. Even Moi was better. That is how the style he want to come with. Ukiona akikuja mambo ya mama mboga, anasema wakati mimi nili introduce mambo ya mama mboga na vijana ya bodaboda, Raila ameenda kuchukua mama moja. You see how he make it? Ati sasa kwa sababu yeye ndiye alikuja na story ya kina mama, then Raila ameenda kuchukua mama moja kumulete kuweka kiti ya huko juu. This man is a liar and he knows, ni kama anasoma akili ya watu. Martha Karua is a leader, na yeye sasa ana reduce Martha Karua, anataka kuambia wamama at this is one of you mama mbogas, this is one, kwa sababu mimi niliongea kuhusu nyinyi. Yes, uliongea kuhusu kina mama mboga. Then why didn't you had a lot of good women in Huda. Kama ulipenda kina mama mboga, you could have run and give a woman running mate before baba, kwa sababu Raila amename running mate yake bahata ya Huda kutoa yao. Look how he has destroyed Mudavadi. I'm telling you, this guy knows he cannot run for president. The only thing he needs, as for now, anataka more members of parliament that he will control for 2027. And he cannot allow anybody, Wekesa, kukua na pembe, anakufuruta. Umaipanda mlima saa ile mnashindana, alafu unakuta vile watoto wanafuruta mwingine, ukitaka kwenda wanakushukisha mpaka chini. This is the plan he's doing. He want to bring everybody else down, na yeye mwenyewe anapaki kupanda. So akiwa central, you cannot talk of your own people, you have to talk about him. If you enter Rift Valley, that is the same. He wanted to do that. Leo nimeona Palala ameongea pitali, na unaona wanasema hata inafika mahali atasema eri hiyo kiti yangu ikae ni support Wekesa for the future of our people. So as we are discussing, na unaona hii watu ya Huda wanakuja, they don't want us to be open up tuseme issues. Wanataka kutublock, na akili yao wametumwa ya kwamba kutuchanganya na sisi pia tusikuwe na open up, because baba amefungua regions na wale watu wanaongoza those regions. The last round I think ya July, maybe baba na mama watasunguka sasa Kenya mzima, because I think Martha Karua will be doing central and diaspora to bring diaspora together, and then he will concentrate, kwa sababu mama alisema anaongea, anapanda, atapalilia, ataweka maji, which means she cannot actually, anasema until we see central wamepiga kura wingi kwa upande moja. So baba ataenda na anakawanya, as I know we will, watakawanyana. Wekesa, this man UDA, kama atafuata vile jana anakimbia Nyeri, so tomorrow atakimbia Kiambu, ama ataenda Meru. How about when now baba is running, atakuwa na, unajua wanasema fishi aliangalia maji akaona kuna nyama, kwa sababu ajui ni yeye alikuwa na pepa. So anataka kuangusha ila ako nayo, akimbia achukue yenye iko chini. So I think what we can do now, kwa sababu tumejua weakness yao na tumejua kasi yao, na nje tulikuwa tunachapiwa Kalonzo. They knew and they had maybe, walijua tukipata Kalonzo, maybe they had negotiated with Kalonzo that uchukue pande ile ukuje tukae pamoja. So as from now, I think Wekesa tunataka wakikuja, because we need to sell them, we need to, unajua tuwatoe manguo. Wamejaribu kutoa baba manguo. Sasa it is our time now to tell the people the truth. How can a president, and in case tunaenda sasa protocol, kwa sababu protocol si mtu mmoja ameanza, it is a system. How can you destroy the protocol na unatuambia bottom up? Unatuambia tunaanzia chini tukienda juu. When you go to your politics, do you start from bottom? Do you really give a youth? Do you give a woman? Do you give a councillor? Do you give a member? You start yourself. Unakuwa huko juu ukiwapanga kuteremuka chini. So the meaning of even bottom up to me, or down up, wherever, it is useless because it is not working. So tusaidiane kuelewana, kuelemishana, lakini at least nataka niambie wa mama ya Kenya, hata baba ametupatia nafasi ya kwamba women of Kenya, na akahurumia even the mothers that people call them single mothers. Nimefikiria baba vile ameweka vizuri. They are single mothers kwa sababu wase wao wamekufa. They are widowers, but still they are single mothers. They are single mothers wale waliolewa lakini maisha ikakuwa ngumu, wakapaki na watoto. We have these single mothers that they have children and they are not married, but all of them ni wamama. All of them are women. And baba amesema these women have children, and the government of Faba na mama, they will sit and assist those women. And you see these other people are coming to say, oh, tunapeana pesa kwa mama ya saloon. Oh, pesa ya saloon unaandikwa kasi penat. A saloon can be for a man because that is business. Wewe kama mama unaenda kuandikwa, you are not, uwezi faidika kwa sababu si biashara ni yako. Saloon can be owned by men, but now he's telling us nitapatia pesa wa mama ya saloon, and the saloon is ni ya nani? So ile kitu ya kama ya baba ni ya kwamba the single mothers wale wako na watoto hata wasaidia, serikali yake ita recognize. So kama nitatoka hapo kama single mother and I know what I can do, I think that is how the government will assist us. So wekesa wacha niwachie hapo, nikise wenzangu vile wanasema, lakini we need kwa these 3 months to educate our people to understand watu ya uongo, watapeli, whatever they call, it is them who are watapeli, but because watu wameona hiyo, wamefungwa macho, they follow. So lazima tuwafunze pole pole. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And just be...
Tumeheshimu UDA, tumewapatia viti kubwa kubwa. Mheshimiwa William Ruto, kwa bedroom yetu hapa chini, viti zetu moto moto. Sasa usiingilie. Tunataka ANC pia ikuwe na wabunge, ndio tuheshimiane, si ndio? Sababu baada ya kura tutahesabiana. Watasema Mudavadi songa huku na watu yako, wewe Ruto songa hivi na watu yako, alafu waanze kutuambia ati hamkufikisha 70%. Mumetuambia tufikishe 70% of votes so that we can get the 30%. Pia hiyo 70% mpaka ikiwe na wabunge wetu ndani. So leo nimekuja hapa kusema vile tumepeana kule juu, hapa chini mimi ndio chairman wa ANC. I want to commit myself na support wa Mati. Sasa watu wa UDA hata nipatia kura, hiyo mambo tuache bana. We have given you, tuko hapa hata na watu wa UDA, si ndio? Lakini muruhusu pia mimi niwe na demokrasia, sababu mheshimiwa Washali ameshika mkono mapuoni, mheshimiwa Khalwale ameshika mkono mapuoni. Hao hawataki mimi nishike mkono, ndugu yangu. Yoni masharti mbaya.
Now you can see the once oppressive Malala, who was giving conditions to Raila Odinga. right now has been caged. He cannot even campaign for ANC candidates. It's UDA doing the ground. So then the question is, how will even ANC and Fort Kenya claim the premier and speaker position if they cannot even be allowed to campaign in their own backyard? So they will be told that UDA has performed in Western better than ANC and Fort Kenya. So you guys don't even deserve these seats. You see how you are given in one hand and then unapokonywa na mkono mwingine. So they are still creating presence in Western but through UDA and trying to undermine their own ANC and Fort Kenya. That is what exactly, and we see it's the same script that is happening. When you look at Kilifi, Kingi was given to be the Senate Speaker. And then they have sent Aisha Juma to undermine Kingi again, so that Kingi will never even achieve what he was told to achieve. And when he come on the negotiation table, he will be told, my friend, it's only UDA which has brought votes from Kilifi. Your power has brought nothing, so you don't deserve anything. I'm bringing in Mogoi. Mogoi, how are you? Amma is on the phone. Someone can respond as is.
Allow me to make a quick one, Bernard.
Yes, okay.
Just from what you have said, Bernard, you said the deputy president is the MC, he's the musician, is everything in his meetings, and his team has never been distributed. And I want to tell you why. And I also want to tell you why Malala is crying and begging. They say whoever pays the piper calls the tune. The UDA or Kenya Kwanza campaign is fully funded by a single person. And you cannot raise your voice because the financial support comes from Farouk. And if you cough and he closes the tap, you'll be grounded. Halwale was just summoned and told, drop down and give this seat to a juvenile called Malala. And he couldn't say no with all his experience because he's fully expecting UDA through Ruto to fund his campaign. So the unfortunate thing in UDA or Kenya Kwanza is nobody has a voice because they are all at the mercy of the financer, one William Samoei Ruto. Number two, he cannot distribute Mudavadi to go to Western and other people to go to other regions because he doesn't trust them with his money. He has to move with them, and somebody carries a briefcase and they know how much they're spending at each trip. In Azimio, Raila will not give you money. You go to your people, and that's why there are no t-shirts in Azimio, because there is no money for people to throw in t-shirts. It is a discussion, a conversation, the way Martha Karua is doing. Martha Karua is not moving around with the long blue skirts. Apart from a few capes, which is reasonable, there's no that grand financial muscle that is behind Azimio. And that explains to me why Kenya Kwanza is dictatorial, because of one financial muscle. You cannot go against a beggar has no voice. Basically, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. So Mogoi, is your mic okay? Mogoi. You're on mute, Mogoi. You're on mute. Yeah,
I think you have a problem.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you have a problem.
but
Can you hear me?
some echo, I don't know. Yes, you can. But
Hello?
some echo, I don't know. Yes, you can. No. Kindly, maybe you have opened more than one tabs. Kindly close the others, because there's too much echo when you speak. So sort out before we bring you in. Oma, what did you want to? Was it a question or a comment?
No, just a quick question about this issue of 70% in Western. Was it a secret to these guys of UDA, what were Western kina Malala, or because I have seen just in a few days tumeanza to pick some momentum? Was it a secret to them? Hawakujua kama kitu kama hiyo agreement kama hiyo iko ama nini inaendelea?
Okay. Mike, do you want to respond to that? Okay, Josephine, respond to that.
You know, I really don't feel like it's a secret. I think it's a trap. They Ruto he just wants excuses. I mean, if he wins, which I mean, I hope he doesn't win, he just wants to use that as an excuse that if you didn't deliver like the 70%, so then why are you asking for the prime minister seat? I think it's a trap.
Yeah, it's a trap. And have you ever seen someone pushing a mill pit with a stick, then you throw away the stick? Now Ruto picks Professor Kindiki, comes up with these complex targets. He creates them and then gives Kina Mudavadi and the others. After which he's removed out of the equation. You see, Kindiki has gone with all his complex formulas. So the whole conmanship is thrown away. So when you come even to complain, you don't know how to complain. Whoever even drafted the formulas is not there. Now they have brought another person in between there. When you look at it, like if Western has to get 30, Mount Kenya Kashagwa claim 50, that's already 80. Do you think Ruto and his own people can get 20 and then the rest of Kenyans get 0? The whole thing doesn't make sense. In fact, there was someone who was breaking down and it was like it was coming to 200%. All the other people, what they were promised. So that means if it's 200%, it's likely that those who are promised 30 are getting 15%. It's like you divide it into two, which again doesn't make sense. But the issue is it was a bait because the targets given, you cannot arrive at them. There are guys who, if you have worked in a company where you are told that you have a basic salary and the variable depends on the targets, just know that your salary is that basic one.
Yeah,
because you'll never arrive at the targets, and therefore you'll never get at that variable.
Yeah, why I feel it's a trap. You know how Davide and Wetangula at the beginning, like the earthquake, how they came into UDA. I mean, whatever I don't know if it was called Kenya Kwanza at that point. You know how they came in. They should have been told about these percentages before they came into before they joined the Ruto camp. So they joined the Ruto camp, and then it's like they're tied, with the shame of like, okay, we have joined Kenya Kwanza, we can't leave. And then now this guy is really conniving. Ruto is really conniving. Then he comes up with the percentages. What are they supposed to do? They still have to hang in there. They have nowhere to go. So I feel it's really, really a bad trap. and it's really in bad taste, and it's really rude of, let me say it's rude of Ruto to demand like 70% from Davadi, who hardly had 20% when he ran in his own constituency. So it's really a really bad trap, and they're stuck. There's nothing they can do. They're stuck in there. There's nothing they can do.
Yeah, and the worst thing is even to reveal the percentages, because now at the back yet people know that the people will not get. So it's even decampaigning their own people. We have Hosea, we have Julius, and Selena. So 1 minute each.
Mine
on
is
the
just
side.
a symbol. Do we have Kenya Kwanza registered in IEPC or it is UDA? Because by the way, the earthquake of Mudavadi was Kenya. They create Kenya Kwanza, but when we hear IEPC talking, ni kwamba candidate ya Kenya Kwanza, nothing is like Kenya Kwanza. It is UDA. I think you have to clarify that, and then if it is like that, then he wanted people to be in UDA, not in these other parties, because anasema hiyo ni agreement ya inaitwa nini hiyo Wekesa gentleman agreement.
Wekesa, you know, we are missing a point here. The 70% was never been there and is not there. Actually, that's they are just covering themselves. When they joined UDA, they were paid. They were given money. So the only way that they can hide that they were given money is to break the 70%. The 70% has never been there. It has never been there. They are just covering themselves because they were paid so that they will not join Azimio. They were paid so that they cannot join Azimio. So the only way that they will cover themselves, that the people of Western, so that the people of Western cannot understand, or they should, was 70%, so that they will hide themselves. 70%. It's not a manipulation or what. It was a deal that which was done before. So the 70% ili kitu tu ya kuja kufunika watu macho. But the real deal is that Mudavadi and Ugali Sosa walikuwa washalipwa cash yao. They are out of the picture. They are out of the picture completely. Yeah.
Sir, what
yes.
is your question?
Yes, thank you very much. To be honest with you, I think sooner the better Western people know that Ruto is con man. He's not going to, he was just using Mutapati just to try to get some votes in Western. He's not going to give him anything. No, everybody know that Mutapati cannot get 70, even 20, even 25, he cannot even get. So, you know, why con somebody like that? Even, you know, somebody who does not have little intellect, he can even figure out that that's impossible. For me to say that I wish Western people can sit down and see where to go, because what they are waiting hot air, because, you know, after election, they will know real Ruto, who is real Ruto. They will not get anything. Thank you.
Okay, Julia, you wanted to say something?
Yes, maybe. I think I agree with Julius. This 70% doesn't exist. It's not even worth our discussion. It's not there. It's even Mudavadi and Wetangula know that. Even Malala knows that. They know that it does not exist. It's a lie to the public. To the Hamjaona Ruto after Mother Karua was nominated, alisema hii story katokea kwamba ati serikali yao nusu itakuwa wamama. You didn't see that. Those are his games. So every time something comes up in the other side, he'll have something to say. So that one doesn't exist. Whether there was something written that was seen somewhere, it was meant to lie to the public, to the people of Western, and that is who Ruto is. So it's not even worth our discussion. It does not exist. Anything Ruto says now does not exist. But what exists is what all of us have analyzed and said that Ruto is a one-man show and he doesn't want anyone to challenge him. Mama Selina, I talk with lots of Kalenjins. Funny enough, I have lots of Kalenjins who are my friend, and they tell me that in Rift Valley, he won't want to hear even the professors in Rift Valley. In fact, wamenyamaza, even the one in the diaspora, they don't even want Ruto to know them. They are so terrified. In fact, there's a show called in Casa FM. There are some people who talk in that Casa FM and they are not for Ruto. And now they are so quiet because they are so afraid that he can even send people to destroy their homes. They're even so afraid they don't want him to know when they go home because he doesn't like such people. So the elites of Rift Valley, even the Kalenjin community, are just mum and dissatisfied with Ruto, very much dissatisfied because he won't give them room to thrive. And unfortunately, those people can help their community. For example, there are people who came from the diaspora and they went vie through UDA in these nominations. Those people were so frustrated because first, they were not bribing people, like the thugs that Ruto put on the front line. And these people, and it is just sad, Mr. Wekesa, that these people who came from the diaspora and went to Rift Valley to vie, they're the people who can rescue their community. They had great ideas, like some people I know in Ergel Marakwet and those kind of places who are sad that, like I heard the places you hear in Ergel Marakwet where people, we have crashes and cattle rustling. One of the causes of those problems is that even the communication network is very poor. There are no roads. Like you remember the story of a bus that was attacked with school children. There are no roads in that place. It was very difficult to access. It's very even so hard to bring security in such places. Imagine those are Kenyans going through such things. And they have people who are trying to come up to help their people. But Ruto would not want to see such people. They are oppressed, they are stepped, they are threatened. They even threatened with murder. I'm telling you, if you think you don't like Ruto and you are from Mount Kenya region, sherehekea kwa sababu at least hawezi kuja kutupikia huko. He will not do the nonsense he's doing in Kalenjin land. You see, I was going to use another word, but I will not use it. He will not do the things he's doing in Kalenjin land. But in Kalenjin land, huwezi kafungua mdomo, however much you want to help your people. That is a situation he's holding them hostage. And unfortunately, those who want to help their people there, they cannot even campaign against him. They cannot campaign against him because he'll come for him. He'll come for your life. Watch even Natukana mother. He'll come for your life. Your house will be destroyed. This guy has not changed. This guy cannot change. In fact, I'm sorry to say, Wekesa, this guy belongs to jail.
A good case is Charles Keter.
Okay.
He withdrew his candidature.
I'm coming back to that conversation. Selina.
Yes.
I have your clip here. You wanted to answer that before we expand that conversation for Julian.
Okay.
To more and the Kenya Kwanza Brigade, because they're in a bigger legal and political deceit game than even what Dan Mans and the others have been persuading Kalonzo Musyoka to go to. Because ultimately they have something they're calling an alliance, an agreement which is an alliance, which they claim to have deposited with the registered political parties. But it is one without foundation in law. Because the only thing with the foundation in law is a coalition political party like Azimio, which is founded in the amendments. There is nothing in law known as an alliance. So whatever they negotiated whatever they purport to have signed, whatever charade they are leading Musalia Mudavadi, Wetangula, I don't know who, to say, oh, we'll give you 30%, we'll give you KPA nominations, I don't know, we'll give you half the judiciary, is idle. And it is not based on any law, it is not based on any fact, it is merely meant to hoodwink. And if that thing was to be opened up, they're in a bigger political deceit game.
Thank you.
Aaron Cheruiyot has said a lot of things, but I'll only speak to one thing. You see, Aaron Cheruiyot says that theirs is not an alliance, and yet their own agreement describes it as an alliance. He says they are a coalition of political parties, the same way NASA was and all that. To that extent, he's right. The only thing is, what they are, that alliance, is not one that is regulated by law. The same way NASA was not regulated by law in 2017, the same way CORD was not regulated by law in 2013, or indeed the Rainbow Coalition in 2002. And that is why even the MOUs that were signed between Raila Odinga and Kibaki was able to rubbish them because there was no law to protect it. That's where they are. But now we created a law for those who believe that if you sign the agreement, then it is enforceable, because it's enforceable by the Coalition Political Parties Act. So the difference between where we are and where they are is that in our case, any member can enforce what is the content of the coalition agreement. In their case, it will entirely depend on the goodwill of the president, or the presidential candidate. And he has the option, as has happened before in 2002, remember, of saying that was just a mere MOU. So anybody who runs to the Kenya Kwanza Alliance believing they have signed some agreement should know that they have signed an idle paper. They will not have the protection of the law.
So that is what you call the legally idle.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
Selina,
Yes,
I couldn't explain better than the moving constitution. I think he has well explained the difference between the two agreements.
Yes, Otiende Amola ametuambia vizuri, and I think these people there wanaenda kwa UDA, they should understand that that is party for one person. It's the overall. Atawapatia wherever he liked. And as Julia had said, those people will, huyu mtu atafanya Kenya ikue baridi vile Rift Valley imekuwa baridi. That is what I can say. So I hope, na kwa sababu najua Mungu hawezi kubali na Mungu akalete baba na mama, I think that is where Kenyans will be safe. Otherwise,
Yeah,
mambo ni moto.
so the truth that is coming out is that theirs is an agreement based on the goodwill of Ruto, not the Political Parties Act. So even those
that is
drama
why we go where
they show
Mike
us
said,
that they have deposited the 70 is just drama. It depends on Ruto for implementation of the agreement. For ours, it's different because it's a political party, a coalition of political parties. It was deposited, and so any running away from that agreement can be enforced by the registrar of political parties. But this is the other side, and that's why when you go on the ground right now, you will only see UDA posters, Ruto for presidency. There's nothing like Kenya Kwanza activation on the ground. Hawa ni flower girls walikuja kusindikiza Ruto. Julia, so you have talked about the difference between Rift Valley and Central. But looking at Central from a UDA perspective,
they have also been fixed. Where Kesa,
yeah. Let me bring it out and then you comment. Yeah, so I'm saying you looking at Central from UDA perspective, that is what Ruto envisions Central after UDA government. He's slowly creeping in and he's slowly making himself a kingpin. If you guys allow him to be the president, that is exactly what he's going to do. The same way he's playing the Rift Valley, that is how he's going to play the Central. Because slowly he's recruiting his own Tugeges who will be obeying his marching orders. And Gachagua has just confirmed to us that he will be a yes man. Na yeye poa apewe pishori na nyama hivyo tu, na hao wamama wake wa kwaya waende State Lodge wakule. He has no problem, hakuna kitu ingine. Hataki watu wanapaa kwa ndege kama Uhuru. They don't. So the conversation that is going on is also dangerous. That is what he envisions to see Central after he becomes the president. The earlier you guys wake up and know that Mother Karua has been brought as a savior. Actually, after Mother Karua was picked, they have had a series of meetings and conversation on how to stop her, on how to blackmail her, on how to, yes, to make her hostile. But they are still really struggling. They don't know how to hit her hard because she is actually stopping the mission they wanted to accomplish on the mountain. So I think now you can make your submission on that. Then we go to Tai.
Okay, asante Wekesa. You're very right. Ruto planned it very well. Alipanga vizuri sana. And sometime when I think about it, I really ask myself where Uhuru was. Because I think Uhuru saw it come. I think Ruto's biggest problem was having someone like Uhuru in Mount Kenya. That was his biggest challenge. And that is why you can see for the last 5 years, they have been tarnishing Uhuru's name. Because they wanted to get Uhuru out of the way. Now, but things are getting complicated. So they go pick Gachagua. And Gachagua also becomes too powerful because Gachagua is giving Ruto money also. So that's another complication now. Then somewhere the Mount Kenya MPs are beginning to feel Gachagua is like a bully to them. You see what the games that was played before Gachagua was nominated. And then Ruto goes back, decides that I don't know, Wekesa, whether it is true that the money that was given to the MPs to vote out Gachagua came from Ruto. There are some quotas saying that Ruto gave those MPs money to vote out Gachagua. Okay, now I heard you people discussing. Do you really think Ruto wanted Gachagua? I think Ruto amekubali Gachagua shingo upande. Because Gachagua now is also proving to be another bully to Ruto. And he's proving like he can also, like, just the way he's holding Rift Valley hostage. Gachagua is kind of holding Ruto hostage. So I think Ruto doesn't want Gachagua because Mount Kenya region somewhere realized hata kama tuko UDA ametukalia sana. I think there's some realization there. So Gachagua, there is a conflict in UDA. Then comes the biggest conflict now, Ekesa. They don't like Uhuru because Uhuru has been trying to claim he's the king, or not to claim, to assert himself as a kingpin. And there's some people in Mount Kenya region who feel this is our son. So in fact, if they would get rid of him, they'll do that. They don't like him. But now Baba brings another complication now of the game, brings in Mother Karua. And Mother Karua, I was listening to KTN, some debate in KTN, they were saying that there's a time that people from Mount Kenya said that Mother was the only man remaining. Wakesa, do you remember that? What was it all about? Maybe you can tell us. When was that say that Mother was the only man remaining? I don't know, is when she walked in.
It was wakati
It was in the context of
election ya
BBI.
Kibaki.
In the context of BBI or Kibaki, I don't know.
Or Kibaki, I thought you were talking recently.
Yeah, it was about Kibaki. Yeah, when she was only
KICC.
she was the only person in KICC wakihesabu kura ya Kibaki, and he was with Ruto, and the all Mount Kenya walikuwa Intercontinental Hotel preparing to surrender to Raila, and that is why Mother Karua stayed for 3 days not even changing 3 days. That is why walisema she was the only one man, and that is why watu ya baba walitarau mama kabisa, like they were calling her names.
Yeah, and in fact, if you ask me, even if the election was stolen or not stolen, mother was my hero by then, because I don't know whether this is true, but people said that mother Kibaki had said wacha wachukue. Then I think people say mother said atineanaga oguo atiwezi kapatiana kiti hivyo tu ati hii kiti haipeanwi hivyo. That is what she said. And then you people, if you can remember, when Kevoito was still announcing the results, if you are watching, shortly we saw Attorney General swearing in Kibaki. Shortly, your eyes were in KICC, and within a fraction of a second, the next thing we had, I'm Emilio Mwai Kibaki. Do here swear. That was well planned by mother, and that is why she remained their hero. So she's such a strong woman. So they said she was the only man remaining. Now the game plan is coming now. Mother stood with Kibaki, and Kibaki was not looking good health-wise and all that. And now we have Raila. Raila is kind of, his age has progressed. So now what Ruto hates now is that this same woman is behind Raila. And this same woman has vowed to stand with Baba, come rain, come sunshine. Ufanye chenye unataka, do as you want in Mount Kenya region. You will not shut her up. Send dogs to shout at her. She will speak to those dogs. You know, everybody in this country knows mother. So she's this, and now they are going around saying Atihana Bwana, sijui. It is so annoying. You hear what they are saying. But now, now the game is complicated. At one point, Ruto wanted, what you said is correct. He wanted to be the kingpin of Mount Kenya region, and now there are people asking him, wewe unasema ati baba ni Mjaluo, kwani wewe ni nani? Have you become a Kikuyu yourself? Who are you? You see, now somebody else is asking him that question. Who are you? Have you become a Kikuyu yourself? So Ruto really hates that. Then he goes to his nomination, and then Gachagua is telling him lazima uniweke. So he bribes some MPs to vote out Gachagua, but Gachagua tells him, dare not give me this thing. Just dare. You just dug your own defeat. So he gives Gachagua Shingo Upande. Before his dust has settled the next day, what does Baba do? To add salt to his injury, announces Mother Karua. So now walikuwa nachipia Uhuru asikuwe kingpin. Now I don't know whether you call her Queen Pin. So Baba launches a Mount Kenya Queen Pin. So the game is in a pamba motto. And what does mother does the next day? She launches her campaign in Mount Kenya region. She unleashes terror in Mount Kenya region. And now Mount Kenya is like, wow, we didn't know this woman could do this. Our only man remaining. You see, that's what they are saying. So I think Ruto, now, I wanted to say, Mount Kenya is now saying, vile una poops, uko Rift Valley, utakuja kupoops hapa. You will not do what you are doing in Rift Valley. You will not bring it here. You see, I think that's what Mount Kenya region is beginning to say. So I think...
And Julian, before even you finish, there's something you have brought out. And I think when they were at the Serena negotiations, you have to know that the only two men who were in that room was Ruto and Karua. Actually, Ruto was the hardliner on this side and Mother Karua on the other one. So right now they are finding themselves now to square on the mountain.
And to square what they didn't finish.
They are having a rematch now of Serena on the mountain. So we want to see who will win.
They are finishing what they did not finish. And Mother must be saying, I will deal with this thug squarely. You know, she is planning, you know, she's clean. She has no scandals. She's very eloquent. She can speak if you want her to speak Kikuyu. Unajua aliambia watu wa Kiambu, leo naongelesha Gegeshogo ni ile Kikuyu ya Geshogo. Wakasema sawa, ongea Geshogo. And that's what she was speaking. So Ruto really hates it. You know, Ruto was having it easy calling Uhuru names and all that because I think Uhuru is kind of a spoiled brat and hana hiyo majina mingi. So, but now, Mother is not a spoiled brat. Mother ni mtu wa ushago. ni yule mwenye ameishi na watu. She understands what she needs to say to this man. So this guy now is getting this game that whatever you are doing in Rift Valley hutafanya hapa, utembea mbali. Yani wanasema Wakikuyu tunasemanga umekuja kama mwalimu, uketi hata mwalimu, umekuja sana, unajua umekuja sana, weka break, umekuja sana. So that's the sad thing that is happening for the DP Ruto. And I also want to agree with Mike that what's happened, the conversation has changed, that watu ni watu wa matusi. You know, if you hear Kuria opens his mouth, you want to block your ears because of his foul language. Now, Ruto, today, the other time he was talking about Kalonzo, he'll not say anything constructive. He'll either insult somebody, call somebody, and the worst is what Josephine was saying, kuita ati mama, he mama. I want to conclude by that, uyu mama. You know, I want to appreciate the men, the gentlemen of this country, wa Kenya, wanaume, I really appreciate you so much because you are changing the conversation in Kenya. Mr. Wekesa, people are talking about single women, but what I want to tell you, what has destroyed the marriages of Kenya is the male chauvinism attitude. No woman want to live without a husband. Every woman wants somebody to call my husband, and no woman wants to walk away from the father of their children. Lakini Wekesa, sijui kama kwenye Western kunakaa hivyo. Mount Kenya, unfortunately, men, and Mr. Njiru may correct me this if I'm wrong, men mostly who are 55 and below are so ill-mannered kwamba they don't know how to spend time with their families. If they are, wacha akuya yende na kuletea sukari, he'll come home wee hours, and you'll never have a voice to say, especially for those women who are not talking, who are not working. Matusi mingi, violence, psychological violence, and all that. So women who are a bit independent, what they are doing, they are simply walking away from their marriages, take care of their children. And unfortunately, these men are not giving back financial support to the children who are living with their mothers. Ndio sababu naona wanaume wa Kenya, naomba msamehe, that most men, if you want to know how many families they have, go to their funeral, ndio utaona watoto wengine wametokea na wengine wametokea. Kwanza wenye wanatokea unaona wanafanana kama wale wako tu. And if you ni kama ya bwana yako. I mean, children just imagine that funeral because they are not like our fathers. Unfortunately, because our fathers were very responsible. We saw our fathers come home, bring food. They were men. They were responsible men. I mean, they were in charge of the homes. They were taking care of their family. Like the men who are 55 and below, I don't know what we are going to do to our sons to make them responsible. But now, with the Mother Karua conversation, I'm seeing the reaction of the same men in Kenya, and this is wonderful. Because it means now we are changing our attitude and we are beginning to talk about equal opportunities for all genders. This is really wonderful, and I think this Mother Karua thing is going to be a blessing to Kenya. And I think now, going forward, we'll even have stable families because we are not campaigning for feminism. I'm not a feminist myself. I don't support feminism. I like to see stability in families. But I also would like to see respect in families. You see, if you come, when I came to America, Mr. Ekesa, I'm sorry to say I need to share this with Kenyans who are watching. I was so surprised at how men here respect women. I was seriously surprised and impressed. And I said, I hope when my son joins here, this is something he's going to borrow and respect his wife too. I hope so. When he gets married and loves his wife, a man should be there for his family, should be there. Umukusikia ile joke ya COVID, Wekesa, when businesses were closed and men were told kunywa pombe, ati kuna huyu mwanaume alikaa nyumbani akaanza kuwatch TV, and another kid told the mother, "Mom, huyu mtu anawatch TV yetu ni nani?" And that was the father. And the mother told the daughter, the kid, nyamaza, huyo ni baba yako. The kid was already walking and talking and had never seen the dad because these men have not been present. But I really want to appreciate this conversation. I think Kenya is going to places with Mother Karua deputy presidency and Baba, and I want to give praise to Baba because yeye ndiye amebadilisha hii maneno. And another thing, Baba has changed. We don't want to look at Mother as Mount Kenya region person. We want to look at her as a Kenyan who can change our lives. And going forward, I think hata Wakikuyu We will vote for anybody. It doesn't matter which tribe you come from. Hata kama unatoka Turkana, tutakupigia kura after this because Baba and Mother have helped us change this conversation. Because as Julius anakosamu ya kusema acha kwanza ninyamaze, maybe he has something to say. Thank you.
Okay, before I allow him to bring in, I also want to say that, and going forward, I think we will be picking these themes from this campaign, and maybe this will be our conversation when politics are not there. That time we will be sober. When we now discussing after August, this channel will be there. And we will now focus on issues to do with families, issues to do with, you see the way we are overlapping even spirituality with politics. And people want to make scores where even they are not. I was saying if they have to extrapolate that conversation of mother being single, let them bring it on. One thing I know that Kenya Kwanza,
Mother is
especially the leading lights,
she's
especially the leading
Mother
lights.
was Wekesa. Mother was
Yeah, I'm
married.
giving you a chance to talk.
I don't want to talk. I'm saying Mother was married and then she divorced. There are difference of a single mother, a single that she has never kept married.
Yeah,
She
I'm
was
saying
married.
if they want that conversation, both sides we have information, and it cannot be. Is one of the things is every topic for Ruto, whether you go to economy, corruption, he's always has skeleton. If we go to family issues, he also have a lot of issues. So there's no topic that we will go there and he scores. So let them not even bring that conversation because they will still lose. I can tell you that for free because they are more his side than any other place. So
Being
Julia,
single is better
say
than,
before we move to Mutai.
Okay, I just want to add a comment on Julia's submission. You know, what Ruto is doing, actually, let us not mistake. It's not Rift Valley. It's not Rift. So if we because I come from South Rift, so things are different, you know, because like, for example, Narok County, he gave a ticket to the former governor, the present governor, to run for Senate. And you know what happened? Even the UDA themselves, they said no. They said no, we cannot accept it. So what actually Ruto is doing is just doing on North Rift. North Rift is completely suffocating everyone. It doesn't matter you're educated, doesn't matter, anybody is being suffocated so long as you're against him. So I just wanted to correct Julia that it's not the whole Rift Valley. Rift Valley is big. And the Rift Valley, the South Rift, for example, Narok, Kajiado, even if you go to Samburu, things are different. So that's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Mutai here. Wacha tuambie vile mambo iko. How are you, Mutai?
I'm doing well. To clarify what Brother Julius he says right. Where Ruto is mostly dwells in is dictatorship is mostly North Rift Valley and mostly South Rift Valley, Kipsigis, those sides of Kipsigis. That's what he says. That's what is the law. And when we talk about Papa selecting Martha, that was a smart idea. Right now, things are looking good for Papa because he has already calmed down the situation, because a couple of weeks ago, before anyone selecting their vice president or whatever, Papa was a little bit going down, to be honest with you, because I follow these politics and I thought it was good. As soon as he elected Martha, I'm telling you, things are looking good. And, you know, I don't think there will be second round this time. Whatever Kalonzo is doing is dreaming. There will be no second round. If things goes the way it is going and Martha does the campaign like the way she's doing, I think they are going to win by even 60%. Yeah, because right now, you know, Central was 80% to 90% of Ruto. Right now, if Ruto is still leading now, let's give him 60 to 70 now, 60 to 65. By 2 weeks, 3 weeks coming up, there will be 50-50. You know, so I hope they continue like that, and I'm glad that matter, and I'm glad the way we respect women, because you know, I know most of us people from Kalenji, we still disrespect women. We want her to shut up. Men are the one who are talking. We call the shots. We make rules. Whatever I tell my wife, hey, you go and vote for who and who, even though the women will be scared, even when they are in polling booth, even though it's a sacred ballot, they will be listening what they think that the husband is looking while they are voting. So they will still going to vote for what the husband say, and which is so sad. But that's why you see that thing now. They are confused. They want to bring the way they describe women to try to attack Martha. But Martha is a smart woman. It's not like which you can scare. He's not scared of anyone there. So he can tell, hey, if you want to disrupt my rally, come and do it yourself. Come and grab my microphone, and then you can, that's why they call her a man, because he doesn't put up nonsense like that. But I think things the way it's looking now, I think we better get prepare for inauguration. That's my wish, and that's the way I see things. Thank you.
Asante Mtahi. How much should we expect from North Rift? 50%?
Wekesa, can I talk to Osea? Can I talk to Mutai 1 minute?
Please.
Okay.
Okay, you remember.
And before you do that, Jiru, kindly remove the curtains. I think it's not me who set the rules. You guys set the rules and said anyone who puts a dark screen should be put at the backstage. So towards the curtains. I caught those bylaws. Upper.
So you have given me?
Yeah.
Yes, nilikuwa nasema mkikumbuka funeral ilikuwa ya Laposo. Lona Laposo. She was a friend to Mother Karua. Na wakati hiyo ni wakati ile kura ilikuwa imefanyika na Wakalenjin walikuwa hataki kuona Mother. So akaenda funeral. Then now akiongea this young man wakataka kwenda kunyang'anya yeye microphone. Wacha nikwambie, Mother Karua sijui alifanya nini. Watu walikimbia ilipati wasi. The following day the Kalenjins were saying no. Huyo mama hapana. Walijaribu kumtesti akiwa Bomet. But she told them, look, huyu mama amekufa ni rafiki yangu. I don't attend funerals because it is funerals. So ilipikwa risasi moja na watu walienda tangu sikio Wakalenjin wakiona Mother walikuwa na okopa na wamerudi kumheshimu. That was a life history ilifanyika Bomet. So I wanted Mutai as he was talking because hiyo kitu ilisumbua watu sana.
Thank you. As I'm bringing in Anjiru, let me just play one video short one, then Anjiru will pick from there.
Integrity and clearing candidates who have either been impeached or convicted. Commissioner, what is your position on that?
Yes, first I would like to say that
Sonko is not the issue. The issue is the law. And let me read for you what the law says. In terms of the provisions of Article 73, Part 3 of the Constitution, a person who is dismissed or otherwise removed from office for contravention of the provisions of Chapter 6 is disqualified from holding any other state office. So even without the court order mentioned, Article 75 of the Constitution is self-speaking and self-executing. That means that is how it is. No other story about it. If you, Olive, were a state officer and you were removed through impeachment or you were removed through sacking, you will never hold any public office. That's what the law says.
Wait, so in black and white, are you saying you will not clear candidates who are either impeached from public office or have been convicted by a court of law?
We will follow the law, what the law says. So let people come and we will follow the law. The other thing that causes confusion, Olive, and let me tell you this, there are people that have been sacked, but they have also been taken to court and a judgment given to them, but they have not been jailed for over 7 months. Those people can still go and vie. Mm-hmm. There is Chapter 6, and there are criminal activities that have been committed by other people, not in Chapter 6. And those people are here. They seek, they have gone to court, they have appealed, and their appeal have not been exhausted. They can come to us and tell us we want to vie, and we will look at them.
Okay, I think from that conversation, you can know that some people, the likes of Songo, are not lucky people. They finished themselves completely. Jill, maybe pick from there. We move forward. Njiru, unanisikia? You're on mute. You're on mute, Njiru. Njiru, you're on mute.
Okay, can you?
You have unmuted and then you mute it again. Okay, I don't know what is the problem. We can't hear you. Okay, maybe let me have Kimere first, Njiru to sort out his audio.
Jambo. Hello, everyone. Good. Wakasa, it's good to see you again after a long time. Julia. There she is. How are you, Julia? Good. Okay, let me start. I have two concerns, actually. Well, one pressing one, and I had posted this earlier on a chat somewhere, and Motembe responded to me. Because I'm concerned about the the media coverage of Azimio campaigns, for example. So I know it's not part of the debate here, but I think it's of importance as well. The whole of, sometimes not everyone can attend those rallies, political rallies. It's important that people are able to follow through media because the message is important, even to the listeners. Nimekuwa nikifuatilia the whole week. Actually, I've been fetching to see how mother was campaigning in Mount Kenya the whole week. And it was a struggle to find clips on YouTube. And today, for example, I was really very eager to see how she was doing in Kiambu. But like the clips that you get are 2-3 minutes, 10 minutes max. We need more coverage, media coverage on that, because there are a lot of people who rely on the media, even local people. And more so for people who are in diaspora, I think it's very important. And Mutembe responded to me that, yeah, it's a problem that Azimio TV or something are having, because like Baba's one was quite well transmitted today, but Mother's one, which is still Azimio, hasn't been really well transmitted the whole week. So I think it's important that we if someone can speak to those people. I've tried to post on their Facebook webpage and see and tell them that way. I think that would be important to do in the future. Now, there was something that I wanted to comment on, something that someone said actually there about women. But anyway, let me comment on what I've seen so far about the campaigns. I think the campaigns are going very well, and Mother amefanya vizuri sana Mount Kenya, and no wonder how watu wameenda Nyeri leo to counteract whatever amefanya. And the weird thing is, Mother and Munya have been doing those campaigns, and they have really campaigned very well. Her message is very clear and courageous. And Ruto had to come with the whole brigade to try and dismiss what Mother has been doing. And I ask myself, does that mean that, like, if Ruto is not there, are the other guys able really to come and hold those rallies in Mount Kenya? And when the real campaign starts, because it's gonna be ile moja ilikuwa ikisema siasa ya motomoto ikianza, how will they do really? Because I guess that everyone will have to go and campaign, especially people vying for seats. Mtu lazima ataenda kujifanyia siasa pahali anataka kusimama. And even because right now what we are seeing, even the MPs accompanying Ruto, people will have to go and do their campaigns in wherever they are contesting. How will that be? So I have very big hopes that things will get better as we go forward. And so it's important that we focus. You see, what makes me, why I love Mother is that she doesn't use this abusive language. Watu wakihek anaongelelesha polepole, anaenda even the hecklers. Actually, she just approaches the hecklers and she manages to convince them to reason, and which they do. Na kama kabisa hawataki kusikia, anaambia hakuna shida, just take it home with you, think about it. There's this saying that there was a time a beast was talking to a stone, and at the end iliwambia hata usiponijibu najua umenisikia. So that's literally what mother is telling people. You don't have to answer me, but I know you have heard what I've said. Go home, think about it, and we meet next time, and the conversation goes on. So I'm a very happy man, to be honest. Very, very happy. And I have hopes that, God forbid, Ruto he won't take this. I'm convinced that this is Azimio. And I really hope that Mount Kenya understands this, because they don't want to be in the opposition, because Azimio gonna take this. And lakini tujikaze zote, and we try to that media thing. If Wekeza, you guys, if you have any influence at all, I think it's important to let those people know.
Maybe I can respond to this. I think you have to know that mother's roundup on Mount Kenya was not the official Azimio campaigns, as you have been seeing the official on Azimio campaigns. This was a homecoming, and they just left her to do her thing. They were still just collecting information. They didn't want to make it official and then plan we're going here. They just allowed her, and all this stopover she has been making was not controlled by Azimio Secretariat. This was her own homecoming, and she wanted to prove that she can do it. And that's why when you look at the clips they have been doing, have been shared either by her or the MPs, the leaders who have been on the entourage. But now the second plowing will be now official. There will now be planned meeting. They just wanted to see the people's reaction on mother. So I can tell you there will be now official movement, and you will see it. So that one, just don't worry about it. They didn't know even how it is going to happen. They allowed her to plan her own thing. So they did not allow the secretariat to plan for her.
Okay, thank you for your assurance. So that means that was just testing the waters. So that's good. That's good. So it was a good initiative then. So we have very big hopes, because if the reaction...
But initially, people thought she's going just to have a homecoming in Kirinyaga. But she did Kirinyaga and opened up to every part, and people thought she will have maybe one rally in every county, and she ended up having so many other rallies. So they allowed her to do her thing and then gauge her performance, and she has done excellent job.
Good. That's good then. That's good to know. That's good to know, because then that means that the numbers will really go up. I think there was someone who commented about women earlier on. Sorry, I think I really forgot that thought. I had something to say about that, but maybe I will say that later. And that was really pressing. But then you see, you don't come in, you forget. And I hope that I'll catch up with that later. Thank you very much. Nice to see you all.
Let me remind you, I talked about women when Ruto was trying to trivialize the Mother Karua candidature to a mere Mama Mboka conversation which he has been having. You see, I've been having a conversation about Mama Mboka. Now these people pick one person and they think that they have answered the question of Mama Mboka. You can't trivialize the opportunity for one of the women to open the second, to occupy the second office as a mere Mama Mboka conversation. That was really bad. I think I will get the clip for it. Was he when he was in Nakuru, in a meeting somewhere there?
Nyeri. It was in Nyeri. It was in
Nyeri,
Nyeri
yes.
today. Yes.
Yeah, but there is also an economic forum where he trivialized it. I saw it the day before today. Okay, let's have Njiru now. I hope your mic is okay.
I'm good now. Can you get me?
you can make your input.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to begin with a testimony because it's always good to testimonies are part of what gives people strength. I come from Embu, a constituency called Manyata. I happen to neighbor Geshogo. Where I come from is at a conference point where we share voters. Somebody can choose either to vote on the Geshogo side or on this side, depending with whoever you are supporting. Or maybe if, like, for example, there is somebody who is vying in Geshogo, who might be my friend, I might choose to take it to go and get my card from those directions. So we usually have those voting where we share people. So now I have been called by a number of people, and those areas, they have been predominantly UDA. And now those people were like, you know, they usually know me as an Azimio person, kama mtu amepotea njia. So that is how they have been describing me. Sasa mimi leo kuna watu wawili watatu hivi wamenipigia simu wakaniuliza, sasa mbona mungeambia Ruto achukue huyo mama? So that is somebody who's telling me, watu wananiuliza, na Raila wametoana, ni mtu ya UDA ananiuliza, but they are not very much connected. Si watu ati they know what is happening in Nairobi na nini, lakini tu ni mtu tu huko mashinani akaniuliza, Raila ametoa wapi huyu mama? Ruto angetafuta yeye. Mbona Ruto angetafuta huyo mama? Sasa naona sasa ni kuna vile tu naona hii kura yetu imeleta shida hapa sasa. Mbona, so that's what like people feel, watu wanajiuliza, how comes Raila was able to get this woman and Ruto was unable to get her? That is the question which is in the villages. So watu wanajiuliza ni swali, and they are UDA supporters. I'm not talking of Azimio supporters. Ni watu wa UDA, the people who do not know what happens in Nairobi, ni watu wa mashinani wanangojea pale. So what is my contribution is that hiyo kitu najaribu kuambia watu hapa ni kwamba there is a shockwave, because number one, huyu Mother Karua uko mashinani, by the way, people attribute her character. Watu wanapenda character yake. Maybe they might claim she is not popular, apatangi kura on national level kama hilo wakati alikuwa anataka kupata president, but people admire who she is, and it is something which is coming out clear. And for the first time we might get an election which people close to 30% of their decision making, they might think in terms of character. Sababu I can assure you, for the last 30 years tumechagua wakora sana. I want to tell you, it is everywhere. Enda Kisumu huko, majority of the guys who win in the ballot, forget about what Matilda was saying here, saying that watu wa wash wataingia. I will tell you without fear of contradiction, it is even in the public domain. In 2013 tulichagua watu walikuwa ICC. I'm not saying that they didn't deserve to be leaders in Kenya, but one of the reasons, even as somebody who came from Mount Kenya, I was against Uhuru presidency. It was because he was having something on his leg. And I was saying, as a person who comes from Mount Kenya, I want somebody who is not having a baggage. So that was my issue. But the problem which we have in my country is that we can side with anything. And it is unfortunate. That is why you will even see some of our communities, even somebody who is very credible, ako na CV kubwa, huyo mtu amefanya mambo kubwa sana, they will even be watashindwa na huyu Sonko anaambiwa hawezi simama. Huyu unaona, huyu Sonko tunaambiwa hawezi simama, somebody who is already impeached and still Kenyans want him. I want you, let's analyze that character. Ati huyu Sonko, ati unless IBC tusaidie, IBC seme mtu ambaye ako impeached, if this guy will be let, he might become an havoc. And I can tell you, some Kenyans, and in big numbers, will side with this guy. So that is the worry which we need to have. So sometimes unakuta saa zingine, and that is what has exacerbated even our issues and our problems. So unakuta sasa, we want good service delivery, lakini our love to thugs is extreme. And I stand here and nitasema tena, I have been saying hapa, in a civilized and in a country where people are looking at things straight. Like let me say, where half of the country, let me just call it half, in a country where a half of the country is looking at issues straight. Somebody like Ruto should not be a discussion. It should not be a discussion. But because we are looking at issues in another angle, we are not looking at credibility, then we want to punish others. Kuna zile vitu tunataka. I'm not saying like me, I've been a critic of Uhuru for a long time, for my own reasons. I had my own reasons to criticize him, but his decision to support Odinga, the time when he decided to come and support Odinga, it was a decision which I loved. Mimi sijui nini aliona hapo, but one thing which I can tell you is that if Kenya gave Moi 24 years, I am comfortable with 5 years of Odinga. Anytime. We have given so many people who spent time in our presidency, and I can assure you, I'm sure Odinga's 5 years can be close to 12 years of Moi. I'm not trying to despise Moi and maybe what Moi could have done. That's not the reason. We are now in a new era. We are now in a new age. Maybe this Odinga we are still criticizing here is the turning point of Kenya, and we start looking in another direction. Maybe he is the guy, he is the only eye. Na pengine Mungu ametupea tu nafasi. Remember, in the next 5 years, Odinga atakuja hapa tena. So we might risk this opportunity, and then Kenyan development, ama pale Kenya inafaa kuenda, we miss it in another 30 years. And it can happen. Because ujue hawa majamu akijiingiza hapo, wataanzia kujipanda. That is one thing. Yake 10, yule jamaa mwingine pia naye amejipanga. So they will build a system. So, in other words, this Kenya Kwanza guys, we are looking at like me, I'm now approaching close to 40. This Kenya Kwanza guy, if we give them opportunity, tunasema ni watu kama sisi sasa, somebody like me, when I'm close to 70 years. So, these guys, they have potential to broke everything good. Unaona hii resource yote tuko nayo, au watu wa 30, 40, 50 years, these people can be used to build Kenya. That is the risk. Hapo ndio risk iko. All those guys can become useless if we vote badly. We have an opportunity. We have wasted our time. We wasted our. I know. I don't want to talk about any person here. Kenya.
Yeah, Njiru.
Yes.
Before you move away from that, you have brought out something very important that I think you need to emphasize. I saw you are using the word maybe, but I want you to use assurity, because a leader's is judged by the decisions he makes. One, you are told that you can know a presidential candidate by even the running mate he picks. That is the first major decision. It's just like when you make a marriage decision, sometimes people will judge you and see what kind of person you are. 3 things that came out when Raila chose Mother Karua. One, it was historical to bring a woman on board on the ticket. So he broke the norm. 2, even if the ticket was supposed to go to Mount Kenya, it was still historical that he moved away from the traditional counties, Nyeri and Kiambu, which have held the leadership. He went to Kirinyaga. So he broke another norm. Then 3, on the same ticket, he made sure he has chosen someone with integrity, which is completely opposite on the other ticket. So can you see he is already implementing the change you want? Yeah, I think Martin Det also has a comment or question before you conclude what you are saying.
Wekesa, excuse me. Can I say something quickly? Just to respond to a comment here I read from Black. Yeah?
Yeah, I've given Ndeton, then I will give you. So.
Yeah, because Black. Okay, sorry. Because I think they confused what Jiro said about between Moi and Raila, and Black as normal. The Yuda guys, they always twist things, and he's saying Yani 5 years will be worse as 12 years of Moi. No, Jiro didn't say that. Jiro said that he would prefer 5 years of Raila because he knows Raila will perform perfect, will do what Moi could have done in 12 years. That means in good things. So it's don't confuse things, Black. They always twist things. That's why I thought it was important to comment right now. Thank you.
Yeah, it's their art, spin doctoring. Deto.
Kagi, leave Black alone. Black is Azimio. I know him. He's one of those guys who are dealing with a problem of he left his camp and he's come to this other side. He has to still kind of way of stay there. He's our guy. He's in Azimio. He loves Azimio. He's good. Leave Black alone. He's good. Nani, what you were saying, and what you're trying to say, Wekesa, I actually today I wasn't trying to come into the panel. I probably will come back later because I'm also running errands. But I wanted to tell you guys I heard somebody talking, and they're talking like they're tense about what is happening in Kenya. And personally, there's nothing. You guys relax. It's done. It's washed, done, and dusted. Mother Karua, what she's doing in Mount Kenya, everything is being done, and you guys, I want to assure you, and Wekesa knows what I'm talking about. I want to assure you, Ukambani is in Azimio, all in. There's a reason I came in, and there's a reason I'm saying that. I will laugh about it later. Wekesa, you know it. You know why I'm saying that? Because you live in Ukambani. Let's not worry.
Okay. Let me ask you first before you proceed. I love the perspective, but I will give you more time to elaborate on it. I wanted you to comment on Chiru, then because after Domi, I come to you now for. I want that issue of Ukambani, and there are a few issues I wanted to bring out comparatively Kalonzo and Mother Karua that I thought you need to bring up. So can I allow Njiru to finish in 1 minute? We go to Domi.
Yeah. I'll wait, and then I'll come in.
So that I give you ample time. Huh? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. It's unfortunate, Bwana Wekesa, it's unfortunate that my presentation was twisted by somebody in the comments. Sorry for that. So in my conclusion, what I wanted to say is that Kenya has an opportunity. You know, even in business, there is something we call an opportunity cost. We have an opportunity to try something. And these guys, they have a track record, they are tested. They have a history. You know, Raila Odinga, yes, we have not given him an opportunity to lead us. What happened? But occasionally we have seen progress which he has promoted. Hii devolution ni sababu yake, katiba mpya, he was in the forefront, story ya multipartyism, jamaa ako hapo. So gentlemen, Ruto, sorry to say, Ruto, deputy president, sijui minister, then I don't know, MP for Eldoret North. To me, hapana, it is not credible. It is not credible. Hajatetea Mkenya. Unajua hata hapa Marekani nasikianga pia saa zingine wakiuliza what is the influence of this person. Unajua hata sijakutana na Mkenya yoyote hata I have still not met hata kitabu imeandikwa about Ruto. I have not met with books. At least nimesoma kitabu ya Raila Enigma what hata ile Miguna alikuwa ameandika. Yeah, I have met with literature about Raila Odinga. So this Ruto people are trying to sell to us. There is no information. Nikienda kwa Google is just the ordinary Mukenya who was lucky to be on the right side of Moi. He was business connected, akapata pesa yake hivyo. He is just a lucky Kenyan by default. But I have not seen his positive contribution to Kenyans. And the time when he was given the second position in the government, hiyo ndio ile siku pesa ya Kimwareli ilipotea na vitu zingine. So to me the credibility, alafu sasa na kupewa opportunity akakutuletea huyu Gachagua, na mumesikia story ya Gachagua wazito kutoka 1992. Hiyo story hata hatutaki kuongea hapa, ni chungu manze. I've heard nimesikia story ya Gachagua wazito, it's heavy, you cannot speak about it. Kuna watu wako kwa makaburi, so let's not talk about it. Thank you. Lakini Mother Karua all the way, he has tilted the.
Now I'm giving you 30 seconds to amend your statement. I think people are having problem with what you said. Can you exactly say what you said in 30 seconds?
Okay, what I said is that to me, what I said was, if Kenya gave Moi 24 years to rule them, I'm comfortable with Odinga's 5 years, because I believe Raila's 5 years will be better than half Moi rule. I said, that's how I said. To me, I see more positivity in Raila Odinga. Hata miaka mbili ya Raila Odinga, it can be better than half ya Moi. To me, that is my belief. Yule anataka kuja hapa kututetea kutetea mwenda zake President Moi, you are free to say that, but the opportunity I'm seeing.
In other words, people are interpreting this way, that Raila will do what Moi did. Raila will do 5 years. He will do in 5 years what Moi did in 12 years, and they are perceiving it as Moi did negative things. So
No, I'm not talking about those things.
That's why I'm saying
Moi kuna vitu kidogo alifanya bwana. Kuna vitu Moi alijenga nini. We cannot say that Moi did zero in Kenya. Apart from, let's not also criminalize Moi tuseme ati Moi tu ni historia ya Nyayo Chemba peke yake. There is also slight things which Moi did. What I'm saying is that Odinga will come and do of times 100. That's what I'm saying. So we cannot just condemn Moi and just say that Moi alifanya tu vitu mbaya peke yake. So hao watu wanajaribu kutwist my information kwa nini washindwe sana. That's what I'm not saying. What I'm saying is I'm only trying to see the small things which Moi did for us, and I'm trying to amplify them, and I know that Odinga will do something better than that. Kwanza akiwa na mama, already we can see improvement. Odinga is the only person amepea mama pale. He took that risk. Remember, akachukua hata huyu mama akasema wacha nianguke na yeye kama ni kuanguka. How many people could have taken that risk? How many people could Ruto himself take a risk of giving a woman to be a deputy? Who else in this Kenya is a risk taker apart from Odinga? Odinga can risk on anything. Odinga hata amemiss mara ngapi? Kwani mumesikia ati amepata heart attack? Tuache hii story bana. Odinga lazima akuwe hapo atusaidie, and this is his time. And mimi, as long as I live, kila mtu atapigia Odinga. Nyinyi kama mtapigia Ruto ni huko ma 2037 akiwa guka. Hata yakuwe guka, sio sahi.
Thank you. Okay. Let's have Domi. And as I bring in Domi, let me just share a small clip on what happened in Karatina. Now that clip is meant to capture. There are people who argue that Rigathi Gachagua has been having the normal crowds. They even sit in a pattern when they are in the meeting because they are brought together. They have to remain together. so that they live together. The majority are always either uniformed or given those the activation of Tanga. So I'm bringing in Domi. I don't know what is your take.
Okay, jambo sana. I'm happy to be back here. I know I've been having some issue with the net and the internet, but it's good that at least today I got an opportunity. I want to appreciate all the panelists, Mr. Wekesa and other coordinators. You are doing a good job. Okay, I will start off by commenting on what Njuru was saying. I think I normally say, okay, all the presidents that we have been having in Kenya, everybody at least has something good that he did, and you cannot dismiss them, and you cannot say that there's nothing that Moi did. That will not be the truth. At least there is something that you can allocate for everyone that has ruled Kenya. What we need is progress. Get the good thing this person has done, and I also in the same breath, I also would like to correct some statements that some people use when Raila says I'll proceed with what Uhuru has been doing. You know, and somebody comes in and says that Uhuru has ruined the economy, so Raila is going to ruin the economy as Uhuru did. I think that is a very wrong understanding of the statement, because we cannot stop the progress. For example, the extension of Thika Road. We cannot stop the extension of Thika Road just because it was Uhuru's project and we are changing everything. That will not be progress. And I think the day Raila was explaining about that, and he said it will, we keep on, leaderships keep on delaying, wasting time by you stop the projects that your predecessor was doing to start your own. You know, that one is in the end, there is money that has been wasted on this side. You stop it, you know, the project is left in the middle. Okay, that's in essence, that is what we should be thinking. Okay, I think what I will say the problem with Kenyan politics or the Kenyans, I think I think one of us talked about the way Kenyans take the election. The problem with Kenyans is this: we magnify competition over the quality of leadership that we need. Now you see, we reduce an election into a contest between we versus them. We versus them, that is, whoever that is on this side is saying tutawashinda, on the other side saying tutawashinda. And we forget that we need to choose to elect leaders who will in the end either make our lives better or worse. I think there is a statement also that is made by Kenyans that is, let me say it's a foolish statement. Somebody saying that this president, even if we elect this person as a president, is not going to bring food on our table. I will correct that and say this: be sure where Kenyans are, those who are listening those who are on the comment section, those who are listening everywhere else, be sure that the leader that you're bringing on board is going to contribute to food coming to a table. If that leader is going to bring down the economy, is going to steal everything the way Ruto has been doing, be 100% sure it will come to your table. You will lack food. Because if at all that leader is going to bring down, it's going to cause, like you find somebody importing maize from another country into Kenya, practically bringing down the farmers who are supposed to be producing the maize. And you're expecting that tomorrow you'll have the maize when you have not encouraged the farmers to produce the maize. I will tell you for a fact that mutakanja, because of your mistake that you're doing, be 100% sure that the leadership you elect will bring either food on your table or will take food away from your table. Fact. Okay, let me talk about Martha Karua. I think I would say this is gold that Azimio got. I don't know who brought Martha Karua in Azimio. I don't know how they did to bring her there, but I can say this is gold. You can imagine this lady just joins Azimio the first day, and she does not care about any position she's likely to be given. She's into campaign. She goes into the first day she's appointed as a running mate. She's all over central campaigning. She's not going for, she's not going for a picnic. Imagine it said it's a homecoming, and it's like she's spending the whole day going home, making campaigns even at 8 p.m. in the night, going around to campaign, to tell people. And I like the way she has been doing it. She is challenging somebody. Any one of you here, I give you a microphone and you explain to me what is bottom up. None of them is ready to take the challenge because none of them knows what bottom up is. It's just challenging them on facts. And I like people who do things, who explain things by just present the facts on the people. Let them judge. And it's like, this is somebody who does not, who is not deterred by noise. You make noise to her, that one is nothing. You cannot heckle, you don't heckle Martha Karua. She's like, unatuambia nini? And I may say she's like Peter Munya. I think they have almost the same character. You don't heckle on them. You are making noise and it's like he's blasting you. He puts you back to where you belong. I may say again, Martha Karua is gold. That is why you see he's put the whole Kenya Kwanza brigade into panic. I'm saddened by there's a meeting which I watched. This guy, Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria made a statement that I think probably it's trying to do some campaign, trying to do some politics, but I did not take it as politics. There are some things you don't joke about. He was saying, in terms of, okay, I had somebody, let me quote him. I had somebody saying that our people are being convinced that, you see, this Raila is going to die after 1 year. So he will die after 1 year, then our person will take over. And that is, I did not take that kindly. If that is trying to blackmail Martha Karua, I think that is wicked. And I think it would be better.
But let me ask you, Domi, how does that decampaign Martha Karua? Because at the end of the day, you in fact, you are making a blunder to be asking Central to be like, so we are going to get this seat after 1 year. So how is that the campaigning right now?
Okay, I think, what I think is he's trying to paint a picture that the picture is not meant for Central, it is meant for the other part of the country. To view Martha Karua as she's taking advantage of Raila. But you see, my issue is not even there. My issue is, really, how does somebody make such a comment? You know, it's just wicked. And I think that is, I may say, it's still that is a statement of people who are scared, people who have lacked, in clear terms, they lack what they say, they have nothing to say. So they are trying to throw things here and there. Oh, Martha Karua does not go to church. If anything, Chiluba, I think it was some president, who made a very long prayer, powerful. A president made a powerful prayer. I think it's Zambia or whatever, some prayer.
Chiluba.
Yeah, I think it was Chiluba. He made a very long prayer in public, only to be found that he's been stealing money from public offers. So I think, in as much as I personally, being a Christian, would really love to have a born-again Christian president. But I think, to me, at this point, that is not the major issue. We end up getting hypocrites in the name of Christians. And unfortunately, at this point, there's very little that we can use to gauge who is a hypocrite and who is a real Christian in political terms. Because apparently...
Summarize now. We need to go to the next person.
Okay. And I think that we don't have a gauge to prove that. So I think he was talking about who is more Christian than the other. To me, is neither here nor there. I think for now, let me finish with that.
Okay. I think maybe they are just bringing in on a religious conversation, which never happened. But even as you have tried to explain, you need to ask yourself, why is it that initially we talked about Christian? Then at some stage we talk about born again Christian. Then at some stage we talked about Protestants. Then at a particular stage we talked about evangelicals. Why are we continuing to narrow and narrow? Even within the born again, we will talk about the spirit filled. What we are saying is that we are not satisfied with these terms. There are things we are looking for, which are values. If you are exhibiting those values, then the other tags are inconsequential. Mato, it is your turn.
Wekesa, I wasn't even going to stay a lot on this one. I wasn't going to stay a lot because bado ni kuku comment section and I'm watching.
You to say more. I will provoke you to say more. Why is it that your guy, Kalonzo, is supposing Kalonzo was the one on the ticket? Angekuwa bado anaitisha pesa ya campaign ama anasema Azimio hajanipanga kucampaign. Martha Karua was given instruments today and tomorrow she's on the road running. Can you explain?
Wekesa, wewe hujakuwa hapa. Unajua nimegongwa mpaka pia mimi nilienda sabbatical leave mpaka niliambiwa nimeenda kulisha ng'ombe. hapa waliniambia wanajua, saizi wanacheka. Angalia comment section na angalia watu wote wanakuaga hapa, wanajua. Waliniambia nimeenda kulisha ng'ombe pia, but the thing is that Wekesa, and you know it, I know, najua unataka kunianika, lakini sawa, wacha
No,
kwanza kabla nikuje.
I'm waiting for your man with a deep bass, Nani Wambua. You know, our Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, our party leader. See what he needs to be given what? You see, if you do, Bwana Mube to bo.
I'm coming. Nakuja. Najua watu walikuwa wameni huko, hata venye niliingia tu hivi watu wakasema Mato amekuja. Let me comment on two things and then tutarudi hapo Wekesa unichokoze sasa. I want to tell who was it that was talking. Moi actually made Kenya stay. We need to give credit where it belongs. Moi actually did give us a country that we never had to see war or fight, even though he was whatever we call him and whatever we accuse of him. He gave us 24 years of not seeing any kind of war, and Kenya was sustainable at that time. Kenyatta is the one that told Idi Amin, because Idi Amin, Naivasha, the people actually that boast about being in what do you call this, the Rift Valley, Kenyatta ndio moja alisema tutatuma ndege 3 za kivita, na tukituma, if you accept me to say this, because I know this is YouTube, nani Wekesa, but alisema na tukituma zikuji kusalimia nyanya zenyu, and that's how Naivasha is not Uganda. We have to look back at those things that are happening. And Kenya is changing. Kenya is becoming a country that is becoming, I don't want to say a superpower, but when you talk about East Africa, Kenya is becoming one country that everybody has to talk about Kenya when they talk about, when they talk about Africa. And that's why we even have another national anthem, even though we do close every day here with our country's national anthem. There's another anthem that is called the East African anthem, made by who? Kenya. When you look at South Sudan, their flag looks like Kenya. I want us as Kenyans to really watch where we are, who we are, which place we are, and where we are placed by the East African community, or even the African community, because I believe one day Africa will be not the United States of America, but the United States of Africa. And they will have to have a place to be and somewhere. Or even have a capital city. A Washington, D.C., if you want to say it. Now, going back to the politics of the day, I am very proud of this man called Raila Odinga. And he's going to be the 5th president of our country. When you ataki, miti zikatwe Sugoi, mahali kuna maji, kufensiwa, na kama unaona kamba mahali, tupa kamba, ficha, na tutampatia watu wa kwenda kumchunga tu for the welfare of him. But we need him. We need him to be the opposition leader to watch Raila's government. This is a monumental time of our country that is going to happen, and is going to be remembered by our kids and our kids' kids. They're going to watch this video right now, this panel, and remember that day that those people could sit down and even talk. Yesterday I saw the people who are watching was like 1.3K in this panel, only in this forum, watching, and they can hear. And I know a lot of people that came over here when this thing was being started. that came over here, Kina Wekesa, you know the people I'm talking about, that came over here and they were walikuwa watu wa UDA. But today I talk to them on the side and they say, tumechange bana. Nimebadilika. Mimi ni mtu wa Azimio. We are changing faces. Kenya is standing on a standpoint of where we all over here, we want one day look at this thing and it will change our minds and look at what our kids will look at it. Now let's go back to Ukambani politics, because I know Wekesa wants me to go back to Ukambani politics. Now Ukambani politics, I think everybody knows over here. If anybody is consistent on this forum, Nata watu wenye kuku nje kina Olo, I know what they're talking about right now. Nitaangalia baadaye. I was the first person to come over
Martin,
here.
And congratulations, you did a nice prediction. I was happy with your prediction. Thank you.
Inshallah. I came over here and na umesikia huyu anajua. I said it and I keep on saying it. But again, now I'm getting hit every day when I come over here, but I try to not to come. I'm getting hit nowadays to say because people are telling me you were so against Kalonzo at the time. Why are you so pro Kalonzo this time? And I keep on telling people, you know what? It's fine. At the time I was, because I know the politics of Kambani, but at this time he's coming back, and we're gonna need him. And he's the hidden card. Kalonzo is gonna be the biggest campaigner of Raila and Mother Karua that you will ever see. Right now, we've just sent Karua to do his thing, mess with those guys. She's already done what she's done without even bringing Baba. Now, can you guys really, in your greatest minds of thinking, if that's just Karua and that's just Central, and you want to talk about Kisii, and you want to talk Kinamusali, and you want to talk anything. In fact, I'm at a point where right now I want to say, let's forfeit the elections of this year. Let's just finish it. Ishe, we just go to Apishe Watu. It's done. And you know what? Another card. Uhuru is still going to go talk. Guys, it's done. It's over. It's done. Wamefagiliwa yote imeisha. And by the way, yeah, I'm going to throw another card that you guys might really, a lot of people might hit me a lot on it. Don't even be scared of this Mutua guy. Mutua, one day, if you see him come back, please nitumie chai. Ukimwona Azimio. There's a game that is being played around here. And that game is really a hard game, and is called a poker game or a chess game when you see it. And it's been played well. And that's why you see Baba is not even worried about anything. And that's why we're telling you, Ukambani, this time, we've never been in the limelight of any politics of Kenya. But Ukambani, this time, I can bet you, this time, by the time we go for the swearing in, Ukambani will be known to be the last card that was drawn to be it. Please, guys, remember this. And when I'm saying this, remember it and remember it well. Themba Mekuja, anu watu wawili wanaishi Ukambani. I know Wekesa, you live in Ukambani. You know what people are talking on the, on the streets. People think Ukambani is gone. It's not gone. It's a perception.
On Wednesday, I was in one of the mat and I provoked people in a conversation. So I had them discussing. Some say, huyu jamaa wetu ametuharibia. Wengine anasema, bwana, Mkamba amedharauliwa kwa hii election. Wengine anasema, hapana, amedharauliwa aje na jamaa mwenyewe. Yeye ndiye alidestroy NASA. Yeye ndiye aliita nini? Alafu baba anamuita tuende pamoja akadestroy NASA. So we expect apewe nini? So the conversation, I think it's not one way the way people thought, like everybody is disappointed because Kalonzo is not caught. People have the intellect, they are able to interpret what is going on. And even as they were discussing, I didn't hear anybody, not even one, mention that Ruto is going to win because Kalonzo has been disappointed. Which UDA want us to believe that because Kalonzo is disappointed, Ukambani will vote against Baba. That conversation is not there. Okay, Ouma, what do you want to say?
Yes, a quick question to Martin about Kalonzo. Yes, we know that Kalonzo is coming back. But now my question is he coming back as a prodigal son? I'm about with the demands. Kwa sababu, I don't know. Ikiwa itakuja na demands, he's coming to mess us around. So, is it coming back as a prodigal son?
Okay,
No,
is it also a
he's not
question
coming
for
back. He's been there.
Wacha nikuongeza kitu Mato, nikuongeza kitu
before you answer. Kuna Njiru another question.
Yeah, nataka Mato, are you in the movement? Unajua pia kuna wave imeanzia, ni kama kunasemekana Kalonzo sababu amezoea watu, hiyo kiti alikuwa amepewa na Raila asipewe. Kuna kiti alikuwa amepewa na Raila. Kuna wave watu wanaanzia kusema it is kind of he has become an royal, hiyo kitu ipewe Ngiru ama Kibwana or another person, hiyo ilikuwa kiti ya Wakamba. So can you talk about, is it fair for Kalonzo to still be given this thing after all this confusion? It's important.
Njiru, hiyo kiti Kalonzo alichukua kitambo, my friend, iliisha hivyo, yule siku alipewa. That's why, kwani nyinyi mna support Raila na mnadhani Raila ni mjinga at the same time? Kwani unadhani Raila alikuwa mjinga kwenda kusema pale nitapati Kalonzo gets this and gets that? How do you support somebody bado mnamshuku? You think Raila didn't know what he was saying? Hiyo kiti ilichukuliwa kitambo, ilienda kitambo, venye ilitangazwa hivyo ndo iko. Kalonzo ako hapo, and that's why he's not campaigning for anything. Ndo maana amenyamaza, alisema anaenda sabbatical leave. Why? He just wanted to, ni watu wanatupwa. Unajua, when you're playing with people who are just running around, if you're trying to play Njiru, I'm sorry, if I was to play around with you and you can't understand what is going on, I will make the best of it. I will even tell some, I will even throw, kama nikaumbwa nitupe huko kwa sababu nataka kwenda kuchukua kikombe ya kukunywa maji, naweza tupa ile mti yake, nitupe huko ndio umbwa iende kuchukua mti huko, mimi niende nikachukue kikombe, alafu by the time nilete hiyo mti nikuwe nisharudi. Really, you think Raila was stupid to give him that, to say that seat on that day? Alishachukua, but lakini tunacheza na watu wajinga wenye wanakimbia huko, hata hawana mada, hawana kitu yote ya kusema, wanaenda kuongea story ya wamama sijui nini. So why don't you play with them a little bit just before the serious stuff comes up? Unacheza nao, ukiwaambia kitu moja, siku hizi wanakimbia, ndio wamesimama kwa stage huko wanasema sijui Themba ni mbaya, sijui nani ni mbaya, sijui nini, because of kitu yenye lihappen jana. Hawana kitu yenye wanaambia the whole, they don't really have anything that they're talking about. So why don't you at least play a little bit with them? That's what it was. They are playing with them. They're playing the game with them so that they can play the play, and then at the end of it, now they throw their whole spanner, everything comes back home, and then people don't understand. And that's why Mother Karua is on the move by herself, because they're just playing with them. They want them to keep on reacting because their whole situation is reaction.
Martin, can we
Yes,
then
sir.
say that Kalonzo's bid was the same way BBI was structured? You see, there are people who argue that BBI was built to fail because they wanted to postpone it. There is also people who are looking at the Kalonzo's case. Actually, it was built to fail because he has to accept a lesser role, but there's a way he has to convince the society, because the community. Because even when he was presenting his candidate at the Wiper, he knew very well that it will not go anywhere, because there's no way they can clear two candidates under one coalition. So it was just built to fail.
You just said it. I don't need to comment on that. You just said it. You're done. That's it. You're done.
Thank you. Let's have Demba. How are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. Umekuja masaa ya waganga. Saa tisa. Kwani wewe ni mganga?
Mbona unatumia tu waganga bwana? Mbona usitumie ile masaa Yesu alisema watu waamke waombe? Unajua hata hiyo iko
deliverance. It's a deliverance hour. So unajua wanaomba sababu they need deliverance. What is your take on what is happening? We saw Rigathi Gachagua being welcomed in Karatina.
I want to comment on that one. Mambo ya huyo mwingine kwa mato mimi niliacha comment and I closed my ears and my eyes until after story yake imeisha. So hiyo achana nayo huyo jamaa wa mato. Now Rigathi Wekesa, there's something, if you have watched the clips NTV, now watch clips Citizen, we don't know which one is the true crowd. Kwa sababu kwa crowd ya NTV, the crowd is looking like it's more and bigger and the place is different. And they are saying the same thing ambao wale kwa ile crowd ya Citizen wanasema. So I'm wondering which crowd happened where. But the interesting thing is that it is good to note that they have concentrated on Martha's line. As Martha is working wanakuja huko, they just realized, and for 5 days Martha has been in central Kenya, and for 5 days they have refused to leave central Kenya because they're trying to imagine that this lady is really undoing the gains they had made. And I think in strategy, you take the war to the person, the barrel to the person. Now they are on defense, so they are trying to move. And I would want that sustained pressure that Martha ought not to go to, at least for the next like 10 days. She should continuously be there, so that they can also continuously be in central, because for some reason they can't manage different campaigns. They're all heading around the deputy president, William Samuel Ruto. So for that reason, I think they should be made to concentrate on that. You know, the calculations they are not making. Raila's a peak of Martha Karua opens up. You see, even if Raila will increase central Kenya votes to even 30% or 40%, that's a new voting bloc. But you see now, these guys, if they are coming to defend that, it's an old voting bloc. So they are not necessarily increasing by spending more time there. And by Ruto choosing Gachagua, he's not doing anything new. So he's only going to bring in the old voting bloc. So there's no gains for them, as opposed to Martha Karua. So I think there's an interesting scenario that has taken place in central Kenya, which I think I like. Today I had Gachagua beat a hasty retreat. You know, they must have been told that whatever you guys said is hurting our campaign, and we need to find a new way of fighting that out. So if you listen to Gachagua today, he said that when we were coming, we were hitting the president because he was the one on the line. Now he's stepped aside. Now we are going to hit Raila Amolo Odinga. And then, of course, they said that when Raila noticed that, he has brought for us our own, who is Martha Karua. Now we are going to even send the strikes and get away from Martha so that we get to him, which is different from what they have been saying for the last 1 week. There was a hit on Gachagua on what the comments he had made about Martha Karua. So he was trying to undo that today. But it is too little too late. Already there's a perception that they do not respect women. And that has to come out very strongly and has to be repeated many times. Then, of course, his principal made another interesting mistake when he said that Raila confused by appointing Martha, so it was a confusion. It was not actually a thing that can be done when someone is not confused, which is actually something that also has taken the heat to them. So whatever they say is just taking them further and further. They're digging the grave deeper and deeper. Now, it is up to now the Azimio side on how they maximize on those statements and how they take it to the people. Because you have to really, if someone can give you a weapon, I can give you a gun, and if you don't know how to shoot, you will not use it well. You can have a tool, but your use of the tool is what makes the difference. So if Azimio has been given, there's already that tool you have been given. The guy has said that it was out of confusion. How is Azimio going to spin that? And it has to come out so strongly that these people do not respect women. They have not. In fact, the first thing that has to come to be highlighted very strongly in the top positions that they were talking about. I was surprised even Governor Mutua saying that nilienda kwa Ruto kwa sababu nilipofika hivi akaniandikia na hata mimi akanipea cheo kubwa. So that is something that we should highlight, that these people have been talking about hakuna cheo, but this guy is coming to Ukambani to say that hata mimi aliniambia atanipatia cheo kubwa huko juu. So you want to look at the differences. There's a problem here. One time you're saying hakuna cheo, they are now saying about sisi ni watu wa uchumi na wale ni watu wa kubadilisha katiba. But you tell them, what is the position of one Mr. Mudavadi that he has been given so that he can produce 70%? That one is already a position of changing the constitution to create a position. So what are they telling us? So Azimio should hammer them on those statements and bring them so strongly, and people should be told the truth that these people cannot run away. So for me, I am liking what I'm seeing, but I would also continuously, ask for the Azimio guys to now take what they have been given and shoot it back and sustain it for the next 1 week, so that these guys are on the defensive all the time. Yes.
Okay, and then they are saying that I seen they tried the first time they tried corruption tag. It was not forthcoming because they just slotted in something to do with was it TAB? That even it's a mere allegation, so they saw it was not coming out very clearly for Mother. Then they came to this issue to do with the religion. I think that's where they dwell most, because that is their stronghold. They don't have anything else to say. So they started saying, Mother Karua is an atheist. And then now they are coming to issues to do with family. But each angle they are coming, let me just provoke you and then you respond. Each angle they are coming, we say bring it on. Because if they want us to discuss corruption, your Mother, maybe we can discuss it in one statement and take a whole year to discuss their corruption. If they want us to discuss issue to do with religion, let them bring it on. We want to see what kind of religion Rigathi Gachagua practices and Ruto practices. Then if they want us to discuss issues to do with family, let them bring it on. We want to see which kind of family values Ruto espouses and the others. Okay, I was just provoking you on those three.
I like what you said about religion. I just want to comment on the religion part, because I think that is the lowest they even put the whole church. I think at this point in time, they are dragging in the church into political debate, and that's where we need to tell them that it's not the church that is corrupt. It is an individual. The people them that are talking about religion and about going to church and stuff. What do we hear about them? We hear about them corruption. We hear about Gachagua. Gachagua, first of all, he has unaccounted for money, 200 plus million accounts that cannot be accounted. It's the same Gachagua who, when he was a DO, he actually fronted the murder on the murder and persecution of some Kikuyus in Lemuru. It is the same Gachagua who is purported to be a Christian, who presided over some of the most corrupt heinous acts within the Moi regime. So when you're talking about religion, that one is an embarrassment to religion. And the people who are talking about religion are the ones who are the most corrupt. You're stealing from someone the Muteshi land. That's someone who goes to church. So when you're talking about church, you need to demarcate between spiritual movement and leadership, religion and leadership. Because once you start talking about a religion, number one, Kenya is a secular state. There's nowhere where the requirement to be a president or a deputy president says that you must be going to church. They need to point that out for us and tell us this one says you need to be going to church. And secondly, if you compare the two tickets, the people claim to be going to church, then the church has failed us. If church can produce such kind of people to be leaders in Kenya, then I think we need to, if possible, we need to forget about those people who go to church and at least take people who are going to something else, maybe they're Muslims or something. Because you can't wake up and tell us you go to church and then look at the acts that you're doing. So for me, I think they have taken the debate to a very low ground. They might not come out of it. And Wekesa, we have gone through this before. You remember during the 2010 constitution, they pulled the church thing, the religious card, and they tried to imagine and say that because the church should take a stand, because according to them, the constitution is going to promote one, abortion, and two, gayism. That's what they said, and they called the church and they said the church should condemn such. But what happened? They lost badly, and so therefore, even if they pull that one, I don't think it is going anywhere, in my view.
Yeah, I've seen Mato's hand up and Domi's hand up. So as they ask their question, I wanted to ask you, okay, I think I had a conversation with one of the bishops when we were doing a 2010 constitution, and I was on the no camp and he was on the yes camp, and he was, the first question he asked me, Eric, you are a Christian, why are you on the no camp? I told him I have my own reasons why I'm on the no camp, and as far as I'm concerned, the issues that are proposed in the constitution, I'm comfortable with it. Then he went straight to the conversation where there was abortion. He asked me, are you comfortable? You are a Christian, are you comfortable with the clause on abortion? Then me, I went, okay, I asked him, let's be honest, you are a bishop, yes. But today, if your daughter has that problem, maybe raped or whatever, or the life is in danger, what do you do? When it became personal, he thought it different. You see, it's easier to mention it in a crowd But when it comes to this is my daughter, he says it will depend on that will be on my own discretion. So most of these sound bites you hear, people talk it generally, but when you personalize it, it becomes different. That's another conversation I had with another man of God who was saying, I used to look down on Islam's until my son married an Islam and I could not do anything about it. I realized, okay, these things about religion, you can talk about it when it's in a distance, but when it comes to your own house, the conversation changes. Martin, you had a question to Demba?
Yes, I did. And first of all, before I even ask them, I put my question out to Demba. Actually, it's a question that is going to go through the Demba and everybody else on the panel and the people listening. But what you just said is a very important thing that you just said, because personally myself, I don't really engage myself into religion stuff, because when you go into religion, we don't even know which religion is right. Is it Islam? Is it Hindu? Is it Catholic? Is it whatever? I don't engage myself into things of religion. So when I hear somebody goes to that, and what you just said anyways, let me finish it at that because it's a question, and so that I don't steal so much time, because I'm about to just get off and just listen at you guys when I'm on the side, because I have to run a couple of errands. I guess what I was trying to say was, and what I was asking them by, because he went to it, and not specifically to them, but to the whole panels and the people listening. I want to ask you guys, okay, have you heard since Mutua left Azimio, have you heard anything that is addressed? Because there's a thing that you cannot leave a coalition within 6 months. I mean, 6 months to the elections and 3 months after. Have you had a court date or a contradiction about Mutua having left? Or have you seen all the bodies that need to address that and say, yes, Mutua went legally? I want you guys to understand, to really listen to that, because you have not heard. Mutua is not legally in Kenya Kwanza. There's something I've been saying here. Nikificha ficha. Have you heard Kalonzo contest anything? And that's why, Nani, I keep on coming over here. I say it is not contested. Guys, Azimio, we are going home. And come on, if you have ears, hear what I just told you. If you have eyes, watch see what I just said. There's some things that are being played that when it's done, this is not an election. It's done, dusted, and over. We better right now at this point start embracing our president, Raila Amolo Odinga, and our vice president, Mother Karua. The rest will work itself. And I'm saying this, and I'm going to say it, and I'm going to finish it there. Just remember, Maendeleo Chap Chap is a party of Azimio. We have not seen them in court. Nothing has been said. Kingi PAA is a member of Azimio. Never said anything. No, nothing in court. Kalonzo, he's been given whatever he's been given. He hasn't said anything. In fact, alienda kulisha ng'ombe. Just na saizi Mother Karua ndo anacheza peke yake. We are watching her, how she does her things. Sasa mchezo ijaanza. Miti mkate sugoi, my friend.
Maybe okay. I have a problem with the way you are putting it, because you will then make us to feel comfortable if Raila wins, people like Kinamtua to be given a ministerial post when they are doing nothing. Actually, they are undermining what we are doing. Assuming that they were still ours. Waanze kusema, oh, unajua nilienda tuko. But at the end of the day, there are people who have labored to bring as many votes. Now wali joyride into the government. Can we? It may look like the only opportunity they have is that they reached a dead end. There is nothing they can do about it, but that does not give them the leverage.
Okay, sir, let me ask you a question. If you send someone to go start, if you're playing a game, when those uambie mtu simama pale hiyo mpira ikipigwa huko uishike.
Do you have evidence?
You know,
that
we had a problem. We had a big problem in Ukambani. We had a huge problem of Kalonzo. But I mean, bado ni wetu ni Mkenya. We had a huge problem. Alikuwa karibu haribu Ukambani. We had to send someone to go catch him.
Let's do this. Let Demba finish that, and we will bring that discussion. Is yours related to what Demba said, Domi? Because
I usually have a problem when we start arguing with the trajectory that Ndeto is arguing. You see, we can't argue on hypothetical situations that we don't know. You know, like you're saying that he's been sent. Those are just we can for argument's sake. You know, you can say that, but you see, for us observing, we are seeing what we are seeing, and that's what we are making our conclusion on. Whatever is going on in the background is for them. We don't really know what is happening, and we probably would be, you know, we can't use it as a surety. It is Mutua who actually came up with the issue of atheism, you know, and we want to is the one who is bringing the religious debate, so that his imagination is Kenyans really mind if you go to church or not. So that's for him is what they are trying to push it to. But my like I said, because the debate around religion has not succeeded before, and it will not succeed again this time, because like Karua told them that Kenyans are wise and Kenyans know what eats the other. So when you want to hit, they normally in boxing they say do not hit below the belt because you'll be given a red card. So you start hitting below the belt when you start missing the points, and I think that's where they are. I think.
Okay, let me get off because I gotta.
Kindly, I have a special request. Robert is going, so I wanted he makes his submission first. Wait, the other issue we will continue. So I just want to give him some 3 minutes. He makes his case kindly. And I will also ask Deba to help me moderate the persons who have not talked, Richard and Robert. And no, it's Jose and then Richard. After Robert. Thank you.
For me, I just wanted to say bye. You guys will talk. Nikoko Nyuma. If you have any questions, ask me on the back, and I'll be there. Listen to you guys. Nice seeing you guys, and nice being over here. Demba, thank you. Wekesa, thank you. Let somebody else come in for my space.
Thank you.
Yes, can
Robert.
Yeah. Good evening. Good morning. Wherever you are, Makiadi, Wekesa, Demba, Jose, Jiru, Zidomi. Hey, nawasalimia wenzangu. I want to go straight to the issue of the DP saying that Raila confused women empowerment. First and foremost, I would want maybe somebody should convey to him the message. Does he really understand what is women empowerment? That to begin with, that's where we should start, because my understanding of women empowerment is about many factors. It is about bringing the women, the gender balance, bringing the women on board in terms of leadership. You can also think of FMG, eradication of FMG, early marriages. All this aimed at bringing the girl child to in a process towards making a better contribution to society, and being given that opportunity like any other individual. But this gentleman, when he narrows down to firstly, when he cannot bring in a lady or a woman to the table of the top leadership, definitely he doesn't seem to understand what women empowerment is. And I think his narrow mind thinks that giving Mama Mboga a little financial aid or some shed somewhere to sell her wares is women empowerment. That is the kind of thinking that is very retrogressive, and I don't think Kenya Kwanza, or whatever you want to call it, Kenya Kwisha, they really understand some of these issues that they are championing out there. And secondly, the Karua factor. Karua has been very shrewd. She's stuck her guns. She's delivering a message. She's trying to convert. She's persuasive. She's very resilient and unprovoked. They have tried, even the crowds have tried to provoke her. Few guys here and there paid up. But one thing she has done is to avoid even mentioning the names of Kenya Kwanza leaders. This has probably irritated this gentleman, because when you look at it, when 12 or 10 or more, up to 12 men ganging up in Nyeri, and all their guns are directed at a single lady, that shows you how those men are weak. They are definitely weak. They don't know how to sell the message. They are confused. Baba is on the other side trying to sell the Azimio agenda to the Ma community, and he has not even made a move of coming to the mountain. Now the narrative is that Uhuru Kenyatta has abandoned Baba. Uhuru Kenyatta is busy. He does not even have a deputy. He has to fly all over, come back, get to office, deliver. So he doesn't even have that time. But there will come a time when he'll pop in once in a while. So that trying to create some kind of animosity in Azimio is not going to work for them. It's poor and myopic. Lastly, there is something that has annoyed me, and I think was it Domi who mentioned it? It's about Moses Kuria and what he was talking about today. I think most of you have seen it. I don't need to mention again. You know, Moses Kuria has taken, somebody needs to convey a message to Azimio leaders. In fact, we need the likes of Ladema and Babu Awino to start dealing with this kind of characters as a way of rebuttal, because trying to imagine somebody's death, where do you even get the time of thinking of how Robert Aguirre should die and or Domi should die? You know, it shows you that they've lacked ideas on what they want to talk about, what they want to, you know. And the funny thing, when he was talking about that death issue, you know, the crowd, when he asked the crowd that Nitoboe, they all cheered and said yes. But when he talked about it, the crowd just went silent. You are wondering what is wrong with this man. Now that is where Kenya Kwanza imefika. Imefika kiwango ya kwamba hata walevi kwa bar, sometimes they can't even talk such things. But the guy has become a nuisance, and we need, I think, as
Robert,
yes,
you are answering
yes.
yourself. If the crowd went silent, so why do you need someone to rebuttal that?
No, you know why? Because
What one?
he has taken advantage of the fact that every other time he talks a lot of nonsense and he gets away with it. You know, there are some battles which you must have some foot soldiers to keep him in check by engaging him, because he will continue. Next time, he was talking about circumcision the other day. Now he has come to death. The other day, and we know this man from the other election. When he was following up people like Musando and what have you, he is shrouded in mystery. His life is shrouded in mystery. So we cannot take it lightly. You never know what they want to do. They should be kept in check. And when the conversation is kept live, then you can be sure nothing can happen about it. Lastly, I wish Alex would be here. Alex talked about Kisii County and Nyamira County, and I made a deliberate move to make a few calls there. And the information that Alex was giving is incorrect. I don't know whether he was relying on the polls that that probably are sponsored by UDA. But in Kisii County, there are three main contenders, who is Simbarati, Ongeri, and a guy called Machogu, who was in the provincial administration, whom Alex was referring to. That gentleman apparently comes from the same region or area with the Ongeri, and they have split their vote. So Simbarati has a highway, so that Kisii County is gone. And in Nyamira County, contrary to what he was saying, the incumbent has joined with a former member of parliament and an assistant minister called Gesami.
Hiyo ni network kama ni. Okay, I think he has imehang. So as he comes back, for me personally, I don't think Moses Kuria needs to be rebutted. He doesn't need even that platform. You see, Moses Kuria is looking for something to create some sensation, to make him relevant for him to be elected as a governor of Kiambu. So the more we give him attention, that is what he likes. If you give him attention this week, next week he will come up with something else. The best thing is to ignore him. Then you can continue. I think the guy has hanged. I think the next person was Osero and then Makiale.
Okay.
Osea R.
Okay.
Wekesa, how are you? This is
Nkopoa.
Yes, Nkopoa. This is Osea R. Eh? Well, in the very beginning, I think Kenya Kwisha used to say that they have succeeded in changing the conversation to issues from non-issues. I think to issues and ideology narrative, which may be so. Oh, I see Abuya wants to be. I think let him finish since he wanted to leave. Eh?
Can you put your camera nicely, Osea, when you come back, because we can't even see you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, I think I was on the last issue about Nyamira County. There are three main contenders, and that That was the incumbent who joined hands with the former MP and assistant minister, and who are on in Azimio, the Azimio ticket. Then there is Timothy Bosire with the ODM, and there's a Wiper candidate. All those other candidates are from, the local politics is in such a way that there is clanism and all that kind of.
So you know how to taste.
Excuse me. Yeah. So the clan that is likely to take is that one that the incumbent comes from. So I don't know. I would want maybe Alex to come back later and expand on where he got his data. Otherwise, thank you. I'll be in the comment section, maybe cheering you guys up. Back to you, Themba.
Yeah, okay. Sasa Buya, asante. Hosea.
Unmute.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I was saying that in the beginning, Kenya Kwanza used to go around the country telling people that they now have a conversation where politicians can discuss issues and ideology. Now, if I'm not sure what exactly was about this empower women that the DP was talking about, but I think it's a sign that well, that was just talk, because how is this confused to empower women by your opponents being an issue now or an ideology? I think then they are just, as somebody has said, they are confused and have really lost sense of exactly what is at stake. Now, I want to appreciate what Martha Karua is actually doing. I have listened to a few of our cases where she has been going around, and I think it's quite impressive. Maybe for information, I got a chance to look at some of the registration figures for voters, especially in the vote-rich central region. And I think Kiambu County is the only place where, during the latest registrations, you've got 112 new registered voters. I think then it was followed by Nakuru, Nairobi, and Nakuru. And the numbers there are quite high. In Meru, where they've been to, there was an increase of 78,000. In Tharaka Nithi, it was 221,000. Membu was 27,000. Nyandarua was 26,000. Nyeri was 34,000. Kirinyaga was 28,000. And Muranga, 41,000. So given those figures, I think what Martha is doing is quite informative. And you like the way she goes over her issues, talking about the Azimio 10-point agendas, really highlighting it more or less the same way that Baba has been doing, which I think really makes a lot of sense. While other people are just concentrating on rhetoric, especially the KK, I think Martha is really making a very big difference. And it is resonating quite well with what is coming around from other analysts and across the country. He is really making a lot of impact. And I think sooner or later, as somebody has suggested, for the coming week, they should just be rotating in central, so that we see if at all the team that is following her from behind on the KK side, we'll see if they will leave or keep following exactly. So it means that they set the pace and the others follow. Now, I've not seen the meeting in Kilgoris. I don't have the facts about that. Now, I'll just make a brief comment regarding the formation of the government and some of the conditions that are being put up for the main coalition parties. Now, somebody like Kalonzo, if he is to come back, I'm wondering why there should be these percentages. Personally, this idea of giving percentage this to this, percentage this to that, I really fail to understand how it will work. If you have 26 parties in Azimio, for example, if you start sharing these things, 10% here, 20% there, by the end of the day, what will that government look like? It is a bit worrying. If somebody was saying that Kalonzo wants to come back and get 4 ministerial posts, so how many ministerial posts would you give to Western? Would you give to Central? Would you give to all these other places? It will make Baba's work very, very difficult. I think the government should be one, so long as the people who are appointed there have merit. If you want to share a government that way, yes, Abuya.
I just want to mention that I think that is the reason why Baba has no commitment to percentages or anything of that nature, because that will create a lot of animosity in the event that he ascends to power. People will be demanding left, right, and center, and using blackmail, especially Kalonzo. He has perfected that art of blackmail, and I don't think Baba will play ball to that.
I fully agree with you. So all this, I want to take it that it is just rhetoric. It is wishful thinking from the people who are saying them. They are just wishes. But if Baba was to follow that, the government will end up like the Jubilee one, where somebody got 50% this, because of course I did see somewhere that Gachagua is also saying that they want 50% for Central. Surely that should not be entertained. You cannot have, well, 50% of the KK government should go to Central, and that is a demand. It is a bit challenging how this should be. The government should be Baba's government, and it should deliver on the manifesto. That manifesto does not say this percent of the health sector would go where. No, it is for Kenyans. So long as he delivered on the manifesto, I think this idea of this percentage there, percentage this, that way, this way, should not arise. In terms of representation, you can do your best to get regional representation. That makes sense. But sharing the government into pieces, literally like sharing a cake, well, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much. I want to bring in Makiadi, and Makiadi, as you come on, there's a question down there. Do you think the president still influences some developments to go to the ground, or all areas receive some amount of development, whether they don't vote for the ruling party or not? Makiadi, I'm bringing you on. Let me make a comment on that as I bring you on. One thing that I think we still have, we are suffering from the hang-ups of the Moi regime. And during the Moi regime, the president was the one deciding which side development is taken. So we are in that transitional process. We are implementing the new constitution, the current, of course, 2010 constitution. We are having it 12 years on, but we have not yet captured in our mind that development. We have small governments in form of county governments. That it doesn't matter who is the president. If your county government is not performing, then definitely you won't see, or even you won't be able to appreciate the import of having good leadership in any regime, and that is something that we need to start learning as Kenyans. But you see, we are still in that transitional period. People imagine that if a president has been elected, the president is the one who is going to make sure that development goes to every place. No, it is the people on the ground. It is the governor. So why are we having governors working so hard to get the leadership? Why are having some governors stealing so much money? Why are we having a lot of problems in some counties, yet others are thriving? So that is a conversation we need to have as Kenyans, so that we start detaching ourselves from the presidency and imagining that the state and presidency is all that we need for us to achieve development. In fact, Kenyans must start focusing more on the county government. What is the county governor that you're going to choose? Because those ones are the ones who are going to make sure, even if they give you some posts on the national government, those ones are going more to benefit the individuals who have been appointed, not the community. You can appoint a Maasai to a post in the national government, but tell me how many Maasais in general will benefit from his salary? If he's going to be, say, a state officer and he's taken to China as an ambassador, how is the local Maasai in the ground benefiting? Some of them might never even meet him. So you see, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But you see, we are yet to appreciate. You'll just sit pretty and say, I have someone called Ole so and so, who is Ole Sankori, who is probably an ambassador in China. So what? How does that even benefit you as an individual? What benefits us on the ground is what is directly to us, and that is the governor. The governor, the infrastructural development that comes to the county, the MP, does he work for us? What are the amount of money that the county is able to produce in terms of industrialization within the county? And you find Kitui County has really given a lot of leverage on that. Makueni County has really given us a lot of learning experiences from that. But some counties have given us a lot of example on how not to run a county. Look at a county like Migori. Migori County, the governor stole. All we can talk about is the name of the governor in corrupt cases plus his family, and that person is still, you are coming out and you're going to to take his word seriously. And I hear I don't know, his wife is running on a UDA ticket in Migori. You see, you want to say, do politicians think that Kenyans are so foolish? You have stolen from us. we have not even seen any development, and now you are going again. You want to go back again and seek leadership. I mean, such kind of people, we should give them a punishment. We should not even wait for the court system to follow through.
Hello. Just to conclude on that, you see, is it a question of old habits die hard? when you look at where Nyayo left us, and our people are still, this idea of it is our turn. Some people still it still hangs on some heads. It is our turn to eat. And anyway, I just wanted to add that I don't know. I'm really bothered with this idea of percentages in government. If by the end of the day somebody is appointed, let's say Gachagua appoints somebody, and then he goes to the cabinet, he'll be Gachagua's person, ama is Gachagua's minister, ama is Ruto's minister. It doesn't. It's a bit. I really pray nobody goes that route of sharing the so-called national cake in terms of positions, and because they will owe allegiance to who. It might lead to a lot of trouble. Okay, I think you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. You can mute so that I bring Makiadi. Makiadi.
All right, Ndemba, thank you so much, and I say hi to all the panelists. I'll first of all start responding to by responding to David Oloz's question. Do you think the president still influences some development projects that go to the ground? My answer would be yes, and I would think that if you look at the budget that is left with the national government in comparison to the budget for the counties, I think there's a lot of money that still remains at the national level. And looking at the projects that most of the counties do, I would say that there are projects that the national government has the capacity to do that the county level would not have. For example, you look at the dams that were to be built, for example, Aror, Kimorer, and also Itare Dam. Most of the county governments do not have the capacity to do such projects, and that is why sometimes you see delegations of leaders going to State House to try and talk to the president so that such development projects can be started by the national government in the counties. And also you look at the roads, we have classifications of roads. There are roads that fall under the jurisdiction of the national government, under the Ministry of Roads. So yes, the government at the national level still has an upper hand, and mostly it's because of the funds that remain at the national level. And as Nemba was saying here, if we look towards pushing our strategy, our development strategy in the direction of counties, then I don't think we would be worried about too much about who is going to be the president. There's also another issue that Wekesa spoke about here. He showed us a video of an IEBC commissioner on TV being interviewed by one of the stations with regards to if Sonko and all the other leaders can run for office. I think there's a gray area. There still remains a gray area in this debate, and mostly because sometimes it is hard to differentiate. And I want you to try and go do your research on this. You know, there's a public officer and there's a state officer, and there's a gray area here. Sometimes it is hard to differentiate between who is who. You know, all government employees are public officer, but I want you to tell me, are all state officers also public officers? So when the commissioner comes to the live broadcast to TV and says they can bar Sonko because he's a state officer, then someone can argue that Sonko is a state officer, but is he barred from running for public office? So there is still that gray area that needs to be addressed, and that's why you see sometimes it is very difficult for the High Court to interpret such laws. They have to go even to the Supreme Court. You can also find out that he talked about the breach of Article 6, but also when you look at the Constitution, when a governor or a state, an elected official is impeached, they also look at Article 47, which deals with fair administration action, and also Article 251 of the removal from office. So it's quite a gray area, and it will take time before at least something is straightened up, especially if the Supreme Court has not made a final decision on who state officer is and public officer is, and if somebody is impeached, whether there's still a loophole for them to run for office. Now, going to today's topics, first of all, I want to speak briefly about the campaigns that were going on in central Kenya. We said here that Martha Karua looks like she was the real deal. She's quite causing a lot of confusion in the Kenya Kwanza alliance. And I watched that clip. I think there's somebody here also who mentioned about that clip where Kabogo recorded himself saying that there are people who have been paid and they are donning Jibebe party jerseys, and they've been sent to heckle Martha Karua. I mean, if you feel that Martha Karua is not a threat to you, and if you feel that the ground listens to you, why would you pay people and then take, branded shirts of your opponent uh, and organize them in such a way that they will give that perception that this leader is not wanted in such a place? So it is very serious, and we can see, people are talking, and even in the internet, you look at the comments that are being thrown. Out of 3 people, you hear 2 people saying that I was Kenya Kwanza, but now I think I'm voting Azimio because of Mama. And these are the things that we are saying here. Martha Karua has really changed the discussion on the ground. And I believe that she should not even leave Central Kenya. It is very vital for William Ruto to be stuck in Central Kenya so that he tries to consolidate his votes in Central Kenya. And if Azimio can make sure that they give Martha Karua enough resources so that she spends all the time she can in Central Kenya. Azimio has leaders all over the country, and I believe if they split themselves into groups that we hear about every day, Martha Karua should only be assigned campaigns in Central Kenya, because that is the only way to make Ruto, dwell in the Mount Kenya region. Another issue I think is important to mention is about Mudavadi. There's a statement that Mudavadi and ANC released, and it was to the effect that the opinion polls that came out recently saying that Raila Odinga is leading William Ruto are doctored, and they are supposed to create a certain narrative so that the state can rig in Raila Odinga into the presidency. I think we've heard this line before. It looks like these people transferred their bad manners from NASA into Kenya Kwanza Alliance. And such statements are the statements you'll hear from people who are in a panic mode, people who have realized that they are losing an election. My big question is to Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi. If at all William Ruto has given you a capacity that you must provide before you get your 30%, why are you still following William Ruto's campaign? Why can't you go down to Western Kenya and start selling your idea and the idea of Kenya Kwanza to your people? Because as we stand right now, Kenya Kwanza in Western province is confused. People are fighting each other. Malala does not want to campaign together with Halwale. Halwale does not want to campaign together with Malala. They are fighting all over. And I said here yesterday that it's a good thing that Azimio has put its house in order in Western Kenya, because as they continue fighting, the 70% is going to be a mirage. I don't think they will get that 70% from anywhere. And I gave you the statistics yesterday, even in Vihiga County, where ANC has a candidate for governor, still he's lagging behind the ODM candidate. Now, coming to IEBC, Chebukati has started fighting Chiloba again. I don't know if you guys read such statements from IEBC. IEBC's Chebukati says that he has an issue with the Communication Commissions Authority of Kenya under the leadership of Chiloba, because he believes there will be trouble. There'll be an issue with the transmission of election results electronically. And I don't know why it's becoming a big issue right now. And last time NASA complained about such issues, Chebukati was very categorical that it is not going to fail. He was very categorical, saying that they have plans, they have backup plans to make sure that the electronic results are transmitted well. But then when it comes to the election day, we all heard of areas whereby there was no network, and returning officers and all these IBC clerks had to carry hard pieces of hard copies of election results to Nairobi. And you know what happens between the polling station and the tallying center that was at I can't remember the tallying center. There's in Nairobi here. I can't remember this place's name. But you know what happens in between when you carry hard copies of election? Yeah, the bombers. Thank you, Ekesa. The bombers in between. And some of us who have seen what happened during Kivuitu's tenure, we remember from Tharaka Nithi to Nairobi, it took almost 3 days for the returning officer to bring the results. And he said the results are already counted. What we are waiting for is a physical copy. And once it arrives here with the returning officer, we'll give you it took 3 days for the original copy to reach the Bombers of Kenya, or the KICC. I remember it was KICC that day. So we know what happens in between. But the thing is, right now, these guys look like they are complaining because Chiloba is seemingly siding with the current government. I don't know why it looks like that, but they know how they do this thing. And so we hope that they sort this thing soon enough moving forward. The ABC also is not giving us updates on how they are preparing for the elections. Most of us, especially myself, I still do not believe that IEBC gave us a good explanation about the 1.5 million extra ballots, presidential ballot papers that they printed in the previous election. So we look like it looks like we are still going back to the same old drama with the IBC and Chebukati, and I don't know how this, because right now we are looking at two people, one on the other side that has been in the government for a long time, and it would be very difficult to convince William Ruto that he has lost if you don't provide the concrete evidence to show him that he has lost. I know Chebukati thinks that Raila Odinga is the only person that is a hardliner when it comes to protecting his votes, but he should be prepared for another, William Ruto on the other side. Now, Kenya Kwanza Alliance looks like the Political Parties Tribunal has said that the Speaker, Muturi's agreement with the Kenya Kwanza Alliance is null and void. So it looks like our good old Speaker has run his final mile in his political career. And I don't know where he's heading next, because right now he's at the mercies of William Ruto. I wish he had stuck with his old friend Uhuru Kenyatta. Pa is also in the same issue. Maendeleo Chapchap is also in the same issue. And as much as Pa is fighting for zoning in Kilifi County, I don't know what kind of agreement they have with William Ruto, because it looks like it will not be honored because it is not enforced anywhere, even with the registrar of political parties. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I wanted to play a video to
just a short clip on what my brother has said, Makiari.
When you are sentenced, you are sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice,
until the sentence is set aside.
Yes, I'm not as bright as I sound. I'm actually explain this to me so that I understand it.
That is exactly what it is. if you are impeached until that impeachment is lifted.
And if you take the matter to court, if you're still impeached.
Of course,
Yes.
until the court lifts the impeachment.
Yeah, so now.
And so is the sentence. If you have been sentenced, you are actually sentenced until the sentence is set aside.
So if you appeal, you're still sentenced.
You are still sentenced. The appeal does not take away the sentence.
You see, why I ask is, we have a case where somebody was sentenced, went to the appellate court, and they're back in parliament. So I'm thinking now, so that sentencing, what was that all about?
Yes, I think we interpret the law the way we like to,
Yes.
For our benefits. Of course, if I want to benefit, I will interpret it the way I want. Therefore, but the law remains the law. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment in 1 second about gray area. I think for Songo's case, there's nothing gray. He was impeached as a governor and he remains impeached as a governor until something else happens. So there's no confusion between public or state, because he was impeached in that state as a governor and he's running for governorship. So there's nothing that has changed in his status. So I think that one for me it's very clear. Jose, you wanted to comment on something on the clip?
Yes, please. I must say, okay, it is interesting. This is Martha Koome and our Martha Karua. There is the first female Chief Justice, something they have in common, and the first female deputy, deputy president. Now, I wanted to point out that the Chief Justice has evaded a question there. For the people who have been sentenced, she has actually put it to an end that for Sonko and Swaititu, and I think is it Waluke, the cases will stand the way they are unless they are set aside, which is very clear. But I remember the interviewer asked her about the MP who was sentenced, but he went back to parliament. But in the process, there is an appeal in the appellate court. So how did that happen? How might require some Mutata to go and challenge it?
Yeah, but he was sentenced when he was an MP. He did not resign. He was sentenced as an MP.
Yeah, but he went back to parliament and he's serving. That was the question which I'm saying the Chief Justice avoided. Instead, she said that, these things, some people interpret the law the way, according to their interests, according to the way they want it. So where does that stand? Given that she has clearly said that if you are sentenced, you are sentenced. Until it is set aside, it stands.
I think the sentence is for 6. I think let's compare it with the earlier clip I played. It should be around, was it 7 months or what?
I suspect she was referring to Waluke, isn't it?
No, I'm saying let's compare with what the IBC said on the same issue so that we can get what exactly they were saying. When they talked about Songo, how many months should be the sentence?
Well, what I'm saying is that the Chief Justice has left us hanging. She has clearly.
But she was just responding to the question.
Integrity and hearing candidates who have either been impeached or convicted. Commissioner, what is your position on that?
Yes, first I would like to say that Sonko is not the issue. The issue is the law. And let me read for you what the law says. In terms of the provisions of Article 73, Part 3 of the Constitution, a person who is dismissed or otherwise removed from office for contravention of the provisions of Chapter 6 is disqualified from holding any other state office. So even without the court order mentioned, Article 75 of the Constitution is self-speaking and self-executing. That means that is how it is. No other story about it. If you, Olive, were a state officer and you were removed through impeachment or you were removed through sacking, you will never hold any public office. That's what the law says.
Wait, so in black and white, are you saying you will not clear candidates who are either impeached from public office or have been convicted by a court of law?
We will follow the law, what the law says. So let people come and we will follow the law. The other thing that causes confusion, Olive, and let me tell you this, there are people that have been sacked, but they have also been taken to court and a judgment given to them, but they have not been jailed for over 7 months. Those people can still go and vie. Mm-hmm. There is Chapter 6, and there are criminal activities that have been committed by other people, not in Chapter 6. And those people are here. They seek, they have gone to court, they have appealed, and their appeal have not been exhausted. They can come to us and tell us we want to vie, and we will look at them.
So what I was saying is that there is a typical case of Waluke.
Yeah, but he has answered you.
But Waluke is back in parliament.
Okay, he said there are people who have not been jailed, and some of them have, if they have been jailed, have not been jailed over, was it 7 months? Waluke's case doesn't fall in that category.
No, Waluke has appealed this case.
Yeah, but he was not jailed for 7 months. He was there shortly. And he said those are the people, only people who are allowed to vie. He's saying, according to, that's how he was explaining.
Let me ask you, according to what the Chief Justice has said, Waluke will not be cleared.
No.
He was sentenced.
The
He has
Chief Justice
appealed.
was explaining the Part A, which they agree with the commissioner, but the commission has gone ahead and explained Part B, which the Chief Justice did not explain the Part B of it. Oluka was not impeached.
No, he was sentenced.
Chief Justice was focusing on the people who have been impeached.
No,
but the Part B of it.
Waluke
was still on payroll. In fact, he was told if he stays away from parliament for long, then they will seek for his removal. The way you miss how many sessions in parliament. He made sure he never missed that period. So there's nothing that happened to him as an MP. He remained an MP.
I agree with you. What I'm saying that the clarification the Chief Justice gave, it was a finality. It means Waluke stands sentenced. He had no business, even as we speak, being in parliament. From what the Chief Justice has just said.
I think you are just refusing to. Okay, let's have Makiadi.
Okay, Wekesa, if you go to court and your case goes through the whole process, and this judgment that is being or has been pronounced on your case, then before you appeal, on in the next superior court, then that judgment holds water. I mean, it stands. Now,
correct.
in Waluke's case, there was judgment that was pronounced, and he was sentenced to prison. Now, whether he took the whole 6 months in prison or whether he took 1 month in prison, there is already a judgment that has been pronounced with regards to his case. Now, if Waluke is eligible to run, then he fails chapter 6. Chapter 6 of integrity. Integrity, if you're convicted of corruption, then it means you fail chapter 6. And Waluke's case, even if you tell us that he appealed, he went to jail because of that judgment. So if Waluke is to be cleared, hold on, let me finish. If Waluke is to be cleared to run for office, then I don't think there is any other law that will prevent Sonko from running for office.
Yeah.
Number 2, Martha Koome, I don't think she's clear. Look at what the commissioner is saying here. The commissioner is saying, if you are sacked, if you are state officer and you are sacked, then you should not, or you are not eligible to hold public office. And that brings us back to what I was telling you here. You cannot sack somebody who is not a state officer. An MP cannot be sacked unless he or she is recalled. So you're looking at Sonko, and you have that gray area that cannot differentiate whether Sonko can hold public office or is a state officer.
Let me
I
ask
don't know
you,
if you get the
Matiang'i,
drift.
where are you getting this? Because what I heard from CJ, what she was saying, she was talking about status remain. If you are sacked, the status remain, you are sacked until
No, if you are
something
sentenced,
happens or the court reverses that. So if you are impeached, you are impeached.
yeah.
And then this issue that Hesbon is dwelling on, the IBC Commission has explained it very well and came even up to that point and said, if you have been jailed, then it has to be more than 7 months. That one, you will be disqualified. So he's also reading the law and interpreting it, how it is applied according to that context. So if Waluke, I don't know, maybe IBC may bar him or fail to clear him. I'm not defending him. I'm only trying to interpret what the guy is saying.
So
You
let me
see,
ask
you see, Wekesa, the
Yes.
IBC commissioner was referring to clearing people to contest, which is a
Yes,
bit
and I'm
different
saying,
from the interview the Chief Justice offered. The Chief Justice made it clear, if you have been sentenced, you stand sentenced unless it is set aside.
No,
Now,
I
that
think
is the situation where Waluke is.
Osea,
yes, and when
I
he
don't
was
think
sentenced,
I don't think the Chief Justice talked about sentencing. That's a completely different area. I think the
You
Chief
replay
Justice
the video, replay the video.
the Chief Justice talked about being impeached,
yes.
No,
not
and
sentencing.
sentenced.
Not sentencing.
No. I've watched that video is longer than Wekesa has played. I've watched it.
No, he spoke about the sentence.
She spoke about
He
it.
spoke about it. And she said, if you are sentenced and appealed, you start sentenced
Yes.
until the appeal
Just play the
until
video, Wekesa.
it's overturned. That's what
You have
she
the
said.
longer version.
And I think the problem here is, and the reason as to why I think she said people will interpret the way they want. I think it's because of it was provoked by the way the commissioner was saying. Because according to me, what I read is Martha Koome is not in agreement with the commissioner.
Exactly.
Okay, from the video that Wekesa played, I did not hear. I mean, I can be wrong, but I did not hear Chief Justice talk about sentencing. Maybe there's a longer version. I've not
No,
heard
it's
it.
a longer version. It's much longer than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jose and Domi
I'm
are right.
still asking,
Wekesa.
before I bring you Nyumba, I'm still asking Jose.
Yes.
Nani, Waluke's case does not cost 7 months. He was not jailed for. He was in for, was it 3-4 months? In fact, we were asking. This guy was supposed to be for 67 years. How comes he was there only for a few months and then he was released? So what happened?
No, you see,
He appealed.
You don't want
let's just take it from what the Chief Justice said. The Chief Justice said, if you are sentenced, you are saying it doesn't matter for how long. If you are sentenced,
no, let me ask you, what was, you see, let's not get stuck. I wanted you to interpret what the commissioner was saying in terms of months. Is there a law providing that? That is what we need to discuss. We are just discussing the whole conversation that was here. Why did he
comment?
restrict himself to 7 months? That is my question. Is there a provision on that?
Yes, there is.
But Jose doesn't want us to discuss that.
No, I know that there is how many times you can
if you are jailed for more than 6 months, then you are eligible.
Let's have a number. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Mr. Wekesa and other panelists, I'm happy to join you in this one. And I agree with Dome and Jose of the comments by the Chief Justice. The law is also this. If it's not even 7 months, Bono Wekesa. If you are jailed for more than 6 months, it's up to 6 months, then you are not eligible. And what Dome and Jose are saying, I saw that clip. If you are sentenced, the Chief Justice said that you remain sentenced until that sentence is removed by a higher court, not kept holding. So Domi and Jose, I think they have seen the whole clip. I also saw it, and I agree what they are saying. I differ with Bakiadi.
So my question then, when Waluka was sentenced, was he still an MP or he vacated his seat? That's my question. Because the if the status
he should have vacated. He was jailed for very many years. He should have vacated. He should have vacated because
it's not about he should have vacated.
Even now,
I'm asking, did he vacate?
Okay, let me say something. Let me finish. You know, according to the laws.
Let me finish. Then I get out.
Okay, don't wait.
When you are sentenced, he didn't vacate. But that's wrong because once sentenced, he should have vacated past chapter 6. Thank you.
No.
He should have vacated.
No.
Okay, you know, the laws the laws applying to the parliament is once you are jailed and you stay out for over 6 months, your seat will be declared vacant. Waluke was jailed and stayed for 4 months and came back. That is the law about that is the law according to that is one part of the law concerning parliament. But it only needed somebody to go and challenge his being in parliament. You know, that is what was not exploited.
You are telling us, listen the way you are arguing. You are still telling us he's still sentenced and he's still an MP.
That is in essence. That is according to the law. According to the law, according to what Martha Koome said.
No, don't
listen, Wekesa. Listen, Wekesa.
What he has said and what we are interpreting.
Listen.
Is he still an MP?
Now, you see, what the reason as why I'm saying it just needs a person to go and challenge in court. Remember, just a citizen. Remember what the IBC. I think there is. Wait. Let me finish.
Mother Koome, because she said status remain until something else happens. So we are also saying he can still be cleared to run until maybe something happens.
Martha Koome said, when you are sentenced, you stay sentenced, and the sentence still remains until listen until it is overturned.
What you understand for me is that he is sentenced and he's still an MP.
Now, the reason is nobody went to challenge that part of it in court. That is why he's still there as an MP. But
Even
it also
today.
takes
Even
a
today.
citizen to go and challenge his that is on chapter 6. Okay, he'll be cleared by that parliament law, but chapter 6 will throw him out because
But now you have already agreed with me. You have already agreed with me what I was saying. I was saying the issue is not even whether the IBC will clear him, but if it's challenged, you see now they will have to interpret the chapter 6.
No,
yeah, now
that is
clear. Yeah.
I think he continues because nobody has challenged it. I think that is what we have all agreed on. If somebody was to challenge it, he will be out.
You see, Wekesa?
And yes, okay. Then, you wanted to say something?
No, I just want to add in. You see, like Kalonzo's submission of his name to IEBC. If nobody challenges it, like if Azimio decides not to challenge, his name will still be presented because it is the people that he has put they have signed the agreement with, or anybody need to challenge it and go to IBC and IBC and say that this person is still a member of this particular party. But if that is not challenged, his name will still be cleared, So that's how the system will work. It's just like someone is saying, if it is not challenged, but now this one, there's already a court case.
Demba, you have answered Jose because he's wondering why is Waluke. Then the issue is Waluke has not, because it's us as citizens who have failed our responsibility.
Actually, that's why I was saying that if Mutata was to go to court, then maybe you would.
What of Mutata, even you? It cannot be.
Wekesa, alafu nipotee. Simwache Richi awaimbie afanye chapter 6. Hiyo ndio imenirudisha hapa. Richi, kama unaweza pata chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya, please, kama unaweza soma naweza furahi sana, because that would answer a lot of things. Nimeona mkipigana hapa hivi and I'm looking at it. Richi, you have the Constitution with you. Please, tusome chapter 6.
I think Martin, whatever you're talking about in chapter 6 about integrity does not actually address this. But if you look at chapter 99, qualification and disqualification for election as member of parliament, that one really gives you a clear picture of what it says. In 3, it says a person is not disqualified under clause 2 unless all possibility of appeal or review of the relevant sentence or decision has been exhausted. And so that is the reason why I think Waluke is still in parliament, because he has not exhausted all avenues of review of all relevant sentence or decision has been exhausted. So he has not exhausted all avenues of trying to get a judicial review of this judgment that was passed upon him. But then there's one thing that I want to mention here. If we say that every decision that comes from the court has to be enacted by a challenge, has to be enforced by a citizen challenging the decision, then we are missing the point. If Waluke was sentenced and he went to prison, whether he comes out after 3 months or 1 day, he has been sentenced. And so that judgment that was passed upon him still makes him ineligible to be cleared by the IEBC. As to whether he still remains as a member of parliament or not, that's a different issue altogether. He's a convicted fellow. So if you go to Article 6, if you go to Chapter 6 of integrity, he fails the test.
And then Richie, let me ask you, do we have a precedence of court decision that has been done in the past? You know, like when you have a Supreme Court make a precedence of a decision that has been made in Kenya. Do we really have a precedence of a case that has happened in the past that by maybe the Supreme Court or anything that actually makes the precedence of what is going to happen after that?
Yeah, Martin also brings a very important issue. I think this Sonko issue, unless you guys tell me, is there any governor that has been impeached before who went through the courts to the Supreme Court and there was a decision? I don't think I remember one.
No, there isn't. There isn't. But
Exactly.
Richie, regarding the issue of parliament, remember, Waluke did not stay there for beyond the 6 months. And that is why, as much as somebody could have gone to court to remove him through Chapter 6, parliamentary rules and I think procedures, he took advantage of that. And since he didn't go beyond 6 months, that's how he continued to be a member of parliament today. But as we have all agreed, if somebody was to use Chapter 6 to challenge him, then that would be the end of him.
So then I guess we are I know we are 60 years now since independence. So we don't even have precedents for cases that we can go back to the Supreme Court and say, this case was decided this way, so now this is how it works.
No,
that's how bare we are.
But guys, you will agree with me that Songo's case reached a dead end.
You see,
Once you are impeached, you start impeached.
And you see, the president doesn't have to necessarily be within the Kenyan context. When you have presidents, they also can borrow from other jurisdictions. So
especially Commonwealth.
It doesn't necessarily.
So then by you're telling me the presidents of the cases that have happened in the Supreme Court of the United States can actually apply in Kenya?
Sure.
And
yeah,
that's a very honest question.
Sure. Yes.
I mean, you need to have listened to the proceedings,
BBI ruling,
BBI proceedings, and you could have had the lawyers are not restricted only to you had one Mr. What was his name? Harvey talking Casanandra case or something. Yeah. You sometimes you listen to that for the richness of argument. You can hear them quoting some cases that happened, precedents in other jurisdictions. In fact, the basic structured doctrine was an argument from I think India or something. Yeah, where they were talking about the basic structure thing. So you can borrow from other Commonwealth jurisdictions or similar arguments that have happened as well, hoping that you will convince the judges to rule in your favor.
Demba, thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. But again, I'll just ask again, out of ignorance, that cannot be our law. If we borrow something from someone else, it can be just for the sake of argument, not for the sake of making our rules and our laws in our country. It can be for the sake of the arguments of of what we're doing on the court, is not for the sake of our law. Am I right? Am I wrong? I don't care if I'm right, if I'm not wrong. I just want to know, because it's a big thing.
You are wrong, Bonandeto. He's run away.
No, he's very much there.
Yes, we share the Commonwealth countries.
Yes.
Those we follow them also. We apply them. Those that are in the Commonwealth countries.
Mr. Nyomba, I think, let me just come in here. I think what Martin is asking is this. So Sonko, I think Sonko appealed this case. I don't know if it has reached the Supreme Court or not, but then there's no judgment that has been passed upon, his sentence. I mean, his ruling. So if Sonko is looking for a day in court in the Supreme Court, until there's a judgment that is passed. Of course, we can always refer to these cases from the Commonwealth, but until there's we can always get the precedents from other courts. But until there's a judgment that will be, spoken upon this case, then there's no way we can say that we have a certain law that is set that determines whether impeached governor can still run for office. That is what Martin's asking.
No, the question is right now.
Maybe December, before you bring in another dimension.
No, I'm not bringing another dimension. I simply was saying one thing. Why is Sonko not a governor of Nairobi County right now?
That's exactly what I wanted to ask you. Why did they allow to swear in Anna Kananu? If he had still appealed, then the case could have remained. Anna Kananu would have still remained a deputy governor until the appeal is conclusively worked on. Otherwise, you guys.
I'll ask you here. Why is still seeking to run for office in Mombasa?
Exactly. So you see, that's where you are saying you are putting the cart before the what? The horse or something. What you need to ask is, why is he not the governor of Nairobi County right now?
Yes.
Because the place he should have, the thing he should have sought to do right now is not to go and vie elsewhere, but to be the governor for the reversal of his impeachment, so that he's the governor of Nairobi.
Or to be reinstated.
I can tell you for free, and then you have brought the right argument. I can tell you for free, if Sonko was still the governor of Nairobi, he will still run elsewhere what he wants. But as long as that case was allowed to collapse and other persons sworn in, he stands impeached.
No, the case did not
collapse. Wekesa, you see, we play a lot with the law of the Republic of Kenya, because, and I believe we're still a very new country, even though we say we are 60 years old.
Martin,
we play a lot because
Martin, before you continue, can you explain to us why Sonko is not the governor of Nairobi County?
It should have remained, hello, he should have remained until the case goes up to Supreme Court, as Makiadi has said.
I want to start with Neto, so that Neto we can move on pole. Why is he not the governor of Nairobi County?
Because he was lawfully impeached. I don't know why we play around with our system.
No, just respond to the question. He was impeached, okay?
Yes.
So
lawfully, impeached, not impeached, lawfully add the law on it, because he was impeached by the Senate.
But
so that means he cannot hold the office right now.
Yes, he cannot, and neither another office of the sort.
So he cannot hold the office right now, and
until he appeals his case, and maybe is vindicted, wrongfully impeached or anything, he can never hold any public service office again.
Okay. Now, generally, what I like about Sonko's case is this. It is because they say the law is given life by the people. Okay? Before something happens, never before have we seen an impeached person wanting to run in another county. So how this pans out is going to make us understand the stretches of our law, of how our law can stretch. So I personally think this is a very valuable argument and a valuable progress in the implementation of our 2010 Constitution. So I would, for the purposes of especially, I think, the students of law and students of Constitution and constitutionalism, this is a very good case for us to learn and even see how it ends. He's actually stretching our Constitution and constitutionalism. So now the question at the end of the day, I'm sure either way it ends, we are going to come up with an answer. The person who is impeached is going out to come up with an answer eventually, whether he can run in one county or not. The person who is probably thinking that, I mean, if I'm impeached today and tomorrow I go to appeals court, even if they have elected someone else, I can still run away from that county and move elsewhere. Because I think the ideal thing for him to have done, in my view, but we are going to wait to see how it goes, would have been, since he thinks he's still eligible, then he would have sought a court order for him to go back, to be retained as the governor of Nairobi County,
to be reinstated,
pending decisions of the court. And as he pursues his appeals, he should have been retained as the Nairobi County governor. But in the event that that has not been, is not a prayer before the court, because it's not something that his lawyers have prayed to be granted. I think he's trying to test the extent to which our courts can pronounce themselves, which for me, I think is a good thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. Laws are supposed to be tested. How will we know that this law can work if we don't test it? So for me, I think
it has helped to put the record straight, set the record straight for future use.
And Themba, I think also there is yeah, like you said, he's testing the law, and I appreciate what happened when Justice Mumbi Ngugi had a ruling. I think for the first time when it happened to was Waititu, then I think he cleared some of the gray areas on our law. Because most people argued that he can still hold office even if he has been impeached. But she set the record straight, and I think it was one of the progressive jurisprudence we ever had, and people held it. That such a person should not occupy office until he's cleared. You see, these guys were arguing that he can still be in the office and carry on with the functions, even if he's impeached. But she had to clear that area, that someone has to step aside. And it now came and happened to Songo, and the other one was who? There's another governor also who...
Samburu.
Yes.
Samburu.
So I think this Songo's case ruling will clear for other seats and future engagements, whether it's presidential or MPs. I think it will make the law more clear on how we should handle someone if he's impeached from
And
this.
even Obado of Migori as well.
Yeah, Obado, yes.
And just to ask you guys, members on the panel, just to ask you guys, actually, out of ignorance, do we have any precedents that we have of law? You know, because there's the Constitution and there's also the Supreme Court kind of precedents of law that, you know, you refer to a different case, and that's what happened. Do we actually, after 60 years, have any of that?
We are setting it now. We have not had.
You see, Martin, your case, your question is going back to what you asked earlier, and we said cases, and that is now for the lawyers. Lawyers are the ones who now go back to. That's why lawyers have to read when they are taking your case. A lawyer, to go and defend you, part of what they do is to study in other jurisdictions. If a similar case has come up, what was the judgment and what was the argument for or against it? If it supports their view, they are likely to use that to make an argument, so that the judge, if possible, if they're able to convince the judge to look at it, and that's where now the judges go back and maybe in their sitting, they might be convinced with your argument. And maybe that one can provide, a precedence for that particular kind. But each case comes in, they say there's nothing new under the sun. Somewhere something might have happened and a case was passed, and that is what gives them. Now, when you ask questions like, is there something 60 years and
No, but Demba, I'm not talking about
hold
other
on,
different
calm
countries.
down,
I'm talking about
calm
our
down,
own country.
calm down. We have our constitution that is 10 years old. The constitution that we have right now is 10 years old. The chapter on integrity is 10 years old. Chapter 6 on integrity is 10 years old. So if you're asking 60 years later if we can have that case happening in Kenya, I mean, you have the answer. So if you have a constitution that is 10 years old, nothing could have happened before that constitution had been born. So some questions basically they are a free answer, but cases have been there that lawyers, for argument's sake, probably those of us who have an interest in trying to get the arguments, like for me, I sat listening to the BBI arguments from the start. You can go and listen to you can follow them, everything, records are online. From the first time, High Court, I mean, up to Appeals Court and Supreme Court. I was able to follow. And you could educate yourself in some of the references they were making, and you can find what are some of the arguments they are bringing for or against. And it can help you understand probably how they arrive at certain conclusions. And even the judges who are giving, if possible, you can also try to read some of the final judgments. Like you can read the final judgment of the Raila one, you can read the final judgment of Raila 2. Some of those, they can give you some sense of, you can educate yourself on generally what references they make. So yes, we might not have a case like Sonko's, where a person who has been impeached wants to lead so badly, but he's not leading, it doesn't want to lead in the county where he was impeached in. He wants to lead in a county where he was not impeached in. So he is imagining that if I was impeached here, I can still be it is possible for me to run elsewhere. So the question will be, why didn't he run in Nairobi? Right? Because that is where
the impeachness is not got out of him when he went to Mombasa. The impeachness.
Yeah, that's an interesting argument. I mean, that's what you're trying to imagine, that Mombasa is a different country, because when you're impeached in Nairobi, that is the jurisdiction of the court that impeached you is in Kenya. That's why if a judgment is made in Kakamega, it stands the whole country. You remember there was this time Odunga in Form 36A. I remember Form 36A in our last election, where some I think judges met to pass certain judgment, and then Odunga overturned it. And you see it applied across board. So wherever it is,
the workers union, the workers union one, is that the one you're talking about?
No, it was during the election time. So if you find within the jurisdiction of Kenya, if you have been impeached in Nairobi, you have been impeached in Kenya. The jurisdiction of that court is in Kenya.
And if that was the case also, we should ask ourselves, why is not someone like Johor not running for Nairobi governorship? Because the law applies across. If you have gone 2 terms, if you don't migrate to another place and start a fresh term, it applies the whole country.
That is true.
You can say now I can start my first term.
That is true, Themba Wekesa. But you remember the Sonko case had other issues, undertones behind it. You remember it was Kalonzo's idea, and the whole idea was to increase bargaining power. They were trying to force Azimio for the Mombasa governor to make Sonko a running mate. It was a very tricky.
I heard even the undertone today. I will play for you that clip. Sonko himself said, even if you guys stop me from running, I will make sure that someone else is. So he's there to create some political drama, and then he takes his crowd to some other candidate. That one we know.
Kupita katikati.
Yeah, and let's face it. You know, we need to thank them because in any country, the robustness of your jurisprudence and the robustness of our constitution and constitutionalism is arrived at by such cases when they come before the courts. When the courts pronounce themselves, I think is a good thing for us because we are learning and also we are getting to understand is our constitution able to respond to certain questions if it is brought upon them to respond to. So I'm of note though. An interesting thing personally, I think I find a question that might find itself probably before the court. Is it proper for the judges to pronounce themselves to a case that is likely to find itself before them? Like Martha Koome, you know, pronouncing herself to that case, and probably it's likely to find itself before her.
I like that one.
Could we say that already there's
the sentence? The sentence is already there.
Actually, the matter is in the Supreme Court.
Yeah, so
also,
I think
Demba,
that was
Demba, I'll let you finish that, but I also have something to add into what you're saying. I'll let you finish that if everybody allows me. There's something I want to add to
yes,
what you're saying.
Wait, Makiadi, what are you saying?
No, I just wanted to say that I think that was a mistake on the part of the Chief Justice. I think she should have avoided answering that because this is a likely scenario in the next few weeks or few days. And the other thing I want to mention about Sonko's issue is Sonko's issue was extreme because I remember Sonko had no deputy governor, number one. Number two, I think the time that took for Sonko's appeal to be heard elapsed. There's a particular time that is set in the constitution. I think it should be 60 days, if I'm not wrong. If a governor is impeached and within 60 days there is no, you know, the impeachment has not been overturned by maybe a court of law, then the deputy governor is supposed to be sworn in. Now, in Sonko's case, there was no deputy governor. So I don't know how the state came up with a name of the current governor from where, and then they tried and fixed the county governor to. I think they swore in the county governor. What's his name? Mutura. No, before Anne Kananu, there's
Benson Mutura.
Benson Mutura also acted as a governor. I don't know if you guys can remember. And then
he acted for a few days.
Yeah, and then Anne Kananu was brought in as a deputy governor acting, and then after a few days she was so I don't know what happened.
No, you see, Makiadi, as you're saying, all this was due to Sonko's dramatic. You know, he joked with the leadership, and that's where sometimes we need to take serious of it because even him appointing Anne Kananu, you remember in that press conference that he did, he was even joking when he appointed Anne Kananu. He was even laughing, and then he was just joking about it, and he said, "Or even I take Anne Kananu," and then he laughed about it. Then when he did that, it was challenged in court. So Anne Kananu's name, there was a case in court that made Anne Kananu not be sworn in. So it is the court case that delayed Anne Kananu swearing in as a deputy governor. But now when Sonko fell off with the system, it meant that if the court case was withdrawn, then she was ready to be sworn in. And that is what happened because Benson Muturu came in an acting capacity. The case was withdrawn. Then Anne Kananu was sworn in. And then, of course, now she became the governor. Sonko didn't ever think Anne Kananu would be the governor.
Then I remember Miguna was also appointed. Miguna. You remember Miguna was appointed by Sonko also as a joke.
Actually, Nani, ukisema hivyo, Nyumba, when you're saying that, I know when we come over here, I've argued about Miguna for a while, but I'm not going to jump into Miguna. because I think that's very unconstitutional what has happened to him. But even though anybody wants to say something wrong, you should let them do it in their country, whatever it is. I really still feel Miguna, even though akona mdomo, something need to be done. But then, I'm going to throw something to you.
Bwana, please. I was saying
No,
Miguna was appointed by Sonko. So the two issues are not related with what I was saying.
Yeah. Okay, Paul. I think also with our constitution, there's also something that I think we are having a gray area with. Because when you talk about, when you come around and tell me a presidency is supposed to last 10 years, then you come and say, if you're chosen as a president and a vice president, you are a presidency, not two people. And it's supposed to last 10 years. So after 10 years, you're telling me now you've been in the presidency, but now you can run by yourself on the other side. I feel there's a gray area there. I feel it needs to be either we call it presidency or something, and I think our constitution is very gray on that area, because at that point, if you put that person, because you're calling a presidency, you put him back on another 10 years run, then you're telling me this presidency has gone for 20 years.
Guys, you have now started committing the sin, Mother Kome said that if you decide to interpret the constitution the way you want, you can. Presidency, yes, is a ticket, but when you go to office, there's an office called president. There's an office called deputy president. There's no office called presidency. So you can only hold an office, hold one office at a time. You can either be a president or a deputy president. And even for the president, you see, the law is only expressed that you cannot hold more than 2 terms. So that means it's on a particular office. And so,
by the way, while you're answering that,
the deputy president.
While you're answering that,
it's an office of the president. Let's not confuse. Let's not try to create gray area.
Yeah, Martin.
Agreed. But Wekesa, while you're answering that, can you tell me if Baba becomes the president of this country, is he going to be the 5th or the 6th? And there's a reason I'm asking you that. Because if Ruto gets there, is he going to be the first term or the second term?
Let me answer you even through the US. If Trump comes back in 2024, he will not still be the 46th. Was it the 46th? 45th?
45th.
He will be the 46th. It goes, yeah, we have already the 46th. He will be the 47th. So don't tell me that you will call Trump 45 just because he did one term, then he came back. So
Bwana Wekesa, we cannot have this answer that was bring issue. We had this issue here, and I think it's either Bernard or Zemba. He said it has to go to the Supreme Court. This is a question that we cannot answer. For me and Deto, the argument was Ruto was also a president when Kenyatta went to ICC. So I would rather we don't dwell on this until morning. We need to have an answer for that.
No, please. I think you guys are misleading us here. Martin, first of all, let me answer you. I don't know where you got the issue of the presidency running for 10 years. I don't know where you got that from, but you should go read Article 142, which talks about the term of office of the president. I'm not going to read that for you because it only talks about, it addresses a person, one person in the name of president. All right. Number two, Nyomba, you and Martin have had this conversation before, and I had it on the back. I think when a president leaves power to another person who, assuming is the deputy president, that does not change the fact that when he comes back, he still remains the president. Even in the US, Joe Biden had to undergo some, I think, I don't know how they call it. I'm not in the medical, some surgery, some kind of surgery, and he signed an executive order leaving the president's seat to the deputy, the vice president Kamala Harris. And after the procedure was over, he still came back and became the president. So if that does not make him the 46th president, the 47th or whatever it is, he still remains the president. His term has not ended. So when you bring that argument of the 5th or the 6th, I think it does not hold water anywhere in the law.
Agreed. That's correct.
Agreed. Nyumba, acha Makiadi. Let me ask you a question.
Hold on,
How
Martin.
is he
Hold on,
the president?
Hold on, Martin. You know, we need to ask questions and also go and read. You know, if we just ask and we're not going to read, go also and read some of these things because they are expressly expressed in the Constitution. And unless we are reading the Constitution every day here, and some of them are pretty obvious. Okay, so let's also try to go and read and find answers, because we can rotate around that place and it might not necessarily add a lot of value. Yeah. And some of the things, like whether Ruto will be the 5th or the 6th, doesn't matter. We'll be having the next president. So that we shouldn't concern ourselves so much as if it's something that we need to really, debate whether Ruto will be the 5th or Raila will be the 6th or whoever will be having the next president. So probably
Let's move forward. But
we have agreed on that. We'll be having the next president of Kenya. So for historians, then they are going to look at, okay, who came after who. Then they'll
maybe Demba, mimi kitu inanisumbua ni when we have for example a governor like Nyoro who took over from
Waititu.
Waititu.
Yeah.
So, for example, if someone was impeached and you have completed his term, maybe you have completed, was it 2 years or 3 years or 1 year? So, for you, how many years are you supposed to go?
No,
okay, do they count that is your first term? So, is he going as a second term?
Will it be a second term?
Yeah, for Nyoro, how many years? If it is not before half of the first one, you are because if you go for like 1 year, that's not a full term. Okay.
So where is that in the Constitution?
I mean, hold on.
It is in the Constitution.
We'll reach there. We'll read so that we don't have to yeah. How many years did Nyoro come in, Wekesa?
After 1 year.
Wekesa, Nyoro came after 1 year. It was just 1 year, so he has gone for a full term. Yeah. If it's just 1 year, he's gone for a full term, so he's coming for the second term. But if he comes the last 1 year, that's not a full term, right? So he'll start his term in the next one. So there's Black who is here, and Nyumba who have come in and they hadn't contributed. So let's have Black and then Nyumba.
Hello, everybody, the ones watching us. I mean, mine was more of a question in regards to the Sonko case, because we had the issue whereby Chitembwe currently has integrity problems with the Judicial Commission. Now, what if he's removed in office by virtue of having been proven to have been a corrupt judge, sorry to say, to put it that way, in regards to taking bribes? Now, would that serve as a basis to disqualify his sentence in the Sonko case? Will that have an effect on that?
No, the law doesn't apply backwards; it applies forward.
Now, will he not have? Now, I don't know if you're seeing my angle. Will he have a basis of arguing his case that perhaps his handling of the case was biased, maybe? because as
No,
part of his
he said.
appeal was he was actually he had gone to court arguing the process by which he was impeached.
So the
So I don't
question
know
is,
how that will
the
work out.
question is, he should even be in jail because he bribed a judge. So one of the things that
And,
we
yeah,
we want,
and
we
also in
want
Songo's WikiLeaks, you remember,
yeah.
he publicly admitted that he bribed him. So there are also evidences that Songo himself brought him.
So even himself, he
Yeah,
actually
I know.
put himself in the center of the bribe. So, but unfortunately, the law does not apply backwards; it applies forward. So what will happen, even if the case is going to be brought to court, it's not going to be brought in the basis that the judge, was impeached. I mean, was removed because of this case. No, you're going to bring your case. If you want to bring your case, you bring your case and you bring the fact as they are. All right. So the facts, whatever it is that you feel aggrieved, you approach the court with the facts that you have. One of them is not that the judge was removed. That is not part of your case. Because even if he's going to be removed, it is not only Sonko's issues that are going to remove him from the whatever. There were other also cases that came up.
Yeah, and
that.
remember you remember the NASA case. You don't even come in with the new evidence. It is thrown out. So you appeal based on the case that was already there. You don't come in with new information and try to make your case. It will be thrown out.
Okay. Yeah, that was what I really wanted to find out.
Sonko, and then what Sonko is doing, you are going to the public media to try and respond to court. Where he should be arguing his case is in the court. Is not in the public. The public will give you an opinion, and public opinion does not count in a court of law. So you need to go. He can do all he can. What he's doing is maybe trying to psych the public and thinking that the same thing he did for Chitembwe is going to happen to the Supreme Court. Now, the unfortunate thing is it doesn't work that way. When he goes back to court, he needs to provide his cases to the court of law. I think his lawyers should advise him well. If they want him to hold on, Hosea, if they want him to have his case listened to, he needs to approach the court. If he got any evidence, he needs to approach it with the evidence he thinks he has. The politics of it, if the court rules that he cannot vie, that is the court decision. It doesn't matter how many times you shout in the media. You can call any media station that you want. You can call all the KTN, Citizen, all the people that you want. But if the court has pronounced itself in a certain way, you have to follow those processes of appeal for it to even be overturned. So whatever he does in the media, I think is not serving him well. You might share people, and people can only say that, kweli umeonewa na vitu kama hizo, but the court is the court. So if the court has pronounced itself in a certain way, that is the court. So that is how he should not be appealing in the public. The public did not say it. It is the court that pronounced itself. And you see, even if you give us all the readings, you say, oh, Raila, oh, Uhuru and Ruto, those are politics of the law. You can politic wherever you want. But if you had your case to be heard, and in fact, if you are thinking of appealing, you're already jeopardizing your case. Because, they say, if you're going to take this case before the law, you don't comment on a case that is already continuing in court. So instead of going to court, he's coming to the public. And you see, what all you need is, if he continues to that process, all you need is someone to go to court, and an order will be given, court order, that nobody should comment on that issue anymore. And that will be it. Yes, Jose.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a hypothetical case for Black. Let's just take it that for whatever reason, for whichever way the case goes in the Supreme Court, they awarded to Sonko. What option? What then? Legally, what then is available for him? It will be now up to him, for his lawyers, to look for some level of compensation for whatever is lost. If he feels that he's unfairly been treated, he has spent so much to prove the case, then he will, the court will have to offer him some damages for whatever compensation the court finds fit to compensate him for being unfairly impeached or whatever it is. So his lawyers can then take the case forward, but that would be an entirely different case. If they,
I like that one, but Mr. HOC,
So
you see, he cannot be put back on the throne.
Not on the throne. Compensation does not mean he's put back on the throne.
No, we are talking the same
But
thing.
can he also get into trouble for talking in public while the case is going on?
Calm down. I want to read for Mato. Someone has actually helped me here. I want to read for Mato what I was trying to say here. On Article 182, Subarticle 2, it says, if a vacancy occurs in the office of the county governor, the deputy governor, county governor, shall assume office as county governor for the remainder of the term of the county governor. 3, if a person assumes office as a county governor under clause 2 above, the person shall be deemed for the purpose of Article 187, that is to have served, to have served a full term as a county governor if at the date on which the person assumed office was more than 2.5 years remained before the date of the next regularly scheduled election under Article 181, or not to have served a term of office as a county governor in any other case. So if it is more than 2.5 of the time, then he has served a full term. I hope that is clear. I read this.
Yeah, but does that also counter the presidency and the vice presidency?
I mean, read the constitution, but now let's yes, Black. What is the other question?
So Temba. So that being the case, then Sonko will only have one term to serve.
Say what?
Sorry?
Ask that again.
Sorry, sikusikia. Ukasemaje? Pole. Niko sema, that being the case, if Sonko wins the appeal, the Supreme Court, that means he can he will be eligible to vie. That is assuming if the determination will be done before the elections. That is assuming that. Though obviously, when you're looking at the time frame, how the court cases it will definitely be given after the elections. But assuming the determination is given on time right before the elections, and he wins the case, now it means that he will only vie for one term. That is.
He served for in Nairobi County.
More than 2.5 years.
But there has been a break.
He had already finished like 2 years.
You see,
he had finished
when there's a break, even you can come and serve again. When
it was for 2. He had already gone for 2.5 years.
Yes.
But one of them,
yes. Because the question, because if I try to roll back, how long has NMS been in place? From the time he was.
They have just
one of them, can I chip in for Mr. Black's help? You see, a governor, and maybe this clarification will be good for me also. I assume that even the governors who have served for 2 terms and then they are out, the next elections, they can still come again and vie because there's that break. Can I be enlightened on that?
No. But I like the argument, but no. Once you done your 2-term, it's 2-term limit. You know, I was reading Philippine constitution the other day. Philippine their constitution reads that the president goes for a 6 years 1-term limit. So after 6 years, the president cannot vie again. And in Philippines, they elect the president and the deputy president. So that means that the president can come from a different party and the deputy president or the vice president come from another party.
But then, there's also something they're saying consecutive. There's a consecutive something in there.
So
Can I ask this question, please, again?
You can imagine, which for me, I was thinking, if as we move on and our issue brings issues like this, where the deputy president wants to say that I was elected with the president, there should also be vying so that we have everybody who has vied.
I think you have misunderstood my question. Let me put it again.
Now, I was not responding to you. I was just giving a comment. But your question was simple. We said
let me direct it to Mr. Makiadi.
After 10 years term limit has already been met.
I'm not satisfied. Let me address to Mr. Makiadi direct now. Now, I have served for 2 terms. That's 10 years. Then I stay out for 5 years. Am I not eligible to stand again as a governor, and I've taken that break?
But you have just said you are not. Your term limit is over. What else do you want to satisfy you?
Let me hear from Mr. Makiadi, please.
Then, but there's a word called consecutive that is in the constitution that we are fighting with, because they say you cannot do 2 terms consecutively. Now, if if I did 2 terms consecutively and then I left one, am I not eligible to vie to go for it again? Because my 2 terms, I served that.
For the 18th time, the term limit is 10 years. 10 years. So if you are sworn in, then there's a break. Like you finish your term, there's a break, you go for another term. That's it. 2 terms. So after the 2 terms, you are not eligible to vie again in that post. That's why governors right now.
For the rest of my life. For the rest of my life.
Hold on, Numba. That's why governors right now, they are going for MP. Ojamong is going to be an MP in some constituency in Busia. Another one is going for the Senate. Senate, there's no term limit. I think you can go as many times as you can. MP, you can go as many years as you want. MCA, you can go as many years as you want. Governor and the presidency and deputy presidency, those ones you have a term limit. So when you have a term limit, it means, and that's why Moi, after he went for the 10 years, I think it was 5 years or 10 years. It was 10 years.
Yeah, 10
it
years.
was done. So even if he went and rested, he could not come back again. That because he has rested, he can now return again and come and help us.
But there's something you are not addressing, huh?
Yes, please help me.
Numba is asking,
wait. This debate came up, and for the governors who served 1 term, like Kina Kidero, even the presidents who served 1 term, like Kina Trump. And I've seen lawyers argue in different ways. There are those who argue that when the Constitution says 2 consecutive terms, it means whoever served 1 term and then he failed the election, if he comes back, he can still serve 2 consecutive terms. It means if Trump comes back 2024, he can still go for 2 consecutive terms.
Oh, yeah, I think so. That's the law.
Otherwise, the word consecutive should be relevant in that constitution.
Remember, it is consecutive.
The what?
Consecutive.
If Trump comes back,
Wekesa,
there is no
thank you
consecutive
very
for
much
some
for
days.
bringing that
Makiadi, look, Makiadi, get us at least somewhere in the constitution where it's written so that we can clear out the whole.
It is consecutive.
It's consecutive. I think
Yeah.
let's read.
Thank you, Wekesa. That's the point I was trying to
I
pass.
also
pass
remember
through.
when Kiraitu Murungi was the Minister of Justice and Constitution, and he was asked that time of NAC, you guys told us you were going to give us a constitution in 100 days. You know what Kiraitu told the public?
Yeah.
Yes, we say it 100 days, but we never said 100 consecutive days. That means we can have 100 days spread.
That's mischievous.
That's how he defeated. That is how he defeated
But
the argument.
the term limit for president is consecutive. Although
Yes,
I suspect Nyumba was asking if Uhuru can finish his term and later on, after 5 years, come back and contest again. The answer is
No,
no.
for that, if you have done the consecutive, that is done. But if you have not done, you can still
I think
come
it
back.
will be. I think it's
Can I
specific.
read? Can I read what I have?
Yes.
So Article 142, the term of office of the president, it says, the president shall hold office for a term beginning on the date on which the president was sworn in and ending when the person next elected president in accordance, the person next elected president in accordance with Article 136(2)(a) is sworn in. Then part 2, it says, a person shall not hold office as president for more than 2 terms.
Not consecutive.
Two terms, just 2 terms. There's nothing like consecutive.
I was right. 2 terms.
The question is answered. Let's move forward. It's answered.
Unajua, I was wondering why are we fighting? And we have read this thing. The problem with us, and let me say this: we don't want to read. We want to listen, and then we don't go reading. It is 2 terms. 2 terms, whether consecutive or broken. It is 2 terms. So
no, don't introduce the word consecutive. It is
I
there.
agree. Wanademba, you are right. Let's move forward now. I'm satisfied.
Thank you.
I'm satisfied.
Whether they are following, okay, let me not use consecutive. Whether they are following each other or they are broken, it is 2 terms. So once you have finished your term, you go. So you don't expect, it is unlike Russian constitution. Russia, what happened? It doesn't give you term limits. But if you move within a certain time, you can break it and come back. That's what Putin did. He went for, I think, 10 years. He brought Medvedev to be also another president for another 10 years. Then they swapped. So Medvedev went to be a prime minister where he was. Then he came back to be the president. Their constitution, that's what it says. Our constitution gives term limits, mostly almost similar to the US, like when Trump comes, if he happens to come again, he'll only go for 4 years, 1 term, because he has already gone 1 term. And it has happened before. If you read the American history, there's a president, I think Grover or something, who broke, and then he came back to finish the 2nd term after someone else had come in. So it's something that happens 2 terms. Yeah. In fact, George Onilo says whether in sequence or not, right?
Guys, I'm about to leave because
Can
I gotta go
talk?
take something. I'm leaving. Nyumba. Let me just kidogo tu.
Nyumba, hold on, Martin, hold on. Nyumba.
Yes, sir. Number 1, apologies for not have read enough, and you have read that I was not listening to you. I'm going to read from now because it was very clear. I'm satisfied with the answer that is given, and Mr. Makiadi, at long last, he read the right thing. So today, in human life, it's always nice to learn something new every other day. until you become senile or you go to heaven. So I've learned something. Thanks a lot. Now, it's a bit late in the day or in the night or in the morning for me to go back to the theme of today's themes. But I'll touch very briefly because I don't want to look like I'm going around things that haven't been talked about. Domi, why are you looking at me so seriously, Domi? Yeah, let me continue. You must be confused to empower women for Ruto. A deputy president, Ruto, has been talking mama bogas, border, and all that. And he is a man of double speak. Now, a lady has been chosen as the running mate to Honorable Raila. November, assist Martin. Martin, he has gone. He was raising his hand. I don't know. He's gone. Now, so I said I can't talk much. He's actually, again, fighting the same mama bogas he has been talking about and talking ill of women. But I like the mistakes these people are making. It is advantageous to us as Mio people. Number two, I said, I think people have talked about these things. I'm the last person talking. Since then, I don't know where are you in America. Now it's 5 something in the morning. I want to get out of the house and check my goats, how they have slept. Now, Karua rolls in Kiambu. Not only in Kiambu, I think this is very nice because now Uhuru can relax. He need not even get into the proper campaigns. The team of Karua and Munya, this is a strong team, and we are moving far. She's rolling like a lion. And remember, even when the difference in the 2007, 2008, she was so tough. In fact, they said the only man left standing was Mother Karua. It's not derogatory, but this is a tough lady, and she is going to cover. She's overturning whatever Ruto had done for 5 years within 1 week. He was in Central, giving people money, churches money, converting the youth. Even the youth, they are changing all of a sudden. And I can see Azimio or Raila getting 60% and Ruto 40%. That is cast. Baba Bulezes in Kilgoris. Let Baba go roaring in elsewhere. Should just leave Central to Karua and Munya. And the game is done. Baba, even in other places, he just do very little because he has been doing very well all the years. I don't want to use the word that his votes were stolen, but I was for him in 2017, also for Baba. As I finish, because I said most of the people have talked about these things, I just want to make a general comment. Bwana Wekesa, you're scratching your head. Am I talking badly now? Mr. Themba, these are comments directed towards you. Number one, Mr. Themba, these are to you. I'm informed that there are rumors that I have been talking ill of you. It has reached me that some people are saying that I've been talking ill of you. And I suspect Bernard, the moderator, I confirm that I've not been talking ill of you anyway at all. You're a good man and you're a good moderator. So I'm not accusing Bernard, but I suspect he's the one who has been spreading that rumor. Lastly, Mr. Themba, when I came into this forum, I heard people saying that you are Mkamba. I want to categorically refuse that allegation. Mr. Themba, you're not Mkamba. Number one, you are Kiswahili, the fluency in Kiswahili. That cannot come from Mkamba. Then number two, you have no Kamba accent. And number three, Themba is not a Kamba name. So I leave those comments. But believe me, I have not talked ill about you at all. Although I had told Mtembei to sack you one time for blocking me entry into the program. Thanks, gentlemen. Wekesa is shocked. One Wekesa, sorry, I had to say these things because those rumors are hurting my name and my it's not good for me. I'm an elder and I can't go talking small things and bad things about Mr. Themba. Thanks.
Anyway, but those are off camera. You can talk in the private chat. So what has that to do with our viewers and listeners anyway?
You made my evening, Mr. Nyumba.
Yeah. Anyway, Ben,
Nyumba, I don't know. Have you tried comedy? Have you tried to join Churchill show? You need to. You are a real comedian.
Demba.
Yes, Wekesa.
I think you've provoked me to see a few things from U.S. perspective. I think those limits came after Roosevelt had served for 4 terms. Then they say that someone cannot go more than 2 terms, and also if you served somebody's term more than 2 years, you are presumed to have done that term, so you can only be elected once. And also for those who are arguing about electability, you can only be elected twice. So already Songo was elected. So even if he was to come, he can only be elected once. So election twice. That's the term limit comes with those conditions. So you can't say, no, I served the first term only a few years. You can also be elected twice. Thank you.
How do you explain Moi's case, President Moi?
Moi started the term after the limits were imposed. So you don't do it backwards. Like Themba has been telling us here, the law is not interpreted backwards. When Moi, after the amendment that was done, Moi now served his 10 years. Was it from 1992? Yes, to 2002. So he also served 10 years term limit. In fact, that is what Tanga were using to blackmail the BBI. They were saying that after BBI is passed, Uhuru is going to now begin his fresh term. That's how they were blackmailing.
Yeah. Thank you. No, Nyumba is a good man. On that one, Nyumba is. I came to realize is just a nice comedian, and I think he should join Churchill show and the kupiga comedy. Yes, Black.
A question on that term, like in the case of Tanzania, assuming that had happened to us in Kenya, now would it have been assumed that the current president who got in after the demise of the elected president, whom I don't want to mention names, would it be considered as having served 1 term, and that if she's going to seek for office, it would just be for the last 2nd term, or how?
In fact, ameanza mapema sana. Unajua nani had already gone 1.5, was it 1.5 years after?
Only 1 year.
1 year. So that's a full term.
So the 2nd term of Magufuli was just 1 year, slightly over a year, and then so that was her full term. So she's going for her 2nd term come the next election. So that's how it works. And of course, normally constitutions are made with those in mind. The only thing we didn't have in mind, which is also a new phenomenon, that is why now we are trying to have all manner of ways trying to respond to I mean, people are arguing. There's already an argument out there that the appointment of Karua as justice minister and also deputy president, there's already Kenya Kwanza, because in my view they are lacking content, so they are trying to use that to woo their crowd. They're saying there's no way you can appoint a deputy president and also make her cabinet secretary. You see, the constitution does not prevent the president from appointing the deputy president cabinet secretary. It doesn't. The constitution is silent on that. She is the primary assistant to the president, but it doesn't say the president cannot appoint. The constitution gives the president the power to appoint. So if it gives the president the
There's
power
an
to,
area they were asking now, since the cabinet secretaries are vetted in parliament, will now Karua be vetted in parliament?
I mean, yeah, she will be vetted. They'll be vetted. But you see, there's what you call the law of politics and the politics of law. So the politics of law is that what does it require? You remember a few years ago, Bernard, you and I can remember that there was a vetting that was done to one Rashid Echesa. And Rashid Echesa passed and became a cabinet secretary. So was there vetting? So vetting in mostly in African nations and maybe Kenya, generally vetting is a process. It's just like someone was saying, and I think they argued that out, that mostly African and Kenyan vetting is normally like just a process of legalizing an already, agreed upon position. Because you find even the majority in parliament is likely to agree with the executive, because the executive is in most cases is the party that has the majority in parliament, as opposed to other countries where you find probably the executive might not necessarily have the majority in parliament. But in Kenya, you find the executive will more often than not have the majority in parliament. So the leader of government business, the leader of majority, they push the executive agenda.
Yeah,
So
and they were also arguing that they had also proposed a mongrel called Prime Cabinet Secretary and allocated him. There are two ministries. Was it Interior? Yeah, somehow there are two ministries which will fall under that. So the question also begs: is that in the constitution? Because they have to.
Even then, we can push the question to them: where is the prime cabinet secretary in the constitution? How are they going to give that person those positions that are not in the constitution? But
theirs is even worse, Demba, because a prime, if you look at it, if he will be done vetting, we just first of all he will be vetted as a normal secretary before you prime it. So how can two ministries fall under? In other words, they are asking, how can a minister who has been vetted like me be supervising another ministry?
And that's why now the DP said that I'm going to give an executive order to sign it after 10 days. So we have those politics of the law, and when you come to the politics of the law, you'll find that. But of course, Kenyans need to be woke so that some of those things can be challenged in court. So you can go and challenge: does it move according to, is it constitutional? So those are some of the places where we find ourselves. But I like the conversation. Nyumba, when you are away, I was saying you need to consider going to Jane Churchill's show. You are such a comedian, and I think you must be very nice person to be around.
Sorry, age disallows me. Age, it's only age now, not this.
No. You need to watch American Got Talent. There's a gentleman who was 60 something who went and danced himself to fame. So you never know. You can achieve your dream at your age, and because you're doing what you like and what you are. The other times probably you did what you had to do for people to eat. Right now you're doing what you are, and some of us will laugh at what you say. So I think I like your humor. Now let me allow Adams to speak.
Emba, I have a question for you before you. I have a question for you regarding these executive orders you have just talked about.
Okay, very quickly so that
it is about the creation of the executive orders. You remember the current these CASs that were created by President Uhuru. You know, the matter had been taken to court by some citizens, and the court ruled that the president was wrong about the same. So now when Ruto says that he's going to use the executive order to create some positions for Mudavadi and the others, maybe if they find their way into the courts and it is ruled that they are not in the constitution, what's going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, there's okay. Let's admit it. The Jubilee government has set bad precedences, and that's why the not respecting court orders. Even the issue that we talk about here about Miguna, there are issues, there are gaps in it for those of us who appreciate the constitutionalism. When there's a court order, you need to implement the court order. You know, those are some of the things that you need our Kenya to move towards, so that when there's a court order is a court order. There's no lesser Kenyan and there's no other Kenyan who should be treated differently. So we have had so many court orders that have not been implemented in Kenya, and they are numerous. There's CAS. There's one that is still standing. The president was advised by the Chief Justice.
Miguna
cases. You know, there are court orders that have not been obeyed. Many, and there's several that you can find. So I think we need to move to a place where our society and people need to be more. CS right now in Kenya is illegal, you know, but they still continue drawing salaries. They still continue, you know, so those are some of the things that we need to debate that as Kenyans. That's why I say Kenyans need to keep having conversations. Do we need a society that is respecting the rule of law? And if we are to create that society, then we need to start by, first of all, when we move to the ballot on 9th of August, just let's do one thing that at least we have control of. We have control over the people that we are going to elect. Those people who don't respect us, those people who have been accused, if someone has been accused, someone who is in court for murder charges, someone who is in court for corruption, someone who is in court for having stolen from us. I mean, let's use one thing that is in our hands. That is the ballot. And I think the DPP, the ESCC was saying Kenyans need to start now acting, and we act on 9th very decisively. When you go to the ballot, don't look at like some. I think that is one point that I agree with Black. Let's not look at the party. At least up there we have Baba and Martha, who are so resolute about fighting corruption. Let's now have this sort the norm down here. If someone has heard his name mentioned or has been, you know, taken to a court of law, they have pending cases because corruption courts. Let's have these people out. You know, let's elect leaders that are, you know, when they see that we are serious, leaders will stop taking us for granted. But right now we are being joked by people like Sonko because they think Kenyans, all we need is the handout and then we clap, then we go vote. So he's able to play this kind of drama with us. But if we can wake up on that day and say, no, we have heard you, you have good ideas, but please go sort your cases out. Once you are done, then we can meet in the next election. We vote for good leaders. That way people will start saying that now we are serious. Court orders need to be obeyed. Someone like you know, this guy, Rashid Echesa, you saw him at the DP's office, you know, arms deals thing. And they're still coming in to tell you that now they mean well for you. What well do they mean for you? So I think as a society, we need to keep on having this conversation. And those of of us who are having some level of awareness talk to people. I want to disagree with Nyumba on one thing. That Nyumba, you said that oh, we need now to rest. Israel needs to rest and all because now Martha Karua has gotten that. Personally, I think when Akati,
sorry, not Raila, Uhuru at Central. Uhuru, please.
yeah, personally, I think a cat is when it is cornered is more dangerous. And if you want to win decisively, this is the time to use even more energy in terms of getting out people to vote. So anything we can do to make sure that if you are going to vote, even what Martha Karua is doing, if we can get as many people on 9th of August to go out and vote, get out the vote. That's the most important thing. With no resting easy, because even if they are doing the mistakes, the only way that this election can be won is having a decisive ballot on 9th. We can speak.
I think the idea of substituting Uhuru with Karua has been argued in many forums, and many scholars think that there was a problem when Uhuru was trying to succeed himself. That when the more he stamps his presence, people think, okay, he may not be wanting that way, but politically and perception, they think that he wants to succeed himself. He wants to be there. And so they say that he may not have much impact on the campaign. And now that they have gotten a forceful person, all he needs is to empower her and allow her to run because she's bringing some freshness. In fact, they also argue that Martha Karua doesn't want to entangle himself with the Uhuru failures. She wants to come out as someone fresh, as someone focused, as someone who is ready to deliver something new to the mountain. So in that context, for me, in that context, I can still agree that let her be empowered and allow her to run on the mountain. Uhuru seems also tired that when he goes to most of the time he's ranting and complaining, and he wages war with his deputy, which he always gives Ruto sympathy. So maybe the person who has the right message for now at the mountain is Martha Karua.
Thank you, Bwana Wekesa. Thank you.
But one thing we need to appreciate also, the narrative that Uhuru had started campaigning for Baba was created by the Kenya Kwanza guys.
That is exactly what I've said. I'm saying perceptionally.
Hold on. You realize that Uhuru at no point has come out and gone to a campaign trail anyway. All he has said when he's on the process of doing his official duties, he's commented on his preference. He has not campaigned for Baba anyway. So the perception that they created, it was like setting a scarecrow. You know, you set it ahead of time. And Uhuru said, okay, fine, this is my preference right now. And this is what is happening. Then when he came out was when Azimio was being launched. After Azimio was launched, Uhuru, the only other comment he has made was during the Madaraka Day or something. Labor Day. But we also need to appreciate that Uhuru is still running the government. He's still running the government. So he might not necessarily get most of the time going to campaign or going to one campaign trail or another. And thirdly, we need to appreciate that the official campaign time is May 20, I think May 30th or thereabout. That's where the IBC will be releasing the official campaign period. So this, for me, I think the argument and the debate is preemptive other than something that has already happened. And I can say it's a good thing that Uhuru pronounced himself, and it's also a good thing that Martha Karua came in so strongly. So it will in terms of beating the idea of perception that Uhuru is going to be doing this. I don't think that one will affect any votes. Whoever was to vote for Raila, and in any case, the perception is more in the central part, central region. That perception in terms of who is going to is mostly in central region. So I don't think it's spread across. Yeah. Nyumba, you are going. Why are you still raising your hand?
Please, Bonathemba, I like your argument, but this time I'm agreeing with the Kesa because he's agreeing with me. As I said, I'm in the Rift Valley, but I'm a central product. Can I tell you, members of the panel, Uhuru is our president. He's a Kikuyu. I'm a Kikuyu. Some things have been happening, even in his background. Gatondo Central, Gatondo, so that's Kiambu. Kiambu actually is the one that is most anti-Uhuru. That's why you see MPs being elected. There's a revolt. I'm sorry, intelligence should not mistake my comments. There's a revolt against Uhuru. And Uhuru and Raila were to start the campaign way back. This is last year in Central. But the ground, I think the intelligence told them, no, this is not conducive for you, Uhuru. There is that rejection of Uhuru. However good you are, human beings, walikataa Musa, wakakataa Jesus, however good they were. So even Uhuru now, there's that rebellion against him. Those people who have won those seats is a fight against Uhuru. So if Uhuru was to go there campaigning openly, and I think he has been advised to hold it back, since I repeat, he was the one to introduce Raila in Central. He didn't. Raila went there alone with others because of that negativity. So I pray that Uhuru plays from the background, not frontline. It reaches, especially the youth. Hold on, Adams. Please, I'm finishing. And Domi, let me finish. Themba and Wekesa are noting you. You are distracting me.
I have a point of order for you. I want to ask a question. This is you talking.
Are you from Kwanzaa? You are distracting me from my very well planned.
Just a question for you. Just a question for you.
Let him finish.
I'll finish. I'll answer your question. I'm finishing actually. I'm usually very brief. The point I'm saying, Uhuru campaigning in Central will not have added any votes. It may even be counterproductive. I rest my story there with reasons. Because I'm in contact with my fellow relatives in Othaya, and you can see the worst place has been Kiambu. Kina Ishongwa, kina nani, ndio wamereject Uhuru hata zaidi. Kuliko Murang'a, kuliko Nyeri, kuliko Nyandarua. Home ground, okay? Especially the youth. I've been talking to the youth. Some of them, in fact, I try and I stop because it's too far. Some of these million kilometers from what I'm trying to say. And they have no facts. They just say, wamechoka ni Uhuru nini. I rest that. Don't ask until given permission by Mr. Themba or Mr. Kesa. Don't ask me directly. Ask for permission.
No, I'm asking you directly.
No, I refuse. I worked in the government. There's a system. Hierarchy.
Okay.
Things work.
Okay.
Unless you pass through them, but I'm not going to answer you.
Okay,
Juba. Question.
Okay, Adam. So the question.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Nyumba, I have to advise you first. Once you're in this show, I reserve the right of asking you a question for the things that you say. So you
Agreed.
don't. Yeah. So listen to my question.
It is only the route. The route I worked in government. There's a route. You cannot just
hold
on,
sir. I did not ask you where you work. That is irrelevant. Now that is my question.
Adams, I'm not going to answer you. I refuse. Even the language you are using, I'm not.
Okay. Calm down. Okay,
I have a
calm down.
question.
Adams,
I
I won't answer. I
Adams,
won't answer.
Adams, hold on.
Don't be
Hold on,
don't be
hold
cowed
on,
by
hold
this
on,
guy.
Adams,
Let me just ask
Adams,
a question.
hold on. Thank you. Nyumba has said he's not going to answer, so don't ask. Wacha tumalize hiyo, tumalizie hapo. Yes, Domi.
Then I should not listen to him.
Okay, I think
You go away.
to me, I'll just make a comment.
No, it's okay, Nyumba.
I'll just make a comment about Nyumba's argument. I think that saying that Uhuru should not go to campaign for Raila, it may be a yes and a no. Okay, to me, I think in some way, probably it may, in some way, may not. The reason being, remember the meeting Uhuru had in the Sagana. The number of the people they asked, they expected came. Okay, people came much more than the number. I think to me that was it's just a scarecrow. It's just making people creating just a picture that Uhuru is going to destroy, because they know that the voice of Uhuru, when he goes there, they will listen and they will respond. He knows that yes, there are a group of people who will not want to listen, but the greater people will listen. That is the fact. So I think to me, it's just a scarecrow by the Yuda people, because they knew the outcome of it. And if anything, that's Sagana 3 made Uhuru had a clear way of explaining the lies of the Yuda. So I think to me it's neither here nor there. And if anything, the Uda guys have just been deceiving people. Part of some of the deception that they brought to the nation about, they have lasted. Okay,
I have
another
a
thing.
question for Domi.
Yeah.
I have a question for you before another thing. I think for me, the stage we have reached, we have to be honest with ourselves as me. But the fact for me, I've said Uhuru took too long to go to the mountain. And if he was to make an impact, he lost the timing. Even those meetings you are saying, Sagana 1, 2, 3, they were good. But he lost the momentum. He would have maintained. He called Sagana 3. He called the youths in State House. He should have maintained and continued. But he has lost the momentum until the last minute. And don't bank on Uhuru if you want Raila to win the mountain. And I think they have gotten us the right person. Let me tell you, those closed meetings, wait. Those closed meetings, you are only given footage and whatever of what happened, and you have to believe that way. But you also understand why they were closed meeting, because he understands the environment. You can also check an Othaya, the funeral of already these guys are outwitting Uhuru in all the meetings that are happening on the mountain. And the guy has instruments of power, but he looks like he's lame duck even in implementing that. So actually for Azimio guys to be safe, they need to use the people that are already on the ground. The people who are willing to go to any length to get votes like Kinamala Karua. Waiting on Uhuru will be shocked.
Okay, I agree with you. I agree with you on that point. Yeah. I agree with you on that point.
I want to go away. Let me answer. Don't
wait. I had not finished.
No, I'm going
no,
away.
Wait. Nyumba, wait. Let me finish first.
Domi, you won't tell Nyumba to wait, and you are only
I'm
giving
going
a comment,
away.
and
So
now
I'll
you want to give
I'll not
submission.
answer you,
Let
Domi.
him answer that question, and then maybe move on to a
Yes,
different.
I'm moving out, Domi, and I'm answering you. Now, my last born son is 22 years, okay? And the problem even at the mountain is the youth who don't know the history of this country. These are the people who have said some are a million miles from me. I try to bring them closer. They are not factual. Are you getting it? When you talk of Sagana, who was at Sagana? Not in the 20s, not in the year 20s, my sons and all that. These are mature people, leaders. That's why they went to Sagana. And the problem is not the mature people or the older people. Middle age and my age, we are Azimio. We have seen history ya Jomo Kenyatta one. We have seen history ya Moi, ya Kibaki, na sasa Ruto. So when you talk about Sagana, that's not correct, because when you alienda Sagana, si watu elderly or leaders or ndio walienda, si youth, na youth ndio reject. So I repeat, and I'm agreeing with Mr. Wekesa. Mr. Wekesa is saying the crystal ball very clearly. Okay, thank you, Domi. Thank you.
Let me ask something, Mr.
Okay,
Can I finish? Can I finish then?
Hold on, you people. We cannot just unmute and talk before we are given the chance. Okay? And Domi, you are giving a point, just a question you asked, na nani alishajibu. So can we just listen to other people too, and then now we can come. Where tulikuwa ushaongea kitambo. Kuna Adams, unajua hajatoa submission yake. So can we even listen to Adams pia atoe submission yake, pia yeye aongee, ndio hata sasa sisi wote wengine tumekuwa tukiongea, Adams hajaongea. Adams, tafadhali.
Thank you, Themba. It is just a matter of misjudgment. The guy I did not even want him to leave, because what I wanted to ask is something very important. I wanted him to help, according to the way he was talking. I wanted to ask him a very simple question so that I can hear his observation. But seemingly he judged me wrongly before I speak, telling him. I wanted just to ask him, maybe somebody can ask here. He made a submission there and said that there are people who, there's a revolt in the mountain, especially in Kiambu, where President Uhuru Kenyatta have been rejected. So is like the likes of Moses Kuria and those guys, they're revolting, like they reject him. So I just wanted to ask him why does he think so? Why is that revolution? Why are they why are they against him? That I just wanted him to explain that. But then he ran away saying can't answer my question. It is not, I wasn't here to insult him anyway, but he's gone. I know he heard me anyway. Yeah, like I was saying, I just came, but I had people talking here about we are having a presidential candidates who've elected, or rather selected, their running mates, both sides, the two leading camps, and both of them came up with a formula, some government formulas which do not exist, but can still work anyway. For example, right now, according to the constitution that we have, the office of the deputy president is just the deputy is an office like that. There is no ministry that comes. That package do not come with any ministry. But I think you guys heard Raila say that Martha Karua will be in charge of Justice, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. That docket doesn't come up as a package in that ministry. But then also Ruto side, also they were trying to create, I mean, some things that were being created which are not there. But people are arguing here. I was at the back, but I could listen and hear what they were saying. I think this one, mostly they will work with the executive orders of the president. But then when I do some more research about the executive orders, the presidential executive orders, they can also be challenged, but the only challenge is that the president himself veto them, but they can still be challenged. For example, the Supreme Court can overturn it, the executive order of the president, meaning Ruto Raila can form a government and come up with something like some arrangement which someone can go to court and challenge it, but only Supreme Court, not any other court. Only the Supreme Court can overturn an presidential executive order, or the National Assembly in the Parliament. It can also be overturned in Parliament, but the president must sign, which makes it complicated again. But I know Kenya, being what it is, they can still play around with the constitution, because in as much as the departments are independent, the executive still overrides everything and control judiciary and legislature, however, whenever, the way they want. So I think it's a complex situation to deal with that particular matter. So that is why I wanted to come in and to jump in and speak about that. Otherwise, I'll speak later. I'll say later.
Okay, thank you, Adams. Wekesa, you've said something that I want to challenge. When you say that Uhuru delayed, you are the president of a country. You have a term that is ending in the next 5 years. Your deputy president has started campaigning. Are you supposed also to stop whatever you're supposed to do and go and campaign? And the constitution sets the campaign period within a certain time. One of the things that you swore to do was to protect the constitution. So when you say the president, delayed, what would he have done? Because my submission is Uhuru did the right thing to have been done under those circumstances, because the ship had to get to the shore. Because I can imagine if the president decided that now he was going to do what we imagine he should have done, go to the mountain, start campaigning the way the deputy president is doing, I don't think we would have been having the country where it is right now. For the stability of Kenya, the president had to take that, there had to be sacrifices that he had to do. Sacrifice number one is to let those people who want to keep, making noise in his backyard continue criticizing him the way they did. The Jubilee guys who ran away, and they were inviting him to do that, so that they can create a constitutional crisis where the president has gone out and gone to campaign. Then they move. You've realized that everything that has been happening, they have been inviting the president to that war. They go, they say, you see, the president has not done this. They're inviting him. But the president has chosen not to go into that. And those are some of the prices you pay. And I think whatever price he paid was for the good of our country. And I think he hasn't delayed. And I wouldn't possibly expect one to see him necessarily on the political podium. But whatever he's doing, facilitation in a political campaign, there are many people who campaign, but you can facilitate a political campaign. You don't have to carry the microphone. Mwai Kibaki facilitated the Uhuru Ruto political campaign. He never took a microphone and stood anywhere, but he facilitated that ticket. So he can facilitate that ticket. He doesn't have necessarily to come and hold a microphone. Number two, there's this thing that we are being told, campaign, Kiambu guys, they have revolted against the president. It is the same Kiambu that we were told by Ndi, the wife is not running on UDA certificate because according to them, Kiambu does not qualify. The bottom up does not refer to them because they are so far ahead, according to Ndi. And secondly, during the voting Nabai election, there was nothing showing like there was a revolt. It was 50-50. So this kind of revolt has been created, is a propaganda that has been created. But even for argument's sake, we say they have revolted. They revolted against Kabogo. They chose another thief called Waititu. He stole from them. So even if you are revolting against your own people, it is for your own good. Leaders are not chosen for the country. You choose leaders for your own good. So if you're going there to revolt against Uhuru because you want to punish him, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta will get out of power. He's going to have his retirement and his pact. If you choose bad leaders, it is the same you who are going to suffer. So I don't think, in my opinion, Uhuru delayed. In a bigger concept, in a global perspective, Uhuru did the right thing that should have been done by any president at that time. And let's not make presidency an ethnic. Uhuru was being invited to an ethnic campaign, so he should have gone and started campaigning the way his deputy was doing. I think that would have been the worst thing that would have happened to our country, Kenya. So I disagree. And they are not holding Uhuru at ransom. They were trying to delay and derail the progress of our country, Kenya. And Uhuru said no. I think that was the right decision. So whatever it is that happened thereafter, for me, I think I really don't think that was a bad thing. Yes, let me hear Adams, then Martin, then Jose.
Yes, thank you. Themba, you were just speaking my words. This is the thing.
And you mentioned me, you will also give me a right of reply.
All right. Now, Themba, just to add on top what you're saying, a revolt, yes, can be there. But when you revolt against something or somebody, it doesn't make you a revolt, doesn't make you right. You understand? The fact that you can revolt against me does not make you right. So people must understand that. And that this revolution thing is a propaganda. It is a propaganda tool being used. And revolution does not qualify you or quantify you to be right. You can revolt and end up being so wrong. People must understand that they may revolt, but maybe to the wrong side. It doesn't have to be right because you revolt. Certain revolutions takes people to ditches, but on the flip, there are some revolutions that lead to the right path. So not all revolutions leads to the right direction. Let them understand that. But according to me, that so-called revolution from Kiambu, that revolt, is a propaganda. Thank you.
Okay, Martin.
You see, it's very rare that I agree with them, but today I agree with him 100% plus one. Me and them don't agree, but today I agree with him 100%. Kabisa. Wekesa, let me tell you what Themba just told you is true. You see, Uhuru is a smart person. He watched the game the way it was being played, and I'm telling you, I keep on come here. I don't know Wekesa where you are. I keep on telling people guys over here that this is a whole game being played that is being played very well after a long time of learning and looking at everything. Now, really, you wanted Uhuru to go campaign for Raila after Raila being called a project? Are you serious? You wanted him to go there? That's why we send Mother Karua. Mother Karua, go do your thing. And then on the other side, we come and play the other game. And this is a game because this time it's a game done and dusted. If I saw Uhuru on the campaign trail today, or even trying to go to talk to Mount Kenya, I'll be very disappointed. The guy is the president of the Republic of Kenya. He needs to stay there. He's already told us who
Are
is
you
after.
agreeing with me or Themba? I think you're agreeing with me.
No, I'm agreeing with Themba because Uhuru need not to talk nothing. Uhuru need to stay where he is, State House. Uko.
Exactly,
He needs
that's
to
what
not
I said. That is what I said.
Okay, maybe nimechanganyikiwa basi.
Umechanganyikiwa sasa.
Sasa, you know,
But I need a right of rebuttal, Themba.
Mato, lakini ni sawa tu. Wacha niambie hapo.
Niko nasaidia Themba for the first time, kumbe nimechoma.
Mara
Nilisikia
nilikwambia ile siku utaacha motivational speaking. Utaanza kufocus on the point. Unajua unakuanga wewe ni motivational speaker. Mato badala useme to straight to your point and say this is what is that. You start saying I told you, I said, we enda straight kwa point yako ni hii na hii na motivational speaking means wachana nayo. Oh, sijui nilienda ikawa tulikuja juzi tulipigia sikukupigia, uliongea au kusema ulikuja. I mean, too many preambles before you go to the point. Hosea, karibu.
Leo nimechoma basi. Basi na support wote wawili.
Mato ile siku utaanza kunisikiza vile ninakwambia. Unajua shida yako nikikwambia wewe unaona ni kama nakwambia gawacha motivational speaking. Kuja tu straight, point yangu ndio hii, tuambie. Maana sasa hata umechanganyikiwa, sasa unashindwa ni mimi na support ama ni Wekesa. Haya, Hosea.
Unajua nilipotea kidogo kwa sababu ya transition ya kutoka nyumbani kukuja kule niko saa hizi. So sikusikia kitu kwa anyway, nimechoma leo sawa.
You have supported Wekesa, you have supported Themba. That is okay. Now let me say something more or less on the lines that Themba was talking. You see, Wekesa, one thing we have to remember, Uhuru is a president. And so far, by all means, he has done very well. If you are very keen, you will realize the facilitation he has given this state. It is very obvious. It is very obvious. In any case, the last time I remember him in Central, he was in a church function. And he did actually say that he's going to campaign. Those who are saying this and that will be surprised. He said that. And in any case, again, something else Themba talked about, which is very true. The law, according to the law, it will be very awkward for the president to be campaigning aimlessly when all these campaigns have been illegal. At one point, the deputy himself said, hey, he has not been campaigning. In fact, he was trying to say he was doing government projects, inspecting projects. You remember? Now, so far, remember we have a head here, Madaraka Day.
Can I respond now?
Well, you are going to. I'm going to put a full stop. Then you can. Then you can respond. We ahead here. We are going to have Madaraka Day, and those who are saying that, I think you are not right. You are not very right to say that you have unleashed Mother, so that Uhuru can rest, like Nyumba was trying to imply. No. No, Uhuru is just strategic. And he remembers that his first thing is to be president. Remember, the other issues are secondary. And given that we have still have Madaraka Day in front of us here, and you remember also the issues around Kalonzo and who have you, he doesn't want to get absorbed into all this back and forth. His position is too much for that. I think I'll stop there.
Kindly let me respond shortly.
And then let's allow Domi, weka mkono chini. Let's allow Wekesa to Wekesa ndiye alizua zogo, wacha a respond. Alafu tuingie nini nyingine. Sasa unajua ukiendelea kuinua mikono mara mingi na tushaona mkono. Domi, relax. Weka tu mkono yako chini. Haya, Wekesa.
Yeah. I am a very passionate campaigner for Uhuru and and Raila, and I'm expressing this because I also get feedbacks. It's not like so that we need to see things from both dimensions. And if you look through the whole thing, the way it has been going, there has always been messages that have been thrown to us consciously or subconsciously. If you listen to people like Mzee Atwoli very well, several times he has been telling his Mr. President, get out, get out. And don't think Atwoli just shouts things that come out of the blues. These are the people we normally celebrate. They are the kitchen cabinet, and these are people they normally meet. And those are the top brains who have been running the Azimio or whatever. And they understand exactly what is happening, but they also have their own frustrations. And coming even to the issue of the deputy, there was even, if you check the rally, the last rally that happened in Kamukunji before the naming, if you were very keen, there was a huge disorganization that was happening. But part of it was there was quite a disagreement in the camp on what was going on. But there's a group that gave Raila, they just gave him the stills and told him, go ahead and name Mother Karua. Because where we have reached, we need to be brave and get focused. Otherwise, it may get too late and we are not getting the right thing. So there was a fight between Uhuru wanted someone he can, who will not outshine him on the mountain. But Raila wanted someone who can rubber stamp authority on the mountain because he feels the other guys they are going too much and he's not getting the other responsive force very fast. So there were all those other issues that people we don't mention, but they are happening. And so the issue is Uhuru, because maybe he joined late. He was supposed to counter that, but he joined late. So he's already skeptical and fearful of how he's going to counter the narrative of Tanga Tanga on the mountain. So don't expect another Zakana 4 or 5. That one is something, and that's why Raila bolded out, emboldened himself. And you remember when he was in Kiambu and he was telling people, I don't need Uhuru to come and campaign for me. He is answering Tanga Tanga, but he's also trying to tell his people that expect that we are going to deliver this, but we have to stand. And he was trying even when, and this message he was communicating to who? To the nominated aspirants on the mountain. Remember, those were in the caucuses of the nominated aspirants. So these nominated aspirants who are waiting that Uhuru will come and jumpstart them. But Raila was telling them, you guys don't even fear to sell my name, because it is me who is going to be with you here and here up to the end. So that was the conversation that happened. But now Raila saw if they are still struggling to sell him on the mountain, the best person that they can do is to have Mother Karua in front, because she's already a brand. And then why they have, even after Raila, after they had decided to put Mother Karua, they decided to give her, because they didn't want to overshadow her. So they gave her the opportunity to shine alone, live alone, the way Ruto is doing with Rigathi Gachagua. Is going there, but you can't see Rigathi, you still see Ruto. So they have left Mother Karua to shine And they have given her that 1 week, so she has already proven it. So the next thing is they are going to make sure they are preparing the mountain to see that we don't think we don't have a leader. We already have a leader. And that is where the mountain was struggling. That power is shifting hands, but we don't seem to have a leader. So they are trying to bring out the iron lady that this is a brand, and even if Uhuru is retiring, we have got Mother Karua with us. Remember, the truth is, the mountain has both fear of Raila and Ruto. And so for them to have confidence of their interests taken care, you have to bring out a leader and bring him as a brand that will protect the mountain interests. So to our advantage, Ruto has not brought out someone as a brand in that team. But allowing Mother Karua to shine and Uhuru slowly take a backseat. I know I'm not saying he will not campaign. He may come out 1 or 2, 3 meetings, but you will not see Uhuru on a daily going campaigning for that. No, he may do 1, 2, 3 meetings, and that will be the end. He may do 1 meeting, June, another like that, and then that will be the end. But the real person who will be door-to-door campaign is Mother Karua. That one was agreed on, and that's how they are going to propel her up. I think that's what I was trying to say, and I hope you guys have understood where I'm coming from. I was also for the idea that Uhuru, but with the time I realized that's not what Uhuru intends to do. And you guys, if you watch, you realize between now and August, Uhuru may not do more than 3, 4 meetings.
All right, I think we settled that because I mean he's a sitting president. How much more can a president who is supposed to be following the constitution do? It is the ideal situation would have been Jubilee government being other people running against Jubilee government. So Uhuru is caught up in a place where he has his government that is coming to an end, his deputy who has run away, the people who are supposed to be in the opposition who are also now, who happen to have helped him. So he's at that point, and anything that is done by the government right now, it is perceived as, there's a political reasons. And you see, I mean, it's a very tough balance. You have to take the government, the ship has to dock, because he has to make sure that the country is stable until a new president is sworn in. So you can imagine if he's like people. I don't agree with the idea that Uhuru came in late. There was no late. There's nothing like late for Uhuru. He is the president of the country, and he's not supposed to, in any case, leave his work to go and start.
But remember, when he did for his own re-election, when did he start campaigning? We also need to check at that. He was still the president.
He was in the ticket.
Yes. So the issue is, was he taking care of the country or not? Because right now you're telling us he needs to take care of the country.
Yes,
was he taking the care of country or not?
We need to look at the parallels between the two. One, there was a combined ticket of a Jubilee government. He was a contender in that election. They were together, and they needed to make sure they are re-elected. And then the next one, he's not a contender. The party is not having a serious contender. You see? So you see, it's and then of course there were effects to that. You remember by then there were so many negatives that came out of their early campaigns and stuff like that. You remember the opposition was constantly poking holes on what was happening. So I'm imagining, even if it happened then, I think that is not a scenario we wanted to have repeated this time. And remember, these people, immediately after the 2018 handshake, Ruto started campaigning. So probably if we wanted him to start, would have started then. Where would we be today? So I think it wasn't late. Wisdom prevailed, and I still think Uhuru did the right thing. I really don't think Kenya is not about Mount Kenya. Kenya is bigger than.
But then listen to this.
Now, let
When
me
he
finish,
was in AICC,
let me finish. We are reducing the argument of Kenya as though it's a Mount Kenya thing. If Mount Kenya is not satisfied by the Uhuru, it doesn't mean Kenya is not satisfied with Uhuru. If Mount Kenya thinks that Uhuru didn't serve them well, they have the best in their minds. They can decide to revolt against him. That's it. But Kenya needed to be stable. So when we reduce Kenya to be Mount Kenya issue, that because Uhuru did not probably go back and talk to them early, so Kenya has lost. I don't think that is an argument we need to be progressing.
that's
Uhuru,
not my argument.
let me finish, Wekesa. You will have your response.
That's not my argument.
This way of bringing it to a point of thinking that because Uhuru did not go to Mount Kenya early, he didn't go to campaign probably for Raila early, so he was late in his response. He ought to have done, if you take it in contrast with what the deputy president has done, then you're imagining he should have matched him in equal measure, go there, also attend churches, go opening projects in Mount Kenya, talk about Raila that early. You would have taken our country into a campaign mode very early. And it would
in
have,
other words, we are saying, but this is what you are running away from.
hold on, Professor, let me finish that now. Don't say in other words. Let me finish that now. You'll respond in your words. So, what I'm simply saying is this, Wekesa. I disagree with you in the sense that Uhuru came in late. He didn't come in late. He wasn't late, and he stabilized the country. In fact, that was good for the country. We were able to be stable. At least we had only bickering from one side, not from every side. So right now we at least know who are against the development of the country in general and are focused only on Mount Kenya. In my view, it was a good thing. So whether Uhuru comes in on board or not, at least he has stabilized Kenya.
You see, the truth of the matter, Themba, is that Uhuru has been campaigning for Azimio. You don't have to be in a rally to be known. If you look at the details, I'm telling you, if you look at it keenly, Uhuru has seriously campaigned for Azimio, more than even Kibaki campaigned for the Ruto Uhuru campaigns. And secondly, something else. You wait after Madaraka, you will see. Uhuru has conducted himself very well. In fact, he has a lot of balancing to do. He's not like Obama, who was supporting the same person in his own party.
Now that's where my Azimio people are wrong. In fact, we were told when we were having, there was a public holiday that happened in Kirinyaga, and people said this time Uhuru will. It didn't happen. We came to, there's another nini that happened. Now even the Wataya, I saw Azimio people saying now hapo Uhuru atafungua roho atachafua.
Wekesa, you see,
ulikataa nisikunyamazisha hata wacha mimi nimalize statement yangu kwanza.
No, Wekesa,
Let me say this. Guys, we are both in this camp, and it's good sometimes to think outside the box. And that's what Raila exactly did by bringing in the issue of Mother Karua. He was thinking outside the box. because the initial arrangement was not working. Mother Karua was never on the ticket from the word go. So this idea of, I was telling Temba when Uhuru was in Jubilee and DC, you can play that clip. Akafaa hiyo cape. What did he say? I am Azimio today, morning, evening, I'll be talking about Azimio, and I'm going to be on the campaign trail. From there, it took him like 2 months. He had no activity. He is only up when he appears on podium, and then what he says also even irritates the other guys and causes like, well, this guy should have just kept quiet. So what we are saying is that in terms of
Kesa, it's too early for that time. It's too early. Ni mapema. Anakuja.
Let me tell you now, this is what I'm bringing out. Mount Kenya was
what was your, okay, let's start here. Wekesa, what was your interpretation of what he said that kuanzia leo mimi ni Azimio? What was your interpretation?
I'm saying in terms of campaign, he is not. It's just the same way you guys have been cascaded. Kalonzo has not been campaigning. Kalonzo has actually been doing exactly what Uhuru
the president
is doing.
can't break the campaign rules. The campaigns have not even started.
What was your interpretation, Wekesa? Let's hear
Even
Wekesa.
for Kalonzo, it's too early. You guys wait. Something's gonna hit people.
Wekesa, what was the interpretation when he said that?
Exactly what it means.
No, Wekesa. You see, the president said that from today, it doesn't mean that now tomorrow you'll see him with Raila in this campaign.
No, let me ask you now. Now let me ask you, why did he miss at the launch of Mother Karua? Let me ask you, why did he miss?
That there was an official activity he was attending that day.
Those activities are arranged.
No, it was actually a meeting that was happening between him and a foreign country. You go back and check.
Okay, let me flip it the other way. Why do you think people who are at Kamkunji were telling Raila mention the running mate now, including Morade, including Atwoli? Because we have to interrogate these things. Because I'm in Azimio, I don't just
you and I have had this conversation in this platform before. And this is what we say. The person that negotiated himself out of the running mate ticket is Kalonzo. And we said here, he negotiated himself out of it. Why? The things that he said, even before the thing had started, he started by saying, he started by bringing up arguments that he needs to be equal to Raila. He started saying, I need to be given what, those kind of stuff. Now, when the list came out on the requirements, one of the things that appeared so prominently in that thing was he has to have a chemistry with the president, and he has to agree to support the president. Things that Kalonzo had not expressly said. For him, he was and number two, he came into Azimio through Uhuru. Then he said Uhuru is his guarantor.
I'm resting my case, but we are on this channel.
Tread very carefully.
I'm resting my case.
Historia Kalonzo tread very carefully. Nikikwambia,
wewe na Kalonzo,
Demba unasemanga vitu moja.
We have to talk
Tread
about
very carefully saizi.
No. Listen.
No, what I'm saying is we are on this channel and I'm resting my case.
Mtakuja kuona kitu kingine nakuja hapa.
1 minute. We Martin, mambo ya kushinda utatuona hapa, tusiongee mambo ya Kalonzo. Kalonzo, sisi, we are not part of Azimio negotiation platform. We are not sent by anybody to speak here. We are not, none of us sit in the internal negotiating table. Sisi tuko hata ni kama hata watujui. So ukianza kutuambia ati sijui tusiongee, hizo vitisho peleka huko mbali. We will talk and we will condemn him. Tutasema akitaka kama anatusikia atusikie, kama atusikie hata atujui. So msasa kuambia
Remember, this is what I'm saying as I'm stopping. This is my last statement as I stop. We are on this channel and we have to compare notes. Matter wait. We will come and compare notes after a few nini. The main campaigner of Central will be Mother Karua. Uhuru will make 1, 2, 3, 4 technical appearances.
But Wekesa,
we will compare notes. We will compare notes.
Uhuru does not need to go to the campaign.
No, nobody disputes that. Nobody disputes that. Uhuru will just appear once after a time. That is what I
If you
think.
did not dispute, then I have always been right. Why are you disputing? Why are you?
What we are disputing here is saying Uhuru cannot campaign.
From the beginning. That is what I said from the beginning.
What we are disputing is saying Uhuru should not campaign. That's what we are disputing.
Okay, let's
But I
calm
just
down.
said they are technical appearances. Those are no campaigns, my friend.
Okay, calm down. According to you,
Campaigns ni kama hizi za Mother Karua anafanya.
Uhuru is president.
Okay.
My friend, he's not the first president. Moi was president. He campaigned for Uhuru from place to place. So Uhuru is not the first president of Kenya. There has been other presidents. And Moi knew how to play politics and balance between development and politics. And that's why he stayed long on power. Uhuru and Kibaki missed the political angle. And that's why they struggle. Uhuru missed the political angle. That's why someone came to his backyard and took over. Raila knows how to play both the development and politics. That's why you cannot go and play with Nyanza at the backyard. Tell me, I can tell you that for free. Even if Raila will be president, he will know how to play with the backyard. And these are facts that we can discuss. The fact that we support Azimia doesn't mean that we don't look at those other areas that are not working.
Okay, sir, for as long as you view the only way of campaigning is standing on top of vehicles, then
that is your perception, that is your interpretation of what I've said. That's not what I've said. That is your interpretation of what I've said. That was the script that was in your mind. You want to drive it in my head. That's not what I said.
Uhuru only needs to make some simple statements.
Labda Makiadi yako na different view. Unajua sasa sisi Wekesa ati Wekesa is right, Ruth and Rao are political animals. You know, one thing that you need to appreciate is that as long as there is already a ticket, that is Rao and Martha. I mean, Wekesa, why are you predicting the obvious? Obviously,
now you guys don't want to admit that you are coming to what I said without necessarily agreeing with me. But that is what I said.
You disagreed with me and said Uhuru will not go. It's not supposed to go to campaign. That is what you said. And in fact, you stopped me from what I was almost saying.
I told you the main campaigner of Central will be Mother Karua. And that is
but you see that's an obvious thing.
Nobody has disputed that.
Obvious. Go to Uda, who is campaigning in Ruto. You cannot say it's obvious. There are different styles of campaign, my friend.
It's obvious. You know, like I'm not talking about
the main campaigner of Central.
I've not talked about
UDA. Who is the main campaigner of Central?
I've not talked about UDA. I've talked about Azimio. Once the ticket was launched, it just goes without saying that the people in the tickets have to go and look for the votes.
But the style is different. There are those who would prefer go as a pair. There are those even who are telling us that it's Uhuru who should go. They should give in fact, the argument before they are unveiling the ticket was they will give someone who will not be competing with Uhuru for space. There are many dimensions, guys. But now the dimension that won is what I'm explaining.
You see, Wekesa. Anyway, Makiadi, what were you saying?
No, I just said I am not very much aware about the politics of MTK, so I'll leave Julia to at least give her opinion on that.
Even Julia does not know much. Julia will just tell you what she has read in the media. Julia, karibu.
Okay, I just want, Makiadi is asking, yani si tumekuwa statues sisi na Makiadi hapa, lakini sasa I think Makiadi, let's decide who has won. Can we vote?
Julia, kwani nyinyi mnafikiria Kenya ni Mount Kenya? Ati kwa sababu mmerevolt hamtaki uhuru. Sasa ati sasa Kenya imekataa uhuru.
I'm asking Makiadi we vote to decide who has won, Themba or Wekesa. Can we do that thing we used to say, picky punky?
Now let me help you.
The majority win. They are the majority alone.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out.
Because now Themba and Wekesa have argued for the last 1 hour about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
Yeah, where Julia Wacha? You have been here for 1 hour.
Since I was listening, like you people.
Why do you want to now start blowing up the time? We have just been talking for only 10 minutes, 20
for
minutes.
The last, can you imagine? Can you believe it? For
Let's hear what Julia is
it
saying.
must be a very important person. But okay, of course, it's
Julia, say what you want to say.
Okay,
Julia,
I'm trying to say that. I'm trying to say that. Hey, Themba, you gave me time to talk. Now you wait for me to talk. So I'm trying to rule between Themba and Wekesa because they have been arguing about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So
are you in the panel? Are you in the panel of eminent persons?
Yes, kind of. I'm promoting myself today. So the thing is, Uhuru has done a good job by introducing Baba to Mount Kenya. And I think he doesn't need to do more, but he decides to do more, it's okay. And I think now what has happened is that they prepared Mother Karua to stand in to take over the stage, and she's doing a good job. So I think going forward, we will see more of Mother than Uhuru. I'm not trying to say that we'll not see Uhuru somewhere. Here and there, still talking good things about Baba and trying to assert himself. But I think now going forward, we'll see more of Mother. And the mountain seems to be looking at the issue of Mother in a different point of view. And I think I said this yesterday, that I think what's happening in the mountain, they were feeling like Uhuru has done his job and he's retiring as president. So they didn't see him as real kingpin, because I think when we go to tribal politics in this country, everyone looks at their person, like who is taking over after this? Do we have a person who's going to be in charge? I think that's the question the mountain has been asking themselves. So even if who has been trying to go to the mountain, they couldn't buy that. They wouldn't buy that because even if you say who is a kingpin, the fact remains he's retiring. That's a fact. And constitutionally, he was not going to be anywhere. So however much he was taken in as the kingpin, they were not going to buy that. But now they are buying Mother for many reasons. One of them, they are now going back to the story where they said she's the only man standing. So they are seeing somebody who can stand for them, who can represent them. Then they also this story going around that, which I don't know whether it is true, that Baba may be a one-term presidency. So what is the mountain seeing? The mountain is seeing another presidency. So you can't blame the mountain changing. So Mother is taking over, and me, I think I want to agree with many panelists here that let's now see Mother do the job. She's gonna get it. She'll get it right, because now her politicking is kind of different. Now I also want to agree with Kesa. Some time back, I didn't like the confrontational attitude Uhuru had taken, especially when he begins to say ati kama mtu afanyi kazi nimfanyie nini. I don't like that kind of a tone from a president. I didn't like that. I don't like to see him do what his DP is doing. I would like to see him adopt a different style of politicking. Okay, I would like to see him say we are working. I would like to see him opening hospitals. I would like to see him opening roads and doing projects. as he do projects, I would like him to see him propose the kind of a person he wants in power. So I don't want him to go the direction of his deputy president's politicking. So I think in future I will see more of Mother. And if Mother goes with that speed, I tell you the truth, the mountain may flip. If the mountain decides to buy that Mother may become president soon, the mountain may flip and vote Baba like Kumera. I'll not be surprised if that happens. So Uhuru has done enough. He stood there when we didn't know whether it's Mother or who, and he tried to hold the mountain together. And it is good he made a decision that he wanted Baba. That was a good thing. That was the starting point. So when they brought in Mother, the mountain now knows where to go. So that's my take. But as who won between them and Mekesa, me and Makiadi will vote later.
Okay, we were not winning. At least we were making a case, and hopefully you heard our case. So it's for you to judge. They say it is in the court of public opinion. So it's for you to judge, but not for winning. But whichever way, Wekesa is not in Azimio strategy platform. Whatever he hears is what he hears. I'm not there also. Whatever I hear is what I hear. So let's wait and see.
No,
how
this one it's not even a strategic meeting. This is our personal opinion on what is happening.
Thank you.
It remains an opinion.
It remains an opinion. So mambo ya kuja hapa kutishwa ati sijui msiongelele sijui nani. Kama hataki kuja asikuje, kama anataka kuja akuje. Sisi tutatoa opinion.
Then allow me to comment to Martin. Martin, there's something I forgot to tell you earlier. I was here and then I think I left. You talking about Kalonzo, and you're trying to tell us that this behavior of Kalonzo is a strategy. I'm telling you, Martin, forgive me, but it's a stupid strategy. A very stupid strategy. If you want, allow me to talk like Mama Selina. If you want
leo ni siku ya kufungua roho,
allow me to talk like Mama Selina. If you want a man to marry, like let me use myself. If I want a man to marry me, I won't go around Mara tunaenda kwao. He introduces me to the mother. Then the next thing the mother hears, at leo sitembee huko, sijui nataka sijui nini ifanyiwe, sijui. Then the next day the mother sees me again. Seriously, even if kijana yake ananitaka aje, mama yake atasema amechoka na huyo bibi yako. So that's a stupid strategy. And Kalonzo has simply kicked himself out of the Kenyan politics. He'll never be president. He'll be nothing because that's a stupid strategy.
Julia uja explain vizuri. Ungesema that time anataka kukuoa, unasikia kule amefanya engagement, huku amelipa dowry, because you know there was
can you imagine such a person? Munakaa hivi anang'ang'ana na wewe hapa ati lazima unioe kidogo hivi, nasikia kumbe aliengejiwa na mtu mwingine huko tayari kumepelekwa mahali. Yani vitu zingine watu, alafu mtu anakaa hivi kidogo ati sasa ameenda, yani ana launch presidency, alafu anaenda ati nimeenda sabbatical na watu wana campaign. What kind of useless? Anyway, nilisema sitaongea mambo ya huyo jamaa, lakini hata ukisema strategy zingine ni za upuzi kabisa. Ati sasa ameenda ati sasa imagine hiyo siku Raila ana unveil na yeye saa hizo ameenda kuitana mtu ati anaenda kutangaza ana launch presidency yake. I mean, ukuje kubembeleza. Don't you feel bad that wanaume wenzako wanakuja kukubembeleza? Hata kama ni strategy surely.
And I'm telling you them, but if they are talking to him, they are the ones strategizing. They just want Ukambani votes. After this election, they will never want to see his face. Leave alone here.
Who will even want to talk to such a person? Hata kama ni wewe, who will want such a person on the table? Hata wewe ukiambiwa sasa acha kuja sasa tulini. By the way, whatever they agree with him, ati akuje kwa meza, this is a guy who is going to be the start of the fall of Azimio government. Because the next day he will start this drama hizi vitu namuona nazo. Mimi wacha nikwambie, this is it. If I'm going to have such a problem with you even before marriage, why should I marry you?
Watch out them,
Remember,
watch out
I think it's,
Why
maybe
should
I
maybe
think I'm
Martin
getting
will tell
scared.
us.
I get scared when we are being told that that's the person who is coming to be the head of other CSS. Are we looking at really at performance? That's a problem.
This guy is coming, and then he'll be treating himself as if wako kwa level moja na Raila. So Raila is not supposed even to tell him anything kwa sababu alibembelezwa. Surely, mimi would rather lose without Kalonzo than win with him. Hapo ndio mali nimefika. We rather lose without him than win with him, because you don't want to win with someone who is going to be thinking mnatoshana. Hiyo chief whatever amepewa ni kama mnatoshana. Sasa yeye kwa sababu alidemand akaenda akachunga ng'ombe sijui wapi huko, mkakuja mkambembeleza akarudi. This guy is going to cause you problems from day one. We don't need such people. Whatever strategy it is, doesn't he care about his political journey?
Atiwekeni kwa agreement, sure.
What are they putting in the agreement? What does he want? You know, he should have seen the way Mother came. Mother said, yeah, she doesn't want any position. And Mother won the hearts of many for that.
And
Mother
immediately
won the hearts of many.
And immediately Martha was pronounced as the DP, I mean the running mate. The next day she was on the road. She knows what it means. You can't share what you don't have. Go look for it. This guy.
In fact, tangu Martha Karua wekelewe hiyo kofia ya blue kwa kichwa, mimi sijaiona ametoa hiyo kofia. Serious. Ako kazini. Huyu mwingine anazunguka na kofia imeandikwa hakika tutaweza. Hakika tutaweza ni mnyama gani hiyo?
Ati the buffalo gang is growing. Yeah, anaenda buffalo. Ushasema mahali ya kwamba I support Raila unreservedly. Unakuja na sijui the buffalo gang. But go look for the buffalo gang. Utuache sisi tuende na inawezekana. We don't want anybody coming to create another scenario like we have had with the Ruto government. We would rather lose without him than win with him. For me, mali nimefika na Kalonzo. That's why I said we'd rather lose without him than win with him, because huyo ni shida from day one. Shida from day one. And if they listen to us, we are not in their strategic team. We are giving an opinion. Na kama kuna mtu atawaambia, waambie tumesema we'd rather lose without him.
Leo mmeofungua roho mnaongea.
Hapana Wekesa tulime. I ask you one question.
Unajua mmenigonga. Can I come back now?
Kuja hapa na tuanzia motivational speaking. Wacheni mambo ya Kalonzo. Sijui kuna nini nafanyika. You should think about even Ukambadi wameamuka wakamwambia my friend. Wachana na hii maneno bana.
Okay, naweza ongea ama bado unataka kuendelea kunigonga?
One thing I thank God about is that Kalonzo
Nzioka juzi pia amemblast.
Wacheni Mata ongee, hatukugongi, tunagonga mtu wako. Wewe hata uwezi run MCA kwenyu.
Sawa, endelea kugonga kabisa. Unajua siku moja nitakuwa MC wako. Unajua wewe huko kwako Malume Jenga, najua Malume Jenga nishafanya research. Nitakuwa MCA wako. Anyway, ama niko MP wako. You know, the funny thing is that I laugh at I'm sitting here, na ndio maana sikuwa nacheka, nimekaa tu hivi. And I'm watching the same peoples that the same humanity here. About 2 months ago or a month ago, the same guys that I told Kalonzo will bring a problem that he almost walked out of that phone and wanted to eat me alive. They're the same people here talking to me, wakinigonga Kalonzo wako. And if there's any people that have been here all the time, they will tell you I was the first person that came over here and was almost buried alive by saying, you're bringing Kalonzo in too early.
But Martin, talk the whole truth, not half truth, because you are advocating for Kina Alfred Mutua, who have already betrayed us. So, Kalonzo bado abandani, you are advocating for Alfred Mutua, which we were also not sure of his stand. You are saying Alfred Mutua votes.
I agree. Mr. Wekesa, I do agree. Agree what you're saying. I agree 100%. I'm not, you know what? My mistakes are my mistakes. My rights are my rights. But what I'm really surprised is when I started saying when you bring Kalonzo, it's gonna be a mistake. I was almost buried alive. And when it happened, now people want to bury me alive because I'm telling you guys to relax. Because at the time I told you guys to relax, we know the politics of Ukambani. Ukambani politics was at the time was fighting Kalonzo not to be on that place. And I want you guys, the moment you keep on talking here, talking bad about Kalonzo, you know, you have a leader that you love so much. You love with a passion. The leader of Azimio, his name is called Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. And you love him so much. And I want you guys, when you're laughing here, you're calling him a very stupid man when you're talking bad about Kalonzo. And because I went with my sources and people and we heard somewhere, and I was like, okay, they told, I heard. Listen, only a stupid man does not change their mind. I was taken somewhere and I was taking a journey. And I came back to understand what was going on. And I understood it very well. And I want you guys, as much as you guys are fighting about, you're saying, Baba, 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 are you really, really, really? And somebody asked me that question. A very prominent person, a very old man asked me, do you really think the same day Kalonzo was on the other side, and Ituanani, whatever, saying he's running for whatever. Do you think the same statement, the person that you want to run your country, do you think he was so stupid, knowing very well Nick Salat is here, Gideon Moise is on the other side, and the other guy is doing everything and everything. Do you think that guy was so stupid when he was unveiling Mother Karua? Do you think he was so stupid to name Kalonzo in his cabinet? Are you guys really taking yourself down? Even though wengine wanajifanya hapa hivi, they wanna know politics and everything, na kutusi watu na kutoa watu kwa show and everything. Guys, do you think Raila was so stupid to name Kalonzo at the same time, and he did not have the same intelligence?
Can I answer you?
No.
Wait.
He has not even made his point. Can you make your point straight up?
Yeah. Nimenyamaza mkanichapa. Do you think the same guy that you're running for, unless you're telling me your candidate is so stupid that he could name that seat right there? And at the same time, the same guy that you're talking matope about, I was going to talk like into tusiongee matope hapa. And I'm sorry, my language is because I live in a place where we talk matope kidogo. You know, and that guy also decides to just keep quiet. Guys, relax. Hii game haijaanza. Game itaanza next week but one.
Tutamgonga mpaka amke. Hiyo hata bado tujamgonga.
Hajaenda mahali, hajaienda.
Sasa waje nimjibu ndio mgonge. Ndemba waje nimjibu ndio mgonge. When Raila was naming Kalonzo as chief minister, remember that portfolio was being given not to Kalonzo, but to our community. And if you want to hear very well, hear it from Kivuta Kibwana, hear it from Gilu. If he does not respond to, you asked a question, you have to be answered. Because he was the immediate person to be given, he was to pick it. If he does not pick, nobody will persuade him. Gilu will pick that or Kivuta. It will still go to the community. They say that is an allotment for our community and we will do our best to get. So he doesn't own the votes. The community has the votes. It will be given the slot.
Alafu ikitia mato kila siku kuja kutuambia ati sijui tutamgonga. I mean, I agree with the Julia. It is his stupid strategy. He negotiated himself out of the VP, the running mate position, by his loose mouth, and the people who are surrounding Enoch Wambua, Maanzo, Mutula Kilonzo Jr. They were all over bashing Raila, thinking that he's an equal to Raila. You can't be an equal to president. Your principle.
And again, Demba, for us who are not,
I
who
will.
are
Ngojeni niwaambie
supporting
nyi wote, wacheni niwaambie, I will have the last laugh. Here in about 2 weeks, I will have the last laugh. Tutakuja hapa, tutapatana hapa. In fact, kama tutaweka chama yetu kando, tutapatana hapa. I will have the last laugh.
Martin,
Okay, you may have your last laugh, okay. Lakini, bana, Kalonzo is a mess. Bana, hizo strategy zake bana, they don't hazibambi.
Domi, and we are also telling Martin, it's not about the last lap. Even for us who are supporting Kalonzo from the beginning, we were looking for votes. It's not like we agree with his style of leadership. We were wooing the Ukamba votes to come. And that's why when he was to come, we were saying,
I don't agree with his style of work, how he's done. He's made our Kamba community look stupid. And I agree with what Julia said. Personally, I'm not a Kalonzo supporter at all. I think anybody here knows. I'm not. I'm just saying the politics of the time, the way they are being played. I'm just saying the politics of the time. I'm not a person, but I'm an enemy of Kalonzo. The politics of the time, we will come here and we will sit here in about 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks from now, or 3 weeks. We will sit over here and you guys will say,
Mato, listen and listen carefully. We need everyone we can on board to win an election. That is statement number one that you need to always remember. We need everyone we can. Even if tomorrow would come and Musalia changes its mind and comes to Azimio, we need everybody. We need even Kalonzo himself to come on board and we fight this battle. Right?
You know, Demba, I think I'm older than you. I think I'm older than you. Demba, wait. Demba, let me say something. Because you've hit me a lot.
I'll give you time. Now, what we are saying here is this. In view of what has already happened is what we are making our opinion on. We are not casting aspersion on what Kalonzo will do tomorrow. We can talk here today, and tomorrow Kalonzo wakes up and joins Martha Karua in a campaign somewhere. I mean, that does not negate what we have said today. All right? Whatever he does tomorrow will not negate our comments today. If he comes tomorrow and is in Azimio and is campaigning in Ukambani, it doesn't negate that up to today, he has acted stupidly. And that one we will say, whether he joins Azimio tomorrow, whether he joins in 2 weeks, whether he comes in and he campaigns with Martha Karua, where
but you see, Demba, you cut people, you don't even listen to people because you what you believe is what you believe. Somebody is trying to tell you something and you're here shouting 24/7, talking about 10 minutes when people are trying to something.
Mato, you are shouting and you're telling me I'm shouting. And I listen
okay, sorry. I apologize for that. What I'm trying to say, and it's just gonna take even a second.
There's someone
what I'm trying to say
on the chat. There's someone asking on your chat. Maybe you could take that seriously. What is your point? That's what someone asking you. What is your point?
Okay, that's fine. So my point is that sometimes, you know, we're sitting here and forgetting what politics used to be, because I think a lot of people here and people listening to us will be my voucher to say there used to be a day where people would change. I mean, something would happen just the last minute. And that's why we say one day in politics is a long day. I'm telling you, people change the last day and it changes the whole thing. Please relax. It's too early. That my point, Julia, to answer you and to answer the person that asked, is too early. Tuacheni kushikwa na utashikwa na kifafa ma utakufa. Relax. Hii kitu inachezwa venye inachezwa alafu siku ya mwisho unaongea vitu.
Say your point.
My point is this time Baba Martha Karua is going to be the president, And my point to finish with that will be, I'll be laughing up even in the next nini because vitu venye zimepangwa, because like I say,
say your point right now.
kama mimi nilibadilika nikasema acheni na Kalonzo na mimi ndo nilikuwa namfukuza, what do you think I know? I mean, sisemi najua kitu. What do you think is happening? Most of the things, wacheni kitu ikifanyika siku moja munakimbia political analyst, kitu ya kidogo tu dakika moja tu mnakimbia.
Okay,
Relax.
Hold on.
Relax.
You are not a political analyst. Makiadi.
Aya, mi nitasema hivi Mato. I think you've tried to go around what we are telling you, what we are asking you. The thing is, whoever advised Kalonzo misled him. The thing is, Kalonzo has made a big political blunder by, trying to sideline himself and trying to run alone. Number one, what I want to tell you is Kalonzo is in a legal mess right now. He depends on the goodwill of IEBC to clear him to run for office. Number two, the person who is
But he's not running, he's in Azimio.
Mato, I gave you time to talk. Just give me a minute. So the person who is supposed to be his running mate as we speak right now has been cleared by IEBC to run for Senate. I believe in Kilgoris, if I'm not wrong. So whoever advised Kalonzo, and I was listening to this guy, his lawyer. What is this guy's name? This headliner, the MP. Manzo was asked by one, in a media station somewhere, and he said all these vibe that they were giving, we are going to run alone, all this was trying to up their game, up their stakes in Azimio. And they pushed it further. They pushed it to the end whereby no one, takes them serious anyway. And like we've always said on this show, these guys don't care what happens to Kalonzo Musyoka. As long as they win their seats, whether it's Senate or they win the governor seat they are looking, they don't care about what is happening to Kalonzo. Finally, Kalonzo will have no options. As it looks right now, he will come back with his tail between his legs, and he will come to bargain for whatever he will be given. Hata akinyimwa hiyo cabinet secretary prime, atapewa hata kama ni kiti ya ministry kama anataka kwa serikali, kwa sababu ali overblow this thing, and right now his price has gone down.
Kwisha maneno, atapewa ministry. This is what Martin, you are trying to tell us. You surprise us with.
Alishapewa. He never left. I don't know why you guys are struggling with this.
May I finish saying, you will not surprise us after 3 weeks. Atarudi, what Richie has said with his tail in between his legs. I don't like to say that. And he will be given a cabinet secretary, hiyo tumezoea. And then after Baba, he'll be nothing. That's what will happen.
Julia, I tried to use the tail between the legs as a figure of speech. It's not. Don't think too much about that. Sorry for that.
You see one thing that is happening right now, Julia, and I think Wekesa will also agree with me. Kalonzo's problem is not at his strategy. Kalonzo's problem is bitterness. Kalonzo, and I said it right here. Nikasema Kalonzo wanted to give Musalia Mudavadi the deputy president. According to him, he was more popular than Musalia Mudavadi. But still, in the same time, he was still negotiating with Uhuru. Mudavadi akajua hiyo kitu, wakahepa. Walipomhepa, akaenda katafuta Martha Karua. Akapromise Martha Karua kuwa running mate. Aya, unakumbuka kuna kipindi walikuwa they were to sign, and then Martha Karua, that day they postponed it, I think, with a week, if you can remember, because Martha Karua was going back to think, is this guy genuine? Then they went and then they signed their Oka thing, and according to the signing, Martha Karua was to be his running mate. In the meantime, he was still negotiating with Uhuru. So he's here, Kalonzo ako na tabia. He's here agreeing with you, but he's still negotiating with someone else. So he's here agreeing with Martha Karua, but he's still negotiating with Uhuru. He's here agreeing with Mudavadi, but he's still negotiating with Uhuru. So Mudavadi left, then he's negotiating with Uhuru. On the day of the signing of Azimio la Umoja, you remember it was delayed. Raila came first to the Azimio thing. By the time Raila was coming, Raila had been done because the guy wanted those things of his. I don't know, because You see, Uhuru was not going to be the president. The president is Raila. So now you start saying that the outgoing president is going to be your guarantor.
Demba, I want us to watch this short clip. It summarizes what even ladies of this country think about our leadership.
Kalonzo ni bure kabisa. Mato Kalonzo ni bure kabisa. Umwambie tumesema akichange mind yake baadaye we will negotiate.
Kwanza yule alinishangaza leo ni Mheshimiwa Senator Gideon Moi. Alikuja Kenyatta Conference Center akasema mimi niko na nyinyi, na akaacha Secretary General wake hapo. Ile ingine tunamuona SKM Command Center wakisema huyu ndio atakuwa mgombea kiti.
Na maana hilo nilitaka nikuulize kwa sababu kwa upande mmoja tumemwona Nick Salat akisema KANU iko ndani ya Azimio, na kwa upande mwingine tumemwona mwenyekiti wa KANU Gideon Moi akisema yuko pamoja na Kalonzo. KANU iko wapi?
Hii ndio nasema, ndio ile unaona uongozi, indecisiveness. Mimi kama mwanamke kiongozi siwezi nikafanya namna hiyo. Nikiwa naenda kusupport Azimio, niko kwa Azimio. Nikiwa naenda upande mwingine, nitaenda upande mwingine. Lakini hii upande huu, hiyo si uongozi. Ile mimi najua, na ujue mimi nilikuwa kwa uongozi kwa miaka mingi, nikipigania nchi hii yetu ya Kenya.
Let me say this. To be honest, Honorable Kalonzo confuses me a lot. He has made very many decisions in very quick successions. But sometimes I tend to think that some of his actions are delayed. The decisions they come in too slow, in the sense that, for instance, he said he did not want to face the interview panel to see whether he would qualify as a running mate to Honorable Raila. And he proceeded, he told the whole world he would not go for that interview. He bound himself. His immediate supporters and the inner core agreed with that suggestion, and they tweeted and posted everywhere. Then on the day when he was supposed to appear, he did not appear the first instance. Then he got another chance, and we saw him trooping in, and everybody was, oh, what is he doing? So I see his action now and his decision to unveil himself as a presidential candidate, based on the disappointment he received when he realized that he was not being picked as a running mate. So I wonder whether this was an afterthought or a card which was hidden to be taken out last minute. And in governance, you need a very stable and almost predictable style of leadership, where your members can feel you are headed from point A to B, and that you are not charting that course midway through, midstream. So for me, I find it very confusing that he even had this card of vying as a presidential candidate. One must ask themselves how would it have been if he had made this decision a month away from now, a month before those interviews? Would it have portrayed him as a decisive leader?
That is the image he has given the world. Whether we call him is strategic, that is the perception he has created in Kenya.
Mimi nashangaa Kalonzo, because I think he's a married guy. I really feel for his wife. I don't know. Mtu anakuambia nitakuoa, kesho amekwambia I'm still thinking, the next day but
mimi hata Julia huwa nahurumia wife yake. Mimi nahurumia supporters wake. Can you imagine Ukambani vile wanafikiria? Yani the way they are now imagining. Yani wanakaa hivi, kesho yake ndio huyo Mutula Kilonzo Jr. ako kila mahali. Take this from me. That panel led by who? I can tell you today, and you can write it somewhere. Kalonzo is not attending that interview. And then the guy appears at the interview. You make someone look like a fool. And those people. And then I've always said this thing. if you want to be a leader in the country, you try and surround yourself with people from across the country. You can't be walking around with people from your village and you're saying you want to be the president of Kenya. Everybody who is surrounding Kalonzo, speaking for him, Enoch Wambua, Mutula Kilonzo, Daniel Maanzo, all those are Kamba people. When you go to launch yourself, you are going to launch yourself in Ukambani. Surely, you need to portray, at least for, like Wekesa said, for optics case, bring someone from Wajir, bring someone from Coast, bring someone from even Kisii. He has somebody who wants to be a governor in Kisii. Bring him. When you are speaking, let those people speak for you. But now you can't be only surrounding yourself with people from one region, and you're trying to say that you are equal to someone who has people from across the country.
Again, Demba, if we have to agree with Mato, maybe he was playing games. Why is it that he didn't unveil a serious presidential candidate, Kama Gideon? Now I said that they were playing games with him. You see, Gideon minds about his image. So why did he refuse? Because he was the closest friend. Why did he have to go and pick the unknown guy somewhere?
Mbona hakuchukua Gideon? Gideon hataki wana. Unaona,
Yes.
Gideon hata kama alienda kumbembeleza hataki wana mwingi. So Martin, it's a stupid strategy, and the best Kalonzo will become is a cabinet secretary, and after Baba retires, Kalonzo will be nothing. That will be the end of his political journey. He will be like me,
And,
them.
and
Julia,
one thing that we want, because now we want to start closing.
Okay,
Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever happens in a week's time, whatever happens in, can you guys mute this an echo? Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever happens in a week's time, we don't know. Whatever happens in the next hours, we don't know. All we know is up to this time, what has happened with Kalonzo. I think he's the most, like Julia is saying, is the most useless strategist in politics in Kenya. And it's our opinion. We are just giving our opinion. When he changes his mind in a week's time, we will give a different opinion. But for now, that is what we are saying. And we can also say comfortably, personally, that is for me, a personal opinion. We would rather lose without Kalonzo than win with Kalonzo. If there are any demands that it's true, if it is true that their demands is making, we would rather lose without him than win with him, because he who makes demands before will make demands after. And if you give someone an arm, he will want a leg. If you give him the bedroom, the sitting room, he will want the bedroom. And that is what happened with this government. I can assure you that this Kalonzo we are seeing and those demands you are being shown, they are going to follow us to the next government if we make the government. So the earlier, I want to say, like Wekesa said, the earlier we started planning without Kalonzo and his demands, the better. So that we can have a government where you have someone who can be respected. Karua respects Raila, you know, and if you hear her talking in every stop, she talks highly of Raila. And she has gone to the mountain and she's speaking. The Raila images are all over. The beret with the R is there. And she's saying that this is us with Raila. She's been campaigning for 5 days. The other one wants a share and he hasn't even campaigned anyway. We are tired. Now I want to us to start taking our closing remarks. It's way past the time, and I think we'll start with the Kenyan. Then we go around. Tafadhali, we'll go like that. We were to start our book review today, introductory, understand Machiavelli, but Machiavelli, you realize these guys decided that we have to talk about this loser called Kalonzo, and you see how far it has brought us.
Once in a while, you break the tradition and just talk talk like that. Just talk and talk. Sometimes
We
just
always do this.
talk.
We always do this when we are closing. When you na miss little fun, make sure you turn up at this kind of.
Wekesa we kujanga hapa, si tunakuwaga sawa.
Mnafanyanga at an early hour, so but I will try. I will try to
kumekucha Kenya ama kuko aje huko?
So unajua sasa nikilala late naamuka late.
Themba anasema ati tunaongea wakati wa shetani. Seriously Themba? Tunaongea wakati
waganga.
Wekesa sasa, toa hoja zako basi.
Wacha nitoa, umesema I think one, Kalonzo's windows, I said that every problem has an expiry date, and then nilijua tu sasa is all drama zitakuja kuisha. If he doesn't make up his mind very fast, you see the first window closed, Alfred aliruka huko, so akiangalia huko pia hakukai vile nilitaka. Very soon if he doesn't make up his mind, wanaangalia kwa hierarchy ya Azimio na in this governing council, who is the other senior person we can consider. Already the name of Ngilu is in that governing council. So if it doesn't take up, then watasema, now let's go with Ngilu. So that is one thing Kalonzo will not want to do, because he will not have a head start, even if he wants 2017 or whatever. He will see that on this side we have Mutua, and on this side we have Ngilu. So ile position walimproposia, that's why he ordered his attack dogs to keep quiet, because he knows he chief minister ikienda, I'm done. So as much as they were making noise, but the moment he realized that he has reached at the last option, he ordered his troops to keep quiet. In fact, when I heard him when he was in Seikuru saying, he said that he's going on a reflection trip. So he needs time to think and chat through, maybe think through what he has been saying and the confusion he has caused. Someone you should advise him, if he doesn't campaign for Baba, just to keep quiet and be around as an elder. Otherwise, he has messed up himself. For the other issues, we are happy with what Mother Karua is doing. And a few people in the comment section mistook me. They thought like I'm running away from Uhuru. I like Uhuru. I was only thinking, even when the team is playing, sometimes somebody can tell the coach, ungeenga huyu jamaa angefunga, ama substitute this person at this time. Or we think that at this time, wachana huyu jamaa play, he's playing very well, akiendelea hivyo tutascore. So they are only opinions. Don't take it like we are taking stands. We are thinking that if Mother Karua maintains that momentum and the messaging is right, we don't want mtu wa kukuja kaserisha tangatanga to they are sympathy addicts and they want somebody to sympathize, to create sympathy for them. So we want the messaging to be right, and if it can be amplified and empowered to go to every village, so be it. Otherwise, let the conversation continue.
Makiadi.
Thank you, Demba. Mine, 3 brief points. I think Raila Odinga has been branded as a government project for a long time, especially in Mount Kenya region. And by Uhuru, not coming out to campaign for Raila aggressively, then people don't have something to say about that anymore. You remember there was a young lady who found herself here by her own means in this studio, and I think Bernard asked her her opinion, and she was very categorical that Uhuru Kenyatta, through William Ruto out of government, and William Ruto has been suffering out of government, and Raila is in government. So, and she came from Mount Kenya, so you can see the kind of doctrination that the young people of Mount Kenya have been given. And so I believe Uhuru Kenyatta should just facilitate the campaigns. I think last time we had a very, very good campaign until towards the end you saw Raila Odinga parading Kalonzo Musyoka with a pay bill number. So I don't want us to go that route again. I think Uhuru Kenyatta did a good job with William Ruto in the last campaign. The facilitation was good. They had a smoothly arranged campaign program, and I believe his input towards that in Raila's campaign will be very, very good and forthcoming. Now, finally, I think Kalonzo Musyoka is a very low energy person politically. I think ukichukua figuratively, ukichukua kwa kuonyesha in real sense, kuna wale watu wanaingiaga kwa room, unasikia kumekuwa tu na mood inaharibika, mood ya watu inaharibika. So politically Kalonzo Musyoka is a person ambaye anaingia kwa nyumba, unasikia kila mtu amenyamaza, hakuna mtu anaongea na mwingine. And the more he stays out, I think the more we'll be able to do something. Hata akikaa huko mpaka wakati wa mwisho aseme mimi nitakuja tu kiti ya CAS ni sawasawa tu, wakuje tu wampatie, because unajua hata kama mtoto ni wazimu, ni mtoto wako, huwezi mkataa. So let him stay out there. Nilisema aende aoge Mombasa. Hii kiti yenye alikuwa anataka Martha Karua ameshapewa tayari, so aende aoge Mombasa na maji ya chumvi. Akipoa atapigwa na hewa baridi huko, akipoa arudi tu. Hata tumtaki akuje kwa campaign, tutamwekea hiyo kiti, bora ya tulete hiyo 2 million yenye tulikuwa tupoteze. Na akiringa zaidi tunaweza patia Charity Ngilu. Hata tutapoteza kura, ndakubali tutapoteza kura, kwa sababu pia yako na supporters Ukambani. Tutapoteza kura zingine, lakini tutapata zingine. So moving forward, I think we are doing a good job. Ile campaign naona inachapwa Kilgoris, mwingine anazunguka Central Kenya, wengine wanazunguka Western. It's a good thing. I think we are moving, and that's good progress. Thank you.
Julia?
In the words of Elikana Shivachi, I want to appreciate that mother is campaigning all over Mount Kenya. Sabina moving between rallies, traveling to Geneva within 24 hours. Na mwingine akoyata akiangaliana na kuku na ng'ombe. And I don't want to say the other one. Shivachi is saying bure kabisa. Okay, that's what Shivachi's words. Okay, I have no issue with looking at chicken and ng'ombe, lakini I really, going forward, I think what's happening to Azimio is that tutanyamazia Kalonzo. We'll not pick a fight with him, we'll not plead with him to come, but when what is between his 2 legs, he'll come back and he'll get maybe the cabinet secretary, and that will be the end of him and his politics. That will be the end, Mr. Martin Deto. I'm sorry to say that. Lakini wa Kenya na waomba. Safari imeanza. Na viongozi wetu ni baba na mother. Tunaenda kwa mwendo wa kasi. Kwa hivyo nawaomba muhame, kwa hiyo team majambazi. Join the winning team. You have no business with team majambazi. Nawaomba mvuke sakafu kwa mwendo wa aste aste. Nje tushinde uchaguzi. Asante Themba.
Martin?
I just want to clear the records. Want to clear the records. Personally, like I always say, and everybody knows over here, I'm one of those the first person that came over here and said I didn't want Kalonzo to come at the time that he was coming in. And I'm gonna be very specific on this one. I am not a Kalonzo supporter. I feel he's brought so much ametuletea ametuaibisha kama Wakamba. So I want to just to for the record's sake, personally I am not a Kalonzo supporter. I am not. But there's things when it's done, it's done. It's over, it's over. Sometimes you don't want what you want to hear, and you have to get it. The ones that you don't want to hear, as long as it's already done, and it's done. Kalonzo is going to be the person that is going to hold that what he was given. It is what it is. Everybody can cry. You can cry, foul, and everything that you want to do. It's overdone. Do I like what he did to us as Kambas? No, I don't like it. Is it done? It's done and dusted, gone, done, deal. And that's what I'm saying. That's why people don't even understand me. But now, the Mother Karua deal, which is what I was fighting for, it's a done deal too. I love Mother Karua, the way she is humble, what she's doing. I love Raila Odinga, how he's taken back a seat to, first of all, fight Mount Kenya for now. I like how Uhuru has taken a back seat. And this is for Wekesa. Wekesa, Uhuru at the end of it, unajua, when you're running a marathon, ukienda kumaliza pale, hata venye tunaangaliaga, at the end, when the bell rings, is the times now you bring your all cards, you put them on the table. Hapo ndo unakimbiaga kabisa. We are not there yet. We are running too fast. And some of us here, we think we know politics. But it's too early. It's too early. Time is coming when now we're going to run. Uhuru will come on the table. He will say his thing. And that time is coming. Raila is playing games, right? I mean, just laying low. You know, let the Peter Kenneths and the Who's and the Sabina Sheges go play there. Kwanza, we eat up Mount Kenya. We want to eat it up so well. Combat, kabisa. Munyo on the other side, nani ule ile side ingine, eat it up. So that the person that thought was ahead in Mount Kenya, they realize that now they have to go chokoza Ukambani. And that's what happened. This time, there's no plane. Hii kitu imechapwa, kuchapwa, and that's why I'm being very, very sensitive with my words and just holding off, because I understand what is happening right now. We're making history in Kenya. And this history, I'm very proud to have had this Mutembe TV, Kina Demba, Kina, you guys, that we can talk about it, because this is history that is going to be made. And Kenya is going to change today. And these elections is going to change Kenyans. And it's going to change Kenya. It's the history of all days in Africa. I'm telling you the truth. Watch this. Tupatane hapa. Mimi nitakuwa nishaanza kupanga nini inaitwaje? Nishaanza kupanga, what do you call this? A place where I will stay in Uhuru Park. I know it will be in Uhuru Park, and the whole Kenya will be celebrating. It's done, dusted, and over. And they know it. The other side, UDA, Kenya Kwanza, or whatever they want to call it, they know it's over. It's over. It's done. They're looking for their opposition side.
Nasikia watakuwa Kamarinya Stadium.
Kula wanaenda waende, si tunaenda Uhuru Park. Huko mimi Wekesa, mimi nitakuwa na wewe Themba, tutakuwa sisi wote wenye tutafika Makiadi, Julia, Domi hapa. Huko tutakula sherehe. That will be the biggest celebration, and watch it. It will be the biggest celebration ever. Hiyo tunapata siku 3 za nini za vacation. Hiyo imeisha na imeisha ikiwa hivyo. And this is the change of Kenya that we needed since the first liberation, the second liberation, the third liberation. This is it right now in Kenya. We will not export our people to go to the United States. We will not export our people to go to other countries anymore. It's over, done, dusted. This is it. And we have to support these people. Call anyone, tell them, vote for that. I have 3 people who were Ruto Damu that have changed their minds because I talk to them and I'm fighting for them and I show them and they've changed, including one, my very dear sister, amechange, alikuwa mtu wa UDA when I was in Kenya, seeing those bypasses and all those things last year. Not last year, Chrissy, this Christmas that just passed. My sister we were sitting down Mali and I'm fighting with my sister. I'm telling her, let's do this. This has to be this one. It has to work, Baba, and whatever is going to happen. And I told my sister, this is not going to be a contested election. It's going to be a one-way. My sister, we're different. Different. She was in UDA. My sister alinipigia simu mwenyewe akaniambia, you know what? I now accept what you just said when you were here in Kenya. And she said, I have changed and I am going to be a big supporter of Azimio la Umoja. Immediately, my auntie called me. The same, akaniambia, no, I'm changing. I am going to be an Azimio. Those are people that you could never change them. But now they've come back and they're saying we are going. So ikitu, we don't even need to go to election. We are done. It's over. Imeisha. Anyway, that's my contribution. So nisikue Themba hapa anaongeanga siku mzima, but Themba pole. Siasi kubaya na unajua tunachezeana gamina. It's a good way. It's a way of saying hi, salamu. But so that way I don't become so much. I think that's my contribution. I appreciate that.
Domi.
Okay. Let me start with about Kalonzo. By the way, my honest prayer is this. I understand he was given 12 he was given about 12 days to make up of his mind. I pray that those days passes and he will make up his mind, because that position, I don't think he deserves it. And I don't think it's a plus for us, because I think he's going to work against. I don't think he's a performer. I think it will be better. It will be better for even Gidu to be given. Okay. I'll talk about the issue we have been talking about. There's a time we talked about mambo ya kanisa and politics. I think to me, what is happening right now, the KKA wamefanya kanisa imepakwa matope. And I may say, if you are ever connected with any clergy somewhere, please waambie KKA imefanya kanisa tumepakwa matope. Kanisa imepakwa matope, and if we proceed that way, the voice will never have the church will never have a voice in Kenya. In fact, in Arabia, the whole religious community, I think if we come on the behave the akina Manasseh Kuria those days were fighting when wakati mtu ana point out something, an issue ni issue yenye ana point anasema this is wrong, and they called a spade, not to be taken in some room and they inasemekana we have the church is having a member who is going to be the president, when everybody knows that this member who we are talking about who is going to be the president, yeye ndiye mchafu kabisa mpaka sasa. Okay, I think that's what I think. With Uhuru, I believe we need at this point pahali tunaelekea, we need every effort. Uhuru may not go in every meeting, but to me, I believe Uhuru can play part, and I believe he should play that part. Yeah, whatever, because I realized statement moja, we makes one statement, it has a very big weight and it makes a very big difference. If he can be making those one statement at a time, even if it's not every day, he is important there. Tunajua kwa kiwanja kukwangi kila mtu sio kila mtu number 8, sio kila mtu ni Messi, but Messi also needs number 5 mwenye atafanya hiyo, mwenye ataleta mpira hapo mbele ndio afunge. So Raila and Martha hao ndio scorer wetu, and I think that is the best thing is wacha wafanye hiyo kazi ya juu, but Uhuru and other every other people pale, everybody has a part to play. Let them play it. To me, that will give us victory, and let no effort be spared. Yeah, that's my contribution.
Thank you so much, Domi, for that. Now, I wish to say something on the issue of Gashagwa's wife is I hear a pastor running a church somewhere in Nyeri. Ruto's wife the other day woke up and told us she prayed for water and it turned from being dirty water to pure water. So we'll be having some gimmicks being played on us in the event. Naambia mwende maji ya uzima ambayo imekuwa prepared State House.
Then there is that thing in Mount Kenya region that about religion. I mean, about religion, and they are really buying that. It's sad. If you go to Mount Kenya, they really think they know God more than other people, and I don't know. It's just like a disease. It's because 2017 I voted in Mathira constituency, and Gachagua really gave people money. Did you know he was walking house for house, in the villages, like kwenye wekesa na kuja kwa hiyo nyumba ingine, and was giving them in terms of thousands, not just hundreds. And that is how he got his seat. So, and then you're telling me his wife is a pastor. I mean, I'm very sorry to say this, and people who are genuinely practicing religion in Mount Kenya, I hope they're going to forgive me. But church in Mount Kenya is a business. And most of the things you hear on the pulpit is, toa begu, plant your seed so that you get blessed. And that is the thing, and it is so sad. I'm telling you, it's so sad. It's really sad. It's a sad thing, Themba. It's a pathetic situation in Mount Kenya region. I don't know how your other regions where Kesa are. I don't know.
And if you want to evade taxes in Kenya, you start a church, because charity stuff is not. You have lots of things that you can evade through ministry, charity. So you say this is charity.
But for me, Themba, I think for me they are beginning I think for me it's the right conversation for the time, because most of the time the church, especially the evangelicals in Kenya, you see the way they have packaged themselves, they are like, thus says the Lord. So everything they say, it's amen. So you cannot question, you see, you have never questioned the sermon of your pastor. But the only way you can have a chance to interrogate, if they sneak in these issues in the politics, this is the time. Actually, they will be dressed down. They are the ones to lose, because in politics there's no formula. Bring it down. That's why Kajago will be told. That's why when nobody has, most Kenyans don't comment about miracles. But the moment the DP's wife talked about a miracle in a political setting, it came to trend and people are making fun of it. Now they are inviting trouble and they are opening up for their own ridicule. I would rather that they do their thing separate from politics. But if they bring it here, they are empowering their members. Remember, Mwiru was a very popular preacher until he joined politics and he was dressed down. He never recovered his congregation. Remember that. He never recovered the congregation he had after he joined politics. So they are inviting it and we will join the conversation.
Yeah, our case, I say this, there's someone who is very offended with me here. Mwangi Madhira anasema Julia, she's a disgrace to our community. I'm just telling them the truth. The prosperity of the wicked is short-lived. One of these fine days, the same members of those churches will embarrass them. I watched some clip that some church members from Mount Kenya region camp in Karen for money. They literally camp there for money. They literally camp there. So it's so sad, but I believe there are people praying for this country and God is going to help us.
Is this person, the person you are calling is Mwangi Madhira? Naona ameweka picha ya Gachagua ama ni Gachagua?
He's Mwangi, he's calling himself Mwangi Madhira.
Look at that picture. I think it's Gachagua.
We don't care hata kama ni Gachagua. Sisi tunakugonga tu. Unasema timu kwa 85% UDA. How do you know? What I'm even finding very interesting is that we are starting to entertain issues of visits to State House so that you can get development. I mean, those are some of the things that we want to leave behind. So, but I think I liked we set the pace for them. You know, Baba, before saying that he's running, he conducted the economic forums across the country, and then he was given the templates before even he said that now he's running. Now, Ruto has realized that that was a plus and he should have done that. Right now is when he's starting, and then he's going all of a sudden now to start asking them. After you've already said that now tuko na mpango, now you're going to ask them, mnataka tufanye nini? Yani, you know, you need to tell us, do you have the mpango or you don't? Because when you say tuko na mpango, alafu tena unaenda sasa conduct economic forum, unaanza kuuliza watu, mnaona tukiwasaidiaje? I mean, why are you asking that question while you have already come up with an answer? You're just trying to pretend that now you are conducting economic forum, you are now having in Embu, you are sitting down, you're asking people, sasa unaona tukiwapatia pesa fulani, itafanya hivi. You already have the answers. Why are you again wasting people's time sitting down asking them? You know, some of the gimmicks these people are playing, they think politics is a cartoon kind of thing that the deputy president, I saw them, the one they were holding in Embu, they were sitting asking the person who wants to be the governor. Sasa wewe kama governor, unaona utafanyia watu nini? You've already given the person the ticket. Those are the questions you should have asked this person before giving him the ticket. This person has already come. You see, what Baba did before even getting the people and saying that now you are nominated. What if he conducted the interview? I mean, the forum, and the people said, this is what you are going to do. Whatever he was doing that day is what he should have done even before nominations. So that he is asking them in front of people now, when you get this, what are you going to do? But now that day coming, and then you see that lady coming in, and then she's being asked by the deputy president, when you are given this amount, how are you going to improve the lives of these people? Wasted time for nothing. And then you come and say that now we are conducting economic forums. I mean, what do these people think Kenyans are? But anyway, we like what they're doing. And of course, as it is right now, the religion card, someone should remind Mr. Mutua that that one has failed before. It will not succeed this time. Most of the elections that have come, they have used that, but it has not succeeded. So it is not something that is going to be used. This time it failed during the 2010 constitution. The constitution passed even when you brought all the church and you told the church to stand and say this. The church stood. They condemned it because of abortion, and it's going to allow the people of similar gender to marry, but still the constitution passed. So there are things that you can use. You can come and start using that. We don't mind bringing it on. It's politics. And one thing I need to tell us, especially for the voters, and I think Martha Karua has put it straight. If you don't like a particular side, kindly just stay away from attending those rallies. It acts of your ignorance when you go to shout someone out and you don't like them. All those people like our deputy president, running mate Martha Karua said, all those people looking for positions are Kenyans. And the only way we can be able to isolate and get who is at the ballot. So if you can't give someone a chance to speak, don't go there and shout, and don't allow a politician to use you. You don't need to be used to play their games. You need to decide that for me, I only have one vote. And if this is the vote I have, there's a day that is coming on 9th, and I'm going to make my choice. Just listen to everyone. And of course, if you are listening well and you are listening soberly, you'll realize that there's a side that the two sides are as different as the day and night. And of course, you can see which side you are on. It is obviously one side you have Baba and Mama, the other side you have two thieves who need Jesus in the middle. And
you have team Majambazi.
So do you want to be?
But you need to know, nobody should use the name of the church. Even in this Kenya, when a serious thing happens, you will know that the church has protocol, and they are what we call the church. So these guys, most of these guys who are saying are small creations, personal, who don't follow any protocol. You can just wake up and say anything you say. So
yeah,
the evangelicals are 20%, and not even 20% of evangelicals agree with what Ruto is doing. So we may be talking to a 5 or 10% and be making it look like the church.
Yeah, and
I think the problem also comes when this other group do not condemn. They are supposed to condemn what that small people are doing.
No, we don't. We I think like Dom is saying, we sometimes you don't want to be invited to respond to certain things, and I think Martha Karua is dealing with it pretty well. She's saying that we are not going to insult people. We are going to say what we stand for. And if you realize her messaging has been very consistent all through. Sometimes when people invite you, like they say that when a pig invites you to a battle, you don't go. Because the difference is both of you will be dirty. A pig is used to it, you are not. So when someone invites you to a certain kind of, exchange, you need also sometimes to think about what you want. Who has more to lose? You see, someone who is losing, they have nothing to lose because they are losing anyway. But you have a lot to lose. So they want to digress you. They want to get you off the mark. When you go to Central, do you want to respond by attacking them, or you want to respond by talking about your your policies, because you want to win some people. So if we have to win people, we have to continue with positive messaging. They say when they go lower, you go higher, so that you can keep continuing with a very good messaging, and that messaging will obviously over time overwhelm their insults like it is doing in Central. I think Wekesa said here that at some point when they were shouting and Martha kept on talking, they kept quiet and listened to her. And over time, people realize that our heckling is not really helpful, because she starts by saying, everybody coming here is a Kenyan. Even those people coming here, they are Kenyans. So let everybody be listened to. You see, now that's already stopping you. And if you realize, it has started, of course, making them start realizing we really don't need to heckle anybody. We need to listen to people. And if we don't agree with you, then we know, okay, fine, we'll make our decision at the ballot. So that is all I can say for today. And of course, the other one, like we have said, at least Mato has disappeared. You have said ule wa kuchunga ng'ombe aendelee tu kuchunga ng'ombe. We will discuss the rest after those things emerge. Unasikia Wekesa, sisi we are not prophets. we just give our opinion. Ikifika your time, we will give our opinion then.
But this one is just in passing. I don't know why people treasure their personal opinions very much. Like, for example, I may mention something here and it comes to pass. So I will keep on reminding you. You see, I said it. Yes, so sometimes there may be no correlation between what you said and what is happening.
It's true. There's a difference between coincidence. You know, coincidence might happen. Okay, like have you ever, started talking about Julia and then Julia appears? Were you necessarily a prophet? It just happened that by coincidence you said something, and it happened. It doesn't necessarily mean that now. That's how preachers behave. A preacher will see a coincidence and then they imagine that this is what happened. I mean, some. And then, of course, now they'll use that to start telling you that now this is it. I'm the one who has been sent and this is what I need to be saying. So we should not blow a lot of things that probably you have said and they have come to pass simply because we thought it is we don't know. I mean, these are things we are just giving opinion. If it is a coincidence, it happens. It doesn't mean that you knew. You didn't know. You're also just giving views just like any other person, and it came to pass. And this goes to najua kesho atakuja hapa apige kelele. This goes to Ndeto because of one thing that came to pass. So he's always coming here with the same and reminding us every day. Mpaka after that story, Ndeto siku hizi hana kitu anasemanga kwa debate. Akianza kuongea kwa debate, Ndeto anakurudisha nyuma. Ako pale kwa comment. Anakurudisha nyuma. Na niliwaambia hapa. Na ilikuja kupita. Sasa when it doesn't pass, now unaanza kutoroka hata ukuji kwa debate sasa for 3 days because it does not come to pass. Just be kind to yourself. Give your views. If it comes to pass, yeah. If it doesn't pass, pia ni sawa. You're just giving an opinion because you are not nobody here is in Azimio strategic team and we don't talk for them. I don't have direct lines to anyone. So we are just giving our views on the view of what we are seeing and observing. So
yeah,
finally,
in probability we normally say now, what are the chances?
Yeah, exactly.
What you say it will occur again. Because
Yeah.
you say it and it occurred. So what are the chances that what you say it will occur again?
No, we are not prophets. No, kuja ati to counter. You are not countering anything, Martin. Ati sasa ameenda kupiga kelele.
No, wacha nimchokoza akuja counter. We have these guys who sell the quacks who sell madawa kwa magari. He will come and tell you he's selling you the body detoxifying agents. And what he does, he takes a base and an acid. Usually, some drugs are acidic and others are basic. So akichukua hiyo anaweka hapo, unaona maji ni red. Akiweka inakuja clear. Anasema that is how purifiers are going to purify your body. Then the question is, my blood has hemoglobins which are red. Why do I want to discolorize? Why do I have to discolorize my body? So some things don't make logic, but they don't make sense. But they will want to make it look like this is a big issue. You see?
Yeah, you want to blow it. Yeah, ati Roba pia nasema ati hata mimi zile vitu nimesema they have come to pass. I mean, it's just a coincidence. It doesn't mean that you are right. Si ati unajua sana. Sisi wote ni my opinion tu tunatoa hapa. Si ati tunajua, yani we are just analysts giving opinion. We don't work for nobody. So hata wewe pia ukikuja hapa ni views tu unatoa. Ikikuja kupass, si ati wewe ndio umefanya ikapass. It would have passed with or without you saying. Now, I think we want to close, and because time is far much spent. Leo tumepata Mkenya ambaye ameamua lali, sasa ametuweka hapa sana. Mara nyingi sisi watu wa huku
Domi is in Kenya. Domi umekuwa hapa mpaka I went to the market, I came back. I went to Walmart, I came back. I went to the laundry, I made dinner, I came.
Kuna watu wanakuja hapa wanaweka kibanda bwana. Nishawaambia wengine hapa wanakuja mpaka kuna kipindi huwezi ingia hapa bwana. Mtu aliingia kutoka mpaka unashangaa na huyu mtu.
You know, for me to admit you here, I had to kick out some people. Wanaekanga bench na wanaenda, inakaa empty.
Wengine wanakuwa hapa.
I hardly get time kuingia. Hata them can bear witness. Naingiaga tu siku moja moja. Sometimes network inanisumbua.
By the way, do you know me, if I don't want to contribute, sio lazima niingie. I normally follow this thing, hata sometimes I normally put it on by the way. Mpaka naamuka asubuhi naongea, but sio lazima niingie. So hakuna haja niingie tu kuchukulia mtu space and I'm not contributing.
Yaani siku hizi mpaka imekuwa naenda kubook space. Nikisha book space naenda nafanya vitu zangu. Yaani Ukenya umeingia mpaka unakumbuka zile dini za nishikie laini.
Ulikuwa unakimbia na kitabu unaweka kwa kiti.
Yaani imekuwa okay. Then I had a question. So how is it so expensive to get on like live, like kama Citizen, NTV?
Yeah. I mean, you know, it will require licensing. You know, like
process.
Yeah, it's a quite a process. Yeah.
Because I think this should be the vision for Mutembe. Like, we should not just do things the same way next year. I mean, we're making a lot of impact. And I think in future, we want even to speak with the government, our incoming government, and tell them, you see, I have seen that when you have a chance to go out, you come face to face with the way things run and the way things should be run. Like, for instance, the issue of schools. Now, these people here, their kids may not be so nice, but these people are very accountable. Yani ukiangalia principal akona mpangilio ya maneno, and the way he does his things straightforward. I mean, you imagine if our schools are run like that, you'll be like, Kenya will be doing so well, and many other things. So I think even the diaspora have a lot of good things to share. So maybe we should look at such kind of a vision.
There are conversations going on, but let me tell you, I think our approach is better than the other media houses, the way they approached. We have young media houses who are struggling even to have audience, but already for us, we already have the audience. Now, one, we can partner with those who are already formalized, but they don't have audience, or still we can just transform this one to the mainstream medias. But one thing we have discussed here with Kinademba is we need, first of all, by professionalizing it. We need to start coming up with, we have just been open. We come up with now programs that are more professional and focused on different areas, such that even when we want to formalize it, it will not be a big deal. We will already have become a professional entity.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's awesome. And
Okay.
maybe come up with parameters and expectations so that
Okay.
even when tukipandwa na Mori tukiwa hapa mimi na Makiadi atuambiani vitu.
Okay. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Mato ana respond kwa comment, anasema Themba, I'm working on bringing you a very special guest to the show coming soon. I hope we can work on it. We work tu bwana, we let a guest. Alafu niambia tu Themba, all you say doesn't mean is all right. I've never said I'm right all the time. I've always said Mato, mbona unaenda misrepresent my view, but I've always said there that no one has a monopoly of ideas. I don't have monopoly of ideas. I just give my opinion, and it doesn't mean that it is right. It is right, and you don't have to believe what I'm saying. They say you should be like in the Bible. There were the Bereans. When Paul finished speaking, they went back and read for themselves. So don't take my word for it. Even what I say here, it is not necessarily what you can think is true. You need to go back and read. So I've never said that I have the monopoly of opinion. So usiniwekele. Wewe ndo nakujangu nasema tusiongee mambo ya Kalonzo, tuache ati hatujui. Sasa wewe hiyo yako ndio wewe ndo unajua. Hiyo yako najua wewe peke yako, wewe kaa nayo. Hiyo sisi hatutaki. Lakini acha niache kukugonga huko hapa. Acha nisome. Tulikuwa tumeagree ya kwamba today tutaanza introduction to the prince, but we haven't gotten that time. So I mean, we will still do it, Makiadi, Julia, and the other guys. I just want to read one quote before we finish. And the prince. This is what Niccolo Machiavelli says in his book, The Prince. Of mankind, we may say in general, they are fickle, hypocritical, and greedy of gain. Of mankind, we may say in general, they are fickle, hypocritical, and greedy of gain. Yeah, they are fickle. Do you know what being fickle means? Yeah. Kama kawaida, Makiadi utasomea an article of the Constitution, alafu Wekesa, Julia na Domi mtatuimbia wimbo wa taifa leo. Then tafadhali, before Makiadi, kindly subscribe to Motembei TV. We are on our way to 400,000. If you can get us there, we'll be able to appreciate
400,000.
Yeah, we are at 300,000, so we are on our way to 400,000.
Oh no, I thought you were talking about your personal.
No, my personal bado.
My mind I was already on yours.
My personal mmekataa kunifikisha 1,000 bana. Nifikisheni at least hata 1,000. Niko ka 560 hapo. So 40 people. If you haven't subscribed to,
don't worry. I will unsubscribe and then subscribe again.
Sasa hiyo ni biashara gani bana? Kindly hapo kwa Themba and Lulu show nimebakisha watu kama 40 nifike 600, na tunataka kufika 1,000 kabla ya huu mwezi, na leo ni tarehe 22. Tafadhali endeni pale mtu subscribe kama hujasubscribe. Kama umesubscribe sawa, Remember, I bookmarked that page. Oh, you did? Oh, awesome. DA is reading the book, The Prince. So let's have Makiadi. Tafadhali Makiadi. Tusomee. Leo watu wa Kiswahili bana, poleni. Watu wamekuja hapa wametuchanganya kidogo.
Sawa, haraka haraka ningesoma tu. Unajua kuna kitu inaitwa feedback in them, na inakuwa mzuri. Kuna mtu anaitwa Linet wa Bomba hapa anasema kwamba Bernard sometimes is very harsh and biased, but at least viewers are used to him. Wekesa makes the debate open to everyone. Themba is kind of katikati hapo. Wamekupatia Kalonzo. So wacha nisome hiyo nini haraka haraka. Tunasoma 59 kuanzia 3 mpaka 5. Inasema kila mtu ana haki ya kulalamika kwa tume akidai kwamba haki na uhuru wa kimsingi katika sheria yake zimenyimwa, zimekiukwa, zimevunjwa au kutishiwa. Bunge litatunga sheria kutoa uwezo kamili wa sehemu hii na sheria nyingine yoyote kama hii inaweza kupanga upya tume hii na kuzifanya kuwa mbili au zaidi zilizotenganishwa. 5, iwapo bunge litatunga sheria ya kupanga upya tume chini ya ibara hii, sheria hiyo itagawa kila jukumu la tume iliyotajwa katika kifungu hiki kwa tume moja au nyingine zinazoirithi. Kila mojawapo ya tume hizi zilizoirithi itakuwa na mamlaka sawa na ile tume ambayo imetajwa katika kifungu hiki, na kila tume iliyoirithi itakuwa tume kwa maana ya iliyoko katika sura ya 15 na itakuwa na hadhi na mamlaka sawa na tume zilizo chini ya sura hii.
Asante sana. Acha nimlete sasa. Kwa kawaida tunafanya wimbo maombi ni wimbo wetu wa taifa Wekesa. So utatufanyia kifungu cha kwanza, Julia afanye kifungu cha pili, Domi afanye kifungu cha tatu. Haya, twende kazi.
Okay. Kiswahili, English, Kiswahili. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
You're on mute.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Domi hapo umetunyoa na maji baridi. Okay, wacha nirudie. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima. Tuungane mikono pamoja kazini.
Kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Kila siku tuwe na shukrani. Okay, asante sana.
It's easy to think than to speak.
Okay. Asante sana, asante. Kwa wale ambao walikuwa nasubiri tuweze kusema Kiswahili wakati wa mwisho, masaa ya kulala, poleni sana. And Wekesa atuimbi, tunasema. Umesikia vile ambavyo Julia amesema, Domi amesema, nawe kesho ukija kufunga kama utakuwa hapa, najua hautakuwa. Wiki ijayo siku kama ya leo kama utakuwa kufunga, ujue tunafunga kwa kusema.
Nimesema mimi mgeni, kuku mgeni akosi kilemba.
Hiyo ni maanisha Wekesa, nimekupata wewe. Ndio wale UDA wanasema auendi kanisa ama
No, shida angeanza na wenyeji amalize na mgeni. Alianza na mgeni.
Haya basi. Asanteni sana jamani, wacha tuonane masaa mengine leo baadaye. Kenya kule najua tayari wameshaamka. Sisi wacha tulale, tuamke baadaye. Asanteni sana. Bwana wabariki. Ajalie. Bwana wabariki. Hadi kesho. Inshallah.
Amina. Nachaka tidemba ni